Good morning, everyone. If everyone could kindly take their seats, we will be getting underway very shortly. Good morning, everyone. Please welcome RTDNA President Liz Travers.
Thank you all, and welcome to our RTDNA Canada National Conference. Oh my goodness, 6 months ago when we were talking about this, it was like it seemed so far away, and then the days got closer and closer, and the stress got higher and higher. But you know what? 36 hours. We've got 36 hours to learn, enjoy, chat with each other, and share information, and share practices, and share, like the wins and the occasional, challenges. We'll just call them at that. You're here because you care about our craft of journalism and the future of our industry. Over the next 2 days, our conference has put together some sessions on hot topics of our concern in all of our newsrooms. But before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the land on which I joined this gathering from today. Toronto is in the dish with one spoon territory, which is the traditional territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee and the Wendat peoples, and is home to many other Indigenous nations. Prior to the arrival of colonial settlers, these sovereign Indigenous nations entered into the Dish with One Spoon Treaty, in which they agreed to peacefully share and protect the land and resources. We acknowledge that Toronto is also covered by Treaty 13. Also, before we begin this morning, we could not put this conference together without the support of our sponsors. CBC News, Global News, CTV News, City News, Omni, CNN News Source, the Google News Initiative, Ipsos, the Canadian Press, and LiveU. So thank you very much, because we're here because of your generous support, and we really, really appreciate it. So before we start, put your phones on silent. I challenge you not to look at them for the next hour. And we'll kick things off with our annual Bear Pit, bringing together the leaders of the 4 major news organizations in the country and moderated by Global News anchor Farah Nasser.
Is this on? Yes, it is. Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? I know it's been a really heavy few weeks, and I'm really glad you're here because there's so many important topics that we need to talk about this morning. In fact, Liz and I have been going back and forth on questions, and there's new ones that we just keep adding because the world is changing so rapidly. And I'm going to borrow something that you just told me. I'm going to steal it right from you because I think it's so relevant to start this. Liz just said to me that she heard someone say, truth is no longer a commodity. And it's so true. We are in this time where we have so many questions. We're struggling on how to cover things and how to present things to our viewers and listeners and readers. And so I can't imagine what it's like to even consume this news without the knowledge that we all have and how confusing it must be. So I'm very happy to have our Bear Pit today, especially with fall days, because there's, as I mentioned, so much to talk about. And I'm going to get to it because there's many questions. So let me start with the introductions. These are the 4 broadcast news leaders in our country. I'm going to start with Brody Fenlon from CBC. Next, please welcome to the stage Richard Gray from CTV News. Ward Smith from Global News. And Amar Sodhi from City TV, City News, and Omni. All right, someone was asking why this is called the Bear Pit, and it's because sometimes these conversations can get a little testy. We'll see what happens today. But I think with what's happening in the world, I'm sure we'll have a lot of agreement on this stage as well. So I think to start, I'd like to ask you all, I don't know about all of you, I have not been sleeping for the past 2 weeks. I'm sure you haven't. So Brody, what keeps you up at night?
I have not been sleeping. Well, I find myself, I wake up in the middle of dreams where I'm explaining journalistic principles and practices and trying to convince somebody that we're credible. I guess I'm probably like everyone in the room. I worry about distrust. I worry about the swirl of disinformation that happens, and we're not in some of these spaces now where the conversation about our coverage is happening. I've lived through my own little experience around trying to explain how we approach a story this week, and I wrote an editor's blog, and somebody wanted to share that to Facebook, but they couldn't because we're blocked. So those are some of the challenges that I've been thinking a lot about.
Richard?
I mean, very similar to what Brody has talked about, but probably the biggest thing on my mind, and this has been a preoccupation for a number of years, and that is the economic challenges of our business. We have for a very, very long time now found ourselves in a place, in a position where we have been forced to look at what it is we do and how we do it in a very different way, because the business model that has funded all the great things that we do by way of covering this country and covering the world has been turned upside down. And that's probably the biggest thing on my mind most of the time.
Ward?
Good morning, everyone. Staying up at night. I think it's usually the news that keeps me awake. I read a lot at night, and I think about the next day, all against the background of, how do we do it better? How do we create an environment for people like everyone here in the room to feel supported, know that their job is valued, and that, whatever the economic outcome of all of this is, we still have quality content. And frankly, serving the audience is what keeps me up at night. Making sure that we're fair, not only in our coverage, but to them and what they need to have the next day, let's say, on navigating what is an increasingly complicated and at times sad world. But I do love the conversations about news. I love having a panel discussion around, how can we be better at it? And I think that, over the last couple of years, whether it's the pandemic or whether it's Black Lives Matters or whether it's just the economic pressure or the technical giants that are, sort of taking so much away from Canadian journalists, there's always people like yourselves.
Amar?
For us, the challenge is that you want to make sure that the leadership team has done enough across the country to put our journalists who are on the front lines to be able to tell the story properly. And a lot of times our teams, some folks are young; they don't have the experience to tell complicated stories like the ones we're finding ourselves in now. To make sure that they've got all the balance and context to be able to tell those stories. Then also, there's the tools and, navigating the economic reality of making sure that people feel that they've got the support that they need, whether it's editorially, whether it's financially, and also, the tools that they have to do the job, and also to do it safely. Kind of like what you put out on your Facebook post yesterday. It is hard for a lot of people, and I think you want to make sure that people are taken care of in that manner as well.
Yeah, no, I think it's a tough time for not just journalists, for everyone right now, and I think it's impacting a lot of people's mental health. And let's kind of weave all of the things that you spoke about into the biggest story right now, which is what's happening in the Middle East. And I think the economic constraints is one challenge. We have crews on the ground; their safety is another challenge. Misinformation, disinformation, information not coming from one side because journalists can't get in there. There are just so many challenges. But Richard, I'd like to start with you because, when we talk about people on the ground, you recently cut, or CTV, cut bureaus, right? So how has this conflict been to cover it, and what's been the challenge there?
There really, at least from my perspective, has been no marked difference in our coverage. We dispatched 2 crews to the Middle East, to Tel Aviv. And that's probably very similar in number to what we would have done historically. The only difference is that they were dispatched from Canada as opposed to being dispatched from London and Canada. But no, again, from my perspective, no real difference. I think one of the fundamental challenges that we all faced with respect to covering this particular story was that it happened so quickly. It happened, what for us was a long weekend, and it was really tough to get crews in, no matter where they were coming from, right? The scale and scope of what happened in that region turned everything naturally upside down, and I know we found it really, really hard to get our initial crew in. Probably took about 24 hours longer than what ideally it would have been, but I know that was a similar challenge that all faced.
And I guess, Ward, I'll turn it to you because I was working that long weekend anchoring, and we had a bunch of sick calls. There was just so much happening. I remember that weekend. It was so difficult to get people and experienced people on desk. So talk to me about some of the challenges that you found covering this. We dispatched people, I know, right away. What's it been like for you?
Well, look, this is such an incredibly complex story, and the historical context is always present. Our team on the ground, we have 6 people, employees and others that are supporting us, and we've found the coverage remarkable. I am so impressed with the storytelling, the people that we're hearing from, and the challenge, of course, is not only in each story, but in each newscast and on each platform, that there is a balance and an understanding that what is said will be measured against what isn't said, or what somebody else said, or who said it. So we've got an amazing editorial lead on the story with serious vetting, high standards, and expectations. And so what I find is the challenge is the sustaining of this story and ensuring that there isn't a gap. And when there is one, we have to explain why. So we're not able to be in Gaza, but we have been communicating with people in Gaza. We've been featuring them in our news stories. And ultimately, I think that, you know, I am so amazed and impressed by the calm and the pride that our journalists are exuding right now. And they are in a very like they're in a hot zone. And I obviously have known some of these people for decades, and they share with me how they're feeling and what they're learning. And so I'm not only proud of their work, but I think it's essential that we continue to cover it as best we can. And of course, because we have an amazing network of journalists across the country, we can go and take deeper dives, whether it's in Washington or whether it's with somebody in Ottawa or somebody in Toronto, to sort of provide some of that historical context while we're looking at the news of the day.
Brody, I want to turn it over to you because the CBC's faced criticism covering this story, as I think everyone has. Talk to me about the biggest challenges for you, and also I'm curious about language, some of the language that we've used and the criticism around that.
So the challenges, I mean, there's so many. First of all, our budgets aren't structured to deal with climate change disasters and having to evacuate a station because wildfires are bearing down on Yellowknife, and then throw in a war in the Middle East. And to do this well, it costs a lot of money. So that's a challenge. I thank goodness every day for the skill and expertise we have in the long history of covering this conflict. So we have just incredible correspondence on the ground. It is an internal domestic issue as well, though. I mean, managing a newsroom that is made up of people who are more than ever in the history of the CBC, in the history of Canada, connected to this story in some way. So I've been noticing that. Like this is, this idea of the global story is the local story now. It's truer now than ever. And so all of the tensions and friction outside exist inside. And it is, so that's a management issue. How do we keep people calm? How do we keep them focused? And how do we make sure that people who are feeling anxiety and or emotion are able to do the journalism and respect each other even within our newsrooms? And then on language, well, yeah, I mean, on that Saturday, same position as everyone else. We were in the middle of skeletal staffing, reduced programming. It's Thanksgiving weekend, massive scramble to get people out the door. We did really well, actually, and we had people there fast. And as we do in those moments, we sent out some internal guidance on, hey, here's how we've been covering this conflict for many, many decades, a reminder of our language guide. And unfortunately, someone took a snapshot and sent it out. So I've had to do a bit of explaining. And I'll just say the last thing to say, but it's important to remember, I shared with teams yesterday a note that one of my predecessors wrote in 2002 about the controversy over our language guidance, and responding to the Globe and Mail in a column about how outrageous CBC is, about how it uses the terms terrorist and terrorism. And so this is not new. We've been here before, and we're not alone. For some reason, the CBC is the only one who's asked the question about how they use language. I know that many other organizations do it the exact same way, and for very good reason. Lots of international. I'm curious what my colleagues, how they handle that language. But that's, it's just things now spin so quickly, and maybe we didn't respond quickly enough. It's hard when you're trying to figure out how to cover a war and respond to a public relations issue.
Can I just jump in for 1 second? For anybody in the room who hasn't read the piece that Brody wrote about what he just explained, you should seek it out. It is really, really, I found it really well done. I thought it explained the challenge that you were dealing with in an extraordinary way. And particularly those here who are students or just entering the field of journalism, I think you would get great benefit from giving it a quick read.
Thank you. This was supposed to be a bear pit, but okay. Thank you, and I've read it as well, and it's quite enlightening. Amar, I want to end with you on this question, and we'll have time for Q&A. Actually, I should look at my watch because I just want to make sure that I'm not taking all the questions here. I know people have questions, but Amar, we're not getting information from Gaza as we are from Israel because journalists are not allowed. You have to get approval from the Israeli government, and then Hamas has to approve a foreign correspondent in there. So it's not happening. How has that influenced your coverage? And also, you deal with a lot of different ethnic backgrounds as well through Omni. Talk to us about your challenges.
So look, I would just say this. Yes, we may not have crews on the ground, but we do have people who have family and friends there, so you are able to get interviews in that are giving you a sense of what life is like on the ground in Gaza and also in Israel. So I want to make that clear. And I would just say that, look, this story's been challenging for our Jewish friends, our Arabic friends. They've had a hard time with it. So it's been hard. You're trying to navigate all this. But we've also got people in on our teams that are former refugees. So when you talk about how important words are and the impact that it has on people's lives, they've seen it firsthand. And strangely, maybe not strangely, hopefully, those are the journalists that have not pushed back on language. They have understood the responsibility they have as journalists to report the story fairly, accurately. They have respected it all the way through. Like Ward was talking about, we have a great privilege that I can go home and, I was telling John, I said, oh man, I'm just so tired, I didn't want to watch any news last night. Yeah, because I have that privilege. But somebody that comes from, that has family or friends with that zone, it's all encompassing. You can't turn it off. It's part of your dinner conversation. And some of our teammates that are from those communities, they're having a hard time. It's 24/7. And then you get pushback from your own community. Well, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? It's hard to navigate all that. So you end up trying to just take care of people all the time. I would just say it's hard, and this is not, it's not a story that looks like it's going to be over soon. So it's a bit of a marathon, and you are concerned about people's overall health. So.
And I mean, look at how we're talking about this, right? 10 years ago, we would not be having this type of conversation about the mental health of our journalists on the ground. And also, I'm so glad you pointed out the children of war, because this has been triggering to so many people who have gone through wars in their lives, just even seeing this coverage. So that's a really important note. I'm really glad you mentioned it. We can talk more about the Middle East if those of you who are in this room have questions a little bit later, but I want to move on to something closer to home, and that is Bill C-18, the Online News Act. Brody, actually, let me start with maybe Amar this time, and we'll go this way. What do you hope to see, and do you think it's going to make a difference?
Look, we appreciate the government's attempt to fix some financing issues when it comes to news. Not sure C-18 is the right way of going about it, and there are challenges around it. And even if those challenges get fixed, any financial relief is 2 to 3 years away. Our public position is that we would like to see, tax credit program fixed instead, and that be expanded to allow broadcast journalism to be included in tax credits, because that's more of an immediate need, and it will fix the immediacy of what we are looking for.
It's an incredibly important piece of legislation, and obviously we're in support of any efforts to level the playing field. I think it speaks to a bigger issue, though, is that people expect news to be available. Not everybody wants to pay for it, and there's been a history of news being supported by networks. And prime time would have covered the cost of news. News was seen as an essential service, but also a bit of a cost center. And it is, for reasons we've discussed already, in just deploying people to different news stories. At the end of the day, for me, it's always about, well, how can we continue to live in a world where, disruption doesn't bother me, but where literally billions of dollars are being extracted from the Canadian economy in the marketing space with these giant tech companies that go unchecked, that can put false information, hateful information, attacking online journalists, and really not reinvesting back into the economy in any meaningful way. And that is not to say that we haven't worked with Meta and we haven't worked with Google. In fact, we have ongoing relationships with them. But when you give up your own platform and rely on somebody else to take your content and use it for some brand extension without the actual investment in journalism, this is what is at stake for us. And I just feel that it is that level playing field when organizations like ours are, because we have a broadcast license and aren't offered subsidies, the CBC being the exception, with just journalism in general. There's expression funding. We're currently, Chorus is not entitled to expression funding. We are entitled to it, but we're not currently receiving any. We've lost money because our ownership has changed. So we're doing everything we can to keep news in front of people. And everybody's like, well, we don't like your news. And you're doing a terrible job. And it's like, okay, so what is important to Canadians here? What is it? That we have fair and balanced coverage, that we have a level playing field where we're not, in our organization, currently spending 30% of our entire revenue base goes back into Canadian programming. And news is a big part of that. So we're not desperately feeling like we're victims, to be clear, particularly at Global News. We are fighting for the best news we can put out there. This legislation, whatever these people at Meta decide to do, that's up to them. That's their business model. So we're going to continue to focus on just being skilled at hiring diverse and qualified journalists, and ideally, and we're seeing it, where people are coming to our platforms, frankly, more than ever. And that, to me, is, despite all this doom and gloom about how boohoo news, we're reaching more audiences than we've ever had. And we've actually seen our online grow since Meta shut it down. And frankly, they stopped giving us money 3 years ago. Google is a different story, and we'll see where that one ends up. But that's a short answer, by the way.
Richard, do you think it's going to make a difference?
I hope it does. I really hope it does. Because, for all of the reasons that you've heard here this morning, news continues to be very important. And, I said at the outset that the thing that keeps me awake at night is the economic challenges of our business. And the biggest economic challenge that our business faces is declining revenues. And our revenues are in decline because advertisers have made a conscious decision to shift away from traditional broadcast and direct ad dollars to the digital space, to the Metas and the Googles. And I think it's really important, sort of as we're talking about this, to keep into context how the Canadian system has worked. We all have to pay our way. We are all obligated to pay a percentage of our revenues for the betterment of our system. We have expenditure expectations that the CRTC levels on our business related to funding programs of national interest. We have Canadian programming expenditure requirements. We are obligated to make investments into journalism. And all of those things are critically important. All of those things are what help define us as Canadians, not just in this country, but around the world. And, as our advertising revenues have shrunk, our ability to do those things is radically compromised. And, the government has been struggling with this problem for a number of years. I mean, there have been debates ongoing, and, you can just change the phrase in fee for carriage, LTIP. There were a number of different solutions proposed, and some adopted in the short term, some dismissed outright. And that was before we faced the challenge that we do today. So that's kind of a long answer to, yeah, I am hopeful.
Brody, it's a bit different for you where you sit, but what do you hope to see?
Well, I think that I can't add a whole lot more than my colleagues, but I think two things it's quite clear. I agree with those who say that the era of social news is dying or almost is dead. So that's a big recalibration for us. How do we make sure that audiences that we have built to our owned and operated platforms continue to visit those, and where can we extend through third parties? And I think our third party extensions, we're always quite wary about the risk of what we've seen Facebook do. But Facebook was already pulling out of news anyway. Google is a whole other thing, and I guess I'm thinking a lot about here is really the front door of the internet for most people. It would have a significant impact on any news organization if Google were to suddenly shut down linking to news. I don't know how they do that, frankly. It would be remarkable, but we're watching that closely, and we'll see what happens when these regulations are supposed to come into effect. But I think the bigger picture is we just need to tell the story of this well. These are multinational companies, and they actually are so powerful, they don't really care about governments and regulation, and maybe they don't need to. I think we need to do a better story of telling it. I don't think a lot of people actually realize that news just sort of evaporated from their feeds. And what's left in place of that? Wow. I mean, the ecosystem for information is so distorted if you don't have news and independent fact-based journalism available. What's left? It's everything that's not that. And I'm not sure people realize that the balance has just been tipped so dramatically.
And people are monetizing this disinformation, right? Like, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
And when you talk about YouTube or Twitter, so there's also an incentive to get the wrong information out there. I want to talk about trust now, because I think this is a big topic. You're going to hear from Beatrice Politi and Daryl Bricker from Ipsos soon about the results of a survey on trust. The Canadian picture looks brighter than in the U.S., which is great news, but still, trust is at an all-time low. And I think we really need to work to get it back. How are we going to do that? Richard, I'll start with you on this one.
Wow. How are we going to get it back?
No pressure.
I mean, I think, and this may sound like the most simplistic of answers to your question, I think we just need to continue to do what we have done historically. Cover things in such a way that it's balanced, accurate, and fair always. Make sure we are giving voice to all sides of a particular issue. And I think if we continue to do those things, I'm confident that we are going to see a turn in this country attitudinally, or perhaps a better way of phrasing it is a return in this country to a different place, a different space. I think a lot of that mistrust that you talk about, comes from what I'm going to call general disillusionment. There is no question that the pandemic had a massive impact on this country in many, many ways. From my standpoint, one of the biggest being, it just changed everybody's mindset about everything. And then I think, on top of that, there is a massive amount of discord in this country as it relates to political leadership. I think there's a very large portion of the population that is looking for new and different leadership than we currently have today. and and that voice is getting louder and louder and louder all the time.
Amar, I'll turn it to you. How do you feel we can get trust back and get, yeah?
No, I think, to Richard's point, I think doing good quality journalism, that's the bedrock, and we can't ever stop doing that. But I also think we need to do a better job of sort of letting just the general public know on how we do things. I think in terms of media literacy, we fall well behind because most people simply don't understand what we do. And it's a struggle that I faced with my family, right? My kids grew up listening to 680 News when they were getting ready for school. And yet, again, like during the pandemic, they fell into that same trap. Oh, Dad, why is this on news? Why are you doing this? Why aren't you covering it? I said, you guys cut your teeth listening to news all the time. And yet that understanding of, what is news and how do we tell stories is just not there. And I think maybe, doing a better job of media literacy would also help people understand, why certain things are the way they are, why we do need to check and verify everything, why we just simply can't label anything, any word that we want, why words have power and consequences. So I think that would go a long way as well.
It's also hard, and I mean, this week was a great example of this, right? Of how, the 40 babies line that we heard both, Biden and Netanyahu say, and then how a lot of organizations like, and I think cable news is different in the States, but we had CNN quickly say that, this was an Israeli airstrike, and without even saying that we don't know all the details. And so I think even when we hear our leaders say stuff that is not backed by evidence, that also is challenging. How do we refute that? What do we do to explain to people how things are happening?
Oh boy, trust is a funny thing, and I think about Ipsos and how it's always reminding us that you don't have a lot of trust. We're somewhere down there with used car salesmen. Last I checked, and everybody here has an opinion on how you earn trust. You just don't declare that you can trust us. And my feeling is, you look at sort of where else is trust applied. Do we trust our government? Do we trust our health care? Do we trust the services that we're buying? Do we trust contractors? The news trust is, over time, and this is really what it is it's the attack of the brand, this fake news. And trust is going to be increasingly hard to verify what's real and what isn't. And our role remains the same. And I agree with Richard that there is a basic strength in attribution of ensuring that there is balance, ensuring that we are not, if we can't verify something, we say we can't, but we know that this is being reported. Obviously, social media, and we talked a little bit about, the traffic, the currency of facts is lost on social media in many ways. And we're in the business of truth. They're in the business of traffic. And these facts aren't always qualified. So the consistent standards being applied day in and day out, ensuring that there is experience in the room and that there is a broad discussion of diverse opinions and voices, this is what trust is to me. And in many cases, I think we've lost people who are down a rabbit hole somewhere, getting a different version of the scene. Their alternative facts work for them. They fit their ideology and who they are and what they want to believe. I'll tell you this, though, and I'll end on this, and I don't want this to sound, sort of disrespectful of the question, but our news organization has slightly more people watching us on television this year than we did the year before. That's remarkable in a declining market of TV. We're talking linear broadcast television. Flat, slightly up. We have more people than ever watching our streaming services. We're up 6% year over year on our digital sites. So maybe they don't trust us. Maybe that's okay that they don't trust us. But they're watching us and they're listening to us and they're ideally taking some bit of information that we're providing for free to them.
Right.
So you can trust us or you can't. But I think that what we're trying to do is live up to the standards of trust and what it means to me and to our teams.
Okay. There's something that came out of the Ipsos polling, and knowing all of you, this is going to be very sad to hear. Also, those of you in the audience, I was so disappointed when Liz told me about this. So there's a generational difference as well when it comes to trust in news, to the point where Ipsos found that younger Canadians are more accepting of news curated by algorithms targeting them, even if that news is not true, as long as they are entertained. What's your reaction to that, Brody?
Well, I have two of those young people in my life, and I pay close attention to them and their friends. I actually think I give younger people more credit. I think they get news differently than us, for sure. It comes to them. They're also interested superficially in lots of things until they're not. And then they go deep, deep into a story of interest. And they know how to find credible interest. And generally, those credible voices on some of the things they're interested in may not be traditional news. There are other people who have those interests. So I think that's what we have to figure out. How do we become a part of that conversation? You know, on the trust thing, there's so much to say. We are organizations that try to reach for the center around a consensus. We have a belief that there are facts and there are shared facts, and that's really a hard place to be when the world is pulling into partisan, polarized camps. You're squeezed when people don't believe there are shared facts. And I don't think we should back down from where we are, because you mentioned the United States. The United States, with their cable news channels, they went the path of appealing to those audiences. And believe me, there's money there for sure, and there's audiences to be won if you decide to play to one side or the other. But then look at their trust scores are among the lowest in the world. So I think we have the right approach. I hope, like Richard, that it will speak for itself. And maybe even, we haven't even talked about AI, but I'm convinced AI will disrupt our worlds in ways that are almost impossible to imagine, but such intense disinformation and misinformation and deep fakes that perhaps news organizations will be a beacon in a really messy world, and maybe people will actually see the value in a world where they can't trust anything.
Is CBC using AI, and if so, how?
Well, great question, because we're all using AI and have been for years. Recommendation engines, typing into Google and it auto-completes. So really the focus now and what is all the conversation is around generative AI. So using these tools to actually create content. We've been very, very careful. We started with just publishing externally and internally an ethical framework around how we would use it for our journalism. We've done very, very little of generative AI, but it's coming fast and the tools are remarkable. And there are some good things that could be used that make lives of journalists easier, especially around versioning or transcription. But we are taking a very cautious approach. And at this point, nothing goes to the public without human oversight.
Okay. I wanted to throw this over to you as well, Richard and Amar and Ward. Are you using AI in your newsroom, generative AI at all in your newsrooms right now?
The only area where we're using it is looking at data and curating content through a better understanding of what on a website, what story, where it's placed, how is this normal traffic for where that placement is. If it's doing better, then there's an automatic curation. But in terms of writing it, in terms of having virtual anchors, we're not quite there yet. And there are discussions, and Brody and I have been part of these discussions around the verification of video, because that really is sort of one of the things that I think everybody in the room should, and anybody that knows how to edit video, you can really get lost and on fake video. And being entertained is one thing, but ensuring that the video is authenticated from the original source. that is a certification process that we're working with groups to ensure that, and our vendors, that when you shoot the video, when you edit the video, that there is something that's embedded in that so that it has verification of the video. And if your video is being used by somebody else not in that chain, then it's identified as fake. So there are ways that we can counter this. But, you know, I'll leave it there for now.
If either of you have anything to add on AI, and then
All I was going to say is that, you know, we're looking at AI. It's a tool, and it has to just be looked at as a tool, but it cannot replace humans at all. I think kind of what Brody's talking about, like the final arbitrator on journalism must be humans. Vetting, writing, you know, reporting, that is a human function. AI can be used as a way, you know, for production efficiencies, for building graphics and other things. Like it will play a role. I think it would be remiss if we all said, oh, AI will have no role in the future. It will have a role in journalism, but I think we do have to draw a hard line about where you know, what is human and what is AI. And I think if we get away from the journalism part of it, then we really open ourselves up to disinformation and, you know, deep fake videos that are going there unchecked. It's a dangerous, dangerous place.
We're not using it, we're, you know, we consciously have decided not to until such time as we can do a fulsome examination and create a editorial policy and an appropriate framework. Now, I say that from a big picture standpoint. My hope is that everybody in our newsroom is functioning that way. But
is not writing
that's not necessarily something I can guarantee. But no, that's the approach that we've taken.
You know, I should say that, you know, we're also looking at it. We have editorial policy around it. But I wanted to get back to this idea of a generation, a younger generation, not trusting. And I think back, you know, in when I was young, what I thought about government and news, and I think about, you know, and forgive me, I'm a boomer, but I think about, you know, the people that were fighting for civil rights and the people that were fighting against war. And there wasn't a lot of trust in media. There wasn't a lot of trust in government. And so, yes, perhaps the younger generation is skeptical of what we're providing. And I think that's a healthy situation. I think that, you know, young minds are so clever at understanding and debunking what is being fed to them as message. And my hope is that over time, as with many of us, you start to plug into different sources of information because you need something in your life that is not currently, you know, either being a student or being, you know, the literacy piece is, I think, a key one. And you mentioned this. You know, how do you balance stodgy old news with something that's flashy and funny and providing at least one fact of information, which, you know, is then carried and spiraled and kicked around. So I think that there's a natural skepticism. Not only as a journalist, we should be questioning things, but as thinking people. And honestly, I hope that the youth continue to challenge and question what we're writing. And frankly, in our newsrooms, we hear this and we feel it and we admire it and we see it, and we work with them to learn ourselves.
I have to say, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, just one quick thought. The one thing I do worry about is in media literacy courses. I can't believe my kids, by the way, did a media literacy course, and the teacher suggested mainstream media can't be trusted. I thought, oh my gosh, like. But I think what I worry about is, are we talking, teaching, valuing the role of journalism in democracy? Actually, naming that, I think we just assume it, maybe, that it is a fundamental pillar of a free and open society, and kind of a prerequisite for a healthy democracy. But I'm actually not sure that conversation's happening. And because if we really did value it, so this is the big picture society kind of question, but do we value journalism and in that role or not? And if we do, then how do we tolerate public figures and other organizations suggesting that the media is a terrible enemy of the people. Like, that I wonder about, and I don't even know if my own kids actually understand the Fourth Estate.
Sorry, just take off on your point here. I mean, you look at everything that went on with the Greenbelt fiasco. The only reason that decision got turned down was reversed was because journalists were on the story. And I don't think, to your point, Brody, I don't think that people really truly understand the role journalists played. And it was across the board, like journalists from every organization were digging, pushing, and holding the government's feet to the fire, which is what they should be doing.
But also, isn't that a great example? For me, I was thinking about this last night. Do we still matter? Heck yeah. The Star, Narwhal, our organizations, the Globe and Mail, that journalism caught something happening, government had to respond, ended up reversing. So we still matter. And we should hold on to that as a big victory. But then the sad thing is how many city halls or legislatures have bare-bone staff, if anyone, on premises.
What more could we do?
How much more could we do? Right.
But I think there is a fundamental challenge in how we still matter. I agree with all of you 100% from the standpoint of what it is we do and holding government to account. That is absolutely critical. But our audiences are shrinking. Families don't gather around the radio to hear the morning news the same way that they used to. They don't gather at 6 p.m. to watch the local news the same way that they used to. They don't make, watching the news at 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. the same kind of appointment they used to. And I think we, as an industry, have got to do a better job making it a priority to remind people about the important work that we're doing and the necessity for them to continue to want to consume us, at 8 a.m. and at 6 p.m. and at 10 or 11 p.m. Because the work that we're all doing is incredibly important, and it makes our country better.
It's sad we have to prove it, but maybe we all need promos on the green belt about what our organizations have done. But it's, maybe the onus is on us to have to prove that. I'm going to turn it over to questions because we don't have a lot of time left. This discussion has been going so well. Yes, go ahead.
My question is, numbers are for Zoomer. The economic challenges of journalism.
You're getting a mic. Just give me 2 seconds there. Great.
Thank you very much. My name is Bobby Hristova with CBC News. My question is, we know the economic challenges are impacting staffing. At the same time, we're having big stories come up that require a lot of context. How are newsrooms balancing the fact that many people are on part-time or casual contracts, and yet we also need people with institutional knowledge and experience to cover these stories? So how are you trying to manage that when people are jumping from newsroom to newsroom to newsroom or job to job to job?
Well, I would say it's our biggest challenge is in ensuring and attracting, retaining talent. We work very closely, I would say, as a leadership group to make choices. And the choices that we've been making at Global News is to look carefully at all aspects of our business and to invest resources into the growing parts of our business. If television audiences are shrinking in some cases, it's because they're consuming it elsewhere. And, we work closely with, I would say closely, and we have a good working relationship with our union. And we hear from them, and they put us on notice when there is a perception that we're not being fair to people. We still have a huge organization. I mean, we're talking, all in with radio, online, and television, close to 700 journalists. And that's a big number across the country. And we're in 15 communities across our country. So we're doing our best to manage this. But we also know that put it this way, what we're doing is we're putting resources around stories as opposed to shows. And we're putting resources at using local, national, online broadcast to ensure that we're covering the big story of the day effectively and in making sure that it's on multiple platforms so that there is audience if it's not the traditional one. I'm not sure I answered your question, but
I just want to jump in and perhaps I'm going to answer your question in a different way. I think it's absolutely critical that everybody in this room and everybody in our business understand the shift that has gone on. The shift that has gone on, driven by economics, is that there is no longer money to do everything the way that we used to and want to do. What happens now is the task of all of us on this stage, and it should be the task of all of you as well, is to be thinking about ways to spend every dollar most effectively. And I know that is a fundamental shift and change in the world of journalism and how our newsrooms exist, but that is the practical reality. The reality is that we have more finite resources than we ever have, and we've got to figure out a way to utilize those resources the most effectively to do what we think is important. And I'm going to give you an example from a CTV perspective. Yes, earlier this year we made a decision to close 2 of our foreign bureaus, and there were people who were displaced as a result of that. But here's the rest of the story. The rest of the story is that by making that change, we have created 4 new videographer positions and dispatch staff in provinces that we previously did not have national news staff in. I've added 4 weekend reporting positions that allow my national news correspondents to be deployed more effectively across a 5-day work week. And I've added a full-time dedicated storyteller to CTV News Channel. So again, what was perceived to be a cut in what it is we were doing actually turned out to be a reinvestment in other things. And that was because we made an analysis of what what we were doing today, what our goals are, what our needs were, and made a determination as to how to spend dollars more effectively. And I would encourage all of you, as you are doing your jobs on a daily basis, to be thinking about that and to be thinking that the people that you're responsible to and are reporting to are making those difficult choices every day.
Thank you for that, Richard. Do we have time for one more question, or do you think we're at time? Go ahead. We have time for a quick question, and then we have to wrap.
Maybe I'm not the best person to ask for a quick question then. This is something that you touched on briefly, Richard. The media market now is seeing a lot of layoffs. The Ottawa Citizen, Montreal Gazette, they've been having a hard time keeping staff. And I'm wondering, as an undergrad student and a freelance reporter, what can I do? What can people do in general to get into an industry that seems to have trouble keeping these positions open in the first place?
Great question, and I'm going to preface my answer with this: that while the situation now is far more intense than it has ever been, certainly in the period of time that I've been in the business, there have been a number of points in time where I'm going to say the situation has been very similar. Like I was in journalism school at what is now Toronto Metropolitan University when the CBC made a decision to close 10 local stations. And I remember going to school that evening and to my television broadcasting class, and the instructor who worked at CBC, Ann Medina, giant in journalism in Canada, stood before us and said, yesterday, everybody in this room could have reasonably expected to have a job upon graduation. And today, 1 or 2 of you may be lucky to get that opportunity. I share that because, I want to make sure everybody who's in your position understands that opportunities do exist and they're going to continue to exist. And I've always believed, and anytime I've been asked, how do I break into the business? How do I make sure that, I have a career that, I find fulfilling and rewarding through continued employment as a journalist? I say the same thing. Be an exceptional content creator, and the jobs will find you. If you're really good at what you do, and you're dedicated to, the craft of journalism, you'll be able to find a job. It may not necessarily be working for one of us. It may be, part of a digital platform or something else. But I think there's always going to be demand for really great content and exceptional journalism. And if you can demonstrate an ability to do that, you'll find a job.
It's a great place to end off. Let your work speak for itself. And you're at the right place, because there's a lot of discussions on this tomorrow and a lot of people you can speak to tomorrow as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to RTDNA President Liz Travers. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for the open, honest discussion of often difficult topics. And I really appreciate, and I think we all appreciate you coming here and talking about these things, because they're things as students who are going into the business and people who have been here for a long time. It's always on our minds. It's a difficult time. I do want to thank Canadian Press for sponsoring this session. And I'm happy to say that you're all going home with the brand new CP style book. So there'll be one for each of you, yes. And the other thing I wanted to say is, coming up is our Ipsos, the results of our Ipsos poll. And I think we're above the used Carl Salesman word. You'll be happy to know. I think we've gone ahead. So I think, I think so. So that's a relief. Please just give us a few moments to switch some chairs around. Take it as your phone break. Look at your phone. Feel free. Keep it on silent. But I want to thank you again for coming and being part of this.
You are constantly on the move, and so are we, making sense of the moments that matter together.
Looks like things are maybe winding down.
Asking what, why, when.
To the center of the biggest stories, meeting the people living them.
Thank you for letting us be here. What's your situation?
Making sense of our world.
How are we going to be part of this solution?
With you and for you.
Connectedness, groundedness.
I'm Adrienne Arsenault. This is The National.
If everyone could return to your seats, we will be beginning again soon. Thank you. Please welcome to the stage, Beatrice Politti.
Hi, everybody. I hope that you had a moment to check your emails and get caught up on things because we know it's a really, really busy time. If you could grab your snacks and your coffee and come back on in, that would be fantastic, and take your seats because this is another part of the RTDNA annual conference that I personally really, really enjoy. And it's one of those few opportunities, I think, in the Canadian media landscape to actually analyze it. There isn't a lot of study of media in Canada. So along with our partner, our very wonderful partner, Ipsos, who's been with us for a number of years, and, you know, Daryl and I go way back from having worked at Global together for a number of years. We're going to take a look at the 2023 Journalism by the Numbers. And we're going to look at who's actually consuming news. Are they willing to pay for it? Which is a really important question. And how much are they willing to pay for it? And what are the actual perceptions of what news is between the generations? So if you would, please welcome Daryl Bricker, Global Ipsos Public Affairs CEO.
Sounds good enough.
Excellent. Fantastic.
Thanks, Beatrice. This is always a great audience. I always enjoy this. Critical journalists looking at data. So the way I would look at what I'm going to talk to you about today is, rather than as conclusions, some interesting hypothesis generation. Because I went through these data quite a bit over the last couple of days, and it really raised more questions than it gave me answers. And maybe challenged some assumptions that I had that I don't think were particularly correct about how Canadians are engaging with news. And there's some tactical elements that we're going to look at here. So things related to, you know, whether your trust is going up or down, what people think about local news, and you know, what they think, particularly a new topic this year, what they think about AI and how it relates to what the future of news is going to be. But I thought the most interesting material was about the thing that Beatrice mentioned last, which was generations, and how they actually relate to the news. Because one thing that we do know is the news audience, even though the Canadian population reached its highest level in history this year, 40 million people, it's not like we've seen an incremental rise in consumption in news with the rise in population. So what's going on? In fact, we've seen the opposite. Because audiences should be growing for every platform as the population increases. I mean, it's one of the drivers, right? Population growth. So why isn't consumption of news, particularly in the mainstream platforms, expanding in line with the rise of the population? I'll offer a couple of clues as we go through this, but I would look at it not as necessarily as answers, but maybe clues about your own market research and what you're taking a look at in terms of understanding your audiences. So, the future of news. Trust is up 5 points over this time last year when we conducted this survey. Thunderous applause at the front. I don't know if you heard it. Guys, that's as good as my funny stuff gets, so if you don't laugh at that, it's going to be really bad. So you're going to have to pay attention and work with me here, okay? So it's up 5 points. Why is it up 5 points? I don't know. The question is whether it is up an enduring 5 points, and this is the start of a new trend moving in the other direction, or we've just seen a bounce. We won't know for a period of time. When we do the survey next year, we'll see if this is a trend that's moving in the right direction. but there has been some improvement. Next, focusing specifically on local news. 56% of Canadians feel local news has become more important to them since the pandemic. 48%, that's half of us, are more engaged with civic and local news stories than prior to the pandemic. That's what they tell us. But given what's happening to local news, one really has to wonder if that's just like the right answer to the question, you're supposed to be concerned about these things, or whether people are actually reflecting that in their consumption habits. And I think at this stage of the game, we don't see really any reflection in consumption habits on this. Next, there's concern about the future of local news. 67% of Canadians think that the gathering and delivery of local news is in jeopardy. I imagine if we asked them about national news, they'd probably be saying similar kinds of things. And 53% of Canadians are confident in the future of local news in the community, which means that half aren't. So we're at kind of a flux point right now when it comes to local news. Concern, interest among at least half the population, but really not sure about where this is going to go and what it's going to look like. But even though they say it's important, even so, though they're concerned about the future, they're really not willing to pay for it. And this should be no new news to anybody. In fact, only 31, less than $20, 80% of the population say they're prepared to pay. Now I'd like to talk briefly about AI. That's kind of the topic du jour. I'm sure it'll be the Time magazine cover this year. Maybe not, given all the events that are happening in the world, but save those, it probably would be one of the very, very top news stories. And so how is AI going to affect news? Well, 62% of Canadians believe that AI can be used in the newsroom. What does that mean? Well, among university graduates, they think probably this is already happening. Lower among people who are older. Principally, I would say not because they have plugged into how the news environment could use AI, but you'll find that most of the knowledge and most of the interest in AI is in younger populations. So a lot of older people don't necessarily know what it is, or to the extent they know anything about AI, they probably remember the movie AI, or they remember the Terminator, or something of that nature. But they only like it for certain tasks. If it can help identify disinformation, and we know that Canadians are really worried about disinformation in the news environment, yeah, if they can make it any better, 38% say sure. To verify information, 36% relates to disinformation, I would say. To research databases, nobody wants to look at databases, so if AI can help with that a little bit, sure, why not? To write full stories, absolutely not. To write paid content, people don't know what paid content is, but it sounds like a news story and therefore generates the same level of interest. They want a human touch when it comes to news and the production of news. 38% of Canadians don't think AI should be used in the newsroom at all. And skepticism exists on the future of AI for the newsroom. We cannot trust AI to be fair and unbiased, 69%, particularly among people who are older. Again, lack of familiarity with the technology. Younger people are more open to the idea. And the part of the reason is because they don't generally think that news is trustworthy anyway. As I said before, the human touch is critical to making the news, to curating the news, to deciding what is news. 85% would really rather have it created by humans, and 84% believe that newsrooms, producers of news, need to be transparent about the fact that they are using AI in the production of their news. I don't know about you, but I haven't heard a lot of disclaimers from any newsrooms lately about whether or not AI is involved in things that's being done. Frankly, I don't know what the status of that is, but as with most things that you see these days, transparency is kind of the queen when it comes to information. People want to know what's going on. And there's a certain capacity for AI to be integrated into the news. And in my own business, we're using AI a lot more these days to go through massive amounts of data and all the rest of it. So I think people have this view that there should be some advancement in terms of the use of technology in the production of anything, including the news, but they're very clear that you'd be using AI to write the news. It's all right if it frees up reporters to cover things more in depth, at least for 40% of the population. I'm confident in AI's ability to create news stories such as writing news articles or scripts for TV broadcasts, fewer than a third. Now, if it does a really good job, you might see those numbers go up. And finally, I support newsrooms using tools like voice cloning and avatar creation to present the news. Not a really popular idea at the moment, but again, probably because they don't know anything about it, they've never really seen it, but if they become familiar with it and it works, they've at least got a starting point at 29%. That's a third of the population say it's okay. Who doesn't? I think I said that like 5 times. I agree with you. Here's what I want to spend my time on, because normally this presentation would stop here. So, older and younger Canadians differ on what the news is, but it'd stop on this slide. What do 18 to 34-year-olds want from the news? I know, because marketing, which I work in, most presentations stop at this slide. So what do the young folks want? Well, here's the problem. They trust social media more than they trust anything else. For them, the news is as much entertainment as it is information. And maybe when I was 18 years old, I thought the same thing too. They get their news from social media. They like online-only publications. They're down with Instagram and they're down with TikTok. They could be spending more on news subscriptions over the next few years because why not? They're not spending anything on it right now, by the way, but maybe when they run into some money, which, by the way, they have none of, maybe they will spend it on news subscriptions, but that's speculative. They think the news could do better at reflecting the issues and diversity of marginalized groups in Canada? Absolutely. But their list of marginalized groups is quite expansive. They believe AI can be used to write news stories and create other content because, again, as I said before, it's as much entertainment as it is information. And they think newsrooms don't need to be clear about how and when AI is used. And finally, they think AI is the future of news creation. Boy, that doesn't sound like a great target group, does it? But we spend all our time and attention on that in most marketing meetings that I ever go to. What do the kids want? Let me explain a couple of quick things. 2 weeks ago, we announced the lowest birth rate in Canadian history. The fastest growing group of the population in Canada today is people over the age of 65. And guess what? They have all the money, they have all the resources, they have all the houses, they have all the defined pensions, they have everything. These guys are in the marketplace where they can barely afford to get by. How much money do they have for news? The answer is they'll take the free stuff on TikTok and Instagram and other things. But we spend so much time and attention trying to capture this group. And it's based on this old marketing notion that youth drives everything in the economy. And the truth is it doesn't anymore. But we still think that it does. And then we never get to this slide, which is 55-year-olds. And what's interesting about the news is these guys used to be your core audience. These were people who used to read newspapers. These were people who used to be engaged with TV and radio. They still are to a large extent, much more than the younger population. And the joke I usually hear when I come to things like this is, well, it's because this audience is dying off. No, Canadians are living longer every year. I mean, there was a slight hiccup due to COVID, but we're getting very good at keeping people alive in this country. We're getting really bad at making new people. So why don't we give these guys a little bit of love? Because they've at least tried news. They don't have all the skepticism that the younger population, who doesn't really see the value of it and sees it as much as entertainment as anything, yeah, we're going to have to figure out a way to break through with that. But I know anybody who's worked in marketing before, it's easier to get a departed customer back because they at least know what you have than it is to try and create a new customer, create interest among a new customer who's never tried you. So what about these folks? Well, they trust the traditional media sources. They like TV. They like newspaper. Yeah, sure, maybe they read it online, but they're still into it. They still listen to news radio. That's where they get their information. They may not want to pay for news services like aggregators and curated content and podcasts and online media sources. By the way, the other guys don't either. But maybe that's because somebody hasn't come up with what works for them yet. And by the way, they don't want to be treated as seniors. They want to be treated as mainstream consumers. They don't want to be reminded that they're old in every story. They think the news media does a good job of reflecting Canada's many diverse facets, but that's because good enough for them. But at the same time, they're walking away from those places that are really focusing their targeting on the youth. They fear for the future of local and regional news. They care more about it too. So there's a target group that's interested in talking to. And they think that AI should not be used in the newsroom at all. So if I was getting into AI heavily being used in the news, I'd be worried about even more of these guys walking away. So you're going to have to explain it very carefully. And finally, they prefer a human to create and curate the news for them rather than AI. And for every journalist, you should be saying, thank you, because you're my audience. Now, granted, we're going to get younger people to move into this audience because younger people in this country aren't as young as we think they are. They're actually older. As I said before, we stopped having babies. So as people move into their older stage of their lives, are they going to take on the habits of these people, or are they going to maintain the habits of the younger generations? That'll be the really interesting marketing question. So if I'm working on news and trying to figure out who my audience is, I'm going to be looking at the range of these things rather than saying, what do the kids want? Yeah, we need to find out what the kids want. But if you're focused on that, you're missing the part of the audience that has all the money. And by the way, likes what you do. But maybe what you're doing right now isn't as appealing to them as it used to be. And this is not a call for nostalgia. It's a call for being open-minded about the truth of the Canadian population and how they deal with news. So to conclude, some final thoughts. Is it possible to reestablish trust? We will see. Meet me back here in a year and we'll see if it fell back down or if it's gone back up. Tap into the concern about future local news to create impetus to fund it. Yeah, people want to have some local news, but how do we create that product that they'll actually put their hard-earned dollars down for? And maybe it's people who own houses, who actually have a bigger stake in the community, who actually vote, older people, who are participating more in their communities. Maybe they're the target. I don't know. But maybe you should go out and do some research and find out. Use AI transparently within limits, but there's a thin edge of a wedge for building acceptance, particularly as people become more familiar with it. But I would say it's not for saying that this story was generated by AI. It's to simply make reporters their lives a bit easier, being able to generate some of that background information and that kind of thing. Processing of large amounts of data, those kinds of things, would probably be the best place to start. And finally, tailor the delivery of news to the viewer. Consider what works for different generations, and I would say the key part of that is understanding that there's a wider range of Canadian audience than the one I think a lot of media, and by the way, most marketers, spend all their time focused on. A wider range of opportunities, I think, in the marketplace. Anyway, that's my ugly face, and that's Ipsos. Thank you very much, and I'd like to invite Beatrice back onto the stage.
Thank you very much, Daryl, for those numbers and that presentation. And we'd like to ask you a whole bunch of questions now.
Yep.
I would like the audience to feel free to put your hand up if you have a question. We have folks that'll run around with a microphone so that you can pose it. Are there any questions right now? Yes, please. One moment.
You're all journalists. You have questions.
Lots of questions. Go ahead.
My question is, you mentioned when talking about the younger audiences, they were willing to spend, I think, a max of $20. Was that monthly, annually?
It was. I think it was annually. Yeah, it's not a big number. Well, I mean, guys, you all run news organizations. How great are those paywalls working in terms of generating tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of revenue to replace the traditional subscription revenue? That's not. I mean, it helps, but people are not yet broken into this idea that you pay for news in Canada. There are some key audiences that are doing this. There are some organizations that are having more success than others, but has it been a boon to, say, for example, the major national newspapers? Not so far.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yeah, so with paywalls being as unpopular as you're saying, and with people often defaulting to using ad blockers on browsers on PC, what kinds of solutions are there for funding for papers?
Well, you'd have to ask somebody who is an expert on funding for papers. I don't know. What do you think? Yeah, but this is the dilemma.
Right.
This is the dilemma. I mean, everybody's been struggling with it, and there's some people have been more successful, like the New York Times and the Economist, and some people have been able to find their sugar daddies, like the Washington Post or whatever. But nobody has unlocked this one generically in a way that everybody can take advantage of. So yeah, it is the dilemma facing the news. I agree.
And even if people were willing to spend up to $20 a month, that's still actually not a lot when it comes to paying for news. But I think that we recognize in our country, we have this expectation that news is going to be free. And so it takes a lot to entice somebody to pay for something that they used to get gratis. I think I saw two arms up here. On this side? Okay,
Yeah.
let's go to this side. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I was just curious to know how about you went going to collect this data for the 18 to 34-year-olds. Was it via social media? Was it in person? Was it just an email survey?
No, we have online panels that we do surveys with. It's the way that research gets done in this country. If you're doing readership research or whatever, or viewer research, you're doing it exactly the same way that we just did this. Yeah, so it's the way we would do any type of poll.
I think I saw, a couple of folks in the middle.
Representative of the national population, weighted correctly, so it has all the right proportions of the population according to all the main demographic indicators. So it's within the expected margin. It's what you would probably get if you went out and did the same survey again today. This was done in the first 2 weeks of September, by the way.
Mm-hmm. So the 18 to 34 and 25 to 54 have been not where the money is for quite a while now, and yet it hasn't changed as far as how much advertisers will pay for spots, depending on the numbers of people watching in those demographics. When is that going to change? I mean, the 55 plus do have the money. They're the ones who are going to buy the products, and yet this is very old thinking.
Yeah, and this is I feel like Don Quixote on this one, because I go out and talk to all of these people, and it's the same thing. You walk in and there's the 35-year-old media director and creative director and all the rest of it. And it's like, I want to make ads for me. I want to make the way I understand the marketplace is what I want to do. And then you say to them, what I just said to you, and it's like I dropped an anvil on their head. It's just never thought about it. So, because since the end of the Second World War, I mean, economic growth has been driven by population growth, and population growth has been driven by youth. And it was an extremely smart strategy in 1975. I mean, when Coke decided to do the ads about, I'd like to teach the world to sing and all the rest of it, that was simpatico with the youth movement. It was with the strength of youth. It was absolutely spot on. It was the first time in human history in which youth had its own independent income. It could buy records. Nobody had youth music before. There was only music. Nobody had youth clothes before. There was only clothes. Nobody had youth products or anything. They didn't exist. Maybe, some toys for kids, but we never thought of youth as a market. They were only part of their parental income. They got their own independent income as we went through the end of the Second World War to today. And so it made sense. But today, it's just not the same. It's not the case. And the reason is because they aren't. The population pyramid doesn't look like this anymore. It's flipping. And guess what? The people at the top, like this, have all the money. Why? Because they got the houses, they got the pensions, they got the whatever. They have it all. And the problem that we have with them is they're not seen as consumers. They're seen as hoarders, basically. They bought their first car, they bought their first house, they have all their white goods, they raise their families. They're looking for things that are for them, but nobody's making anything for them because they're invisible.
Yes, go ahead.
So isn't it time to make them visible again?
Yes. No, that's what I'm arguing, yeah.
Who is going to have the cojones, as use an old term? Sorry if anyone misinterprets that as male-oriented.
I'll interpret that as data.
Data, there you are.
The data, because that's all I have.
Like somebody's got to take the lead. So somebody's got to make an investment, right, in content creation. Oh, woe unto us that local media is dying. Oh, well, the reason it's dying is because they're trying to get people who do not consume it to consume it, and they will not. So therefore, it's time for people to break the mold again, is it not?
Well, you know, it's just like anything. I mean, I'm in the business of coalition building, whether it's in politics or in business or whatever. And if your coalition isn't getting bigger, you're not doing it right. I mean, the dependent variable in the equation is viewership, readers, revenue. And if they're not going up, something's got to change.
I think we've got a question over there. Yes.
You mentioned that you mentioned the lower birth rate, right? And I think that we all know that Canada combats that lower birth rate with immigration. And so I think that a large part of the 18 to 34-year-olds, there's a large portion of immigrants there, right? A lot of them are newly arrived. A lot of them have different media consumption habits based on where it is that they come from or their home countries and so on and so forth. So my question is, how much is immigration being considered in the survey? Because I think that it does play a large role in the results, and it would be a better way to sort of analyze and read through them.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I would say, though, that age is still the determining factor. The thing about immigration, it's like a sugar high. All we're doing is kicking the problem down the road. Because immigrants don't come in at the age of 0. And after a generation, they have exactly the same birth habits as Canadians. So it's like a sugar high. It's going to last for a couple of decades, and that's it. I would say, and this is one thing that I'm really encouraging our clients to do, is to talk more to new Canadians, because they are the fastest growing part of the Canadian population. I mean, you know, one of the things I always hear is the Indigenous community is the fastest growing. No, it is not. The Indigenous community is about that big. It's about 1.8% of the population at the max. We bring in more than 1 million immigrants a year. The entire status Indian population in Canada is 700,000 people. So yes, we have to have diversity in all the ways that you can look at it, but we also have to look at who Canada is becoming. And by the way, those people aren't moving downtown. They're moving to car commuting suburbs. 90% of Canada's population growth over the last 20 years has been in car commuting suburbs. So whatever that downtown perspective is, that's not them. And so what do we talk about when we talk about the suburbs? And in fact, you know, the death of local news is really a problem, because more and more we're going to be reflecting that downtown perspective. And that's not where the population is growing. In fact, the city of Toronto is losing population. So yes, I agree 100. If I can agree, you know, numbers matter to me, so I can only agree to 100% with you. But I'll say there's margin error, and I agree 105% with you. So yes, absolutely.
Go ahead, Jen.
Thanks. I know we're out of time. Thanks, Daryl, for this. You've done this survey and presentation for several years now. What would you say surprised you most about this year's results?
The starkness and the difference between the generational aspects. We've seen it coming. Beatrice and I have talked about this for a long time, but it's becoming more stark than I've ever seen. And the part that I find most dismaying is the fact that there is this desire for people in that older generation to be able to consume information, and a willingness to trust the people who are producing it that is just doesn't seem to be getting noticed by the people who are responsible for the business decisions about news in this country. And by the way, it's not unique to this place. It's unique to marketing everywhere. It's unique to media everywhere. But there's an opportunity there, and you know, I don't want to be cliche, but a great cliche is the Wayne Gretzky thing. Go where the puck's going. And the Canadian population's 42 on average. It's not 21.
We have another yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Georgia Callahan.
Hey, Georgia.
I am a Durham College student. As you can see, there are multiple Durham College students here. And we are in journalism.
Hey to Durham.
And we have loved listening to you. But my question for us would be, how would you suggest, as the younger generation, we are ones who peddle in news. We are interested in news. We do read the news. We do spread the news. We do work on it. How do you suggest to us that we combat our generation's distrust and plain indifference in the news from a generational perspective of our own?
Well, I'd throw that right back at you. You're the expert, not me. And the second thing I would say is take away from this that it's not about the news necessarily you want to see, that the audience is bigger. And that's one of the things I worry about when I go in newsrooms and see, tons and tons and tons of young people. It's like, it's not about the news you want to see. It's about the news the audience wants to see. And you're not necessarily reflective of the audience. As much as you think you are, you're not.
An audience is extremely important when targeting any message.
Yeah.
And news is a message. So it's, I think, probably important to take into account that wider notion of audience. Just scanning here to see if there are any more hands up. Oh, yes, more hands.
Have I offended anybody else?
Perhaps
it's what I do. So.
Well, maybe I'll continue the offence. Perhaps maybe we should be looking. I've heard, I think, 3 comments so far that local news is dying, and no, it's not. No one needs to feel sorry for me in the room, but I'm probably the only one here from Saskatchewan. And I can tell you that our newsrooms are growing. We have opportunities. We have 5 more positions we've created this year alone between newsrooms. Local news is not dying. And perhaps we would have better success if we start the conversation from the success rather than the doom and gloom.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be interesting to look at the concept of local and then plot it against the where the communities are growing. So the fastest growing communities in Canada are car commuting suburbs, as I said before. So local news there, big deal. Also, Saskatchewan has the benefit of, along with Alberta, getting massive immigration over the space of the last couple of decades. I mean, one of the biggest changes that we've seen in Canadian population is the growth of Western Canada. It's not like the West wants in anymore. The country is becoming West. I mean, if you take a look at Quebec and Atlantic Canada, they're all suffering. I mean, they've had a bit of an improvement in terms of population with some immigration, but the massive growth in the Canadian population is taking place in the Toronto suburbs and in Western Canada, mostly again in suburban communities. But if you go out into the wild north of Saskatchewan, it's old, there's no money, and there's few people. I mean, the average age of a farmer in Canada, I think, is about 57 now. And they're trying to get out of the business as well. So I think local news, to the extent that it's understood as commuting distance to the city or access to the city, and that commuting distance is actually moving out now with hybrid work, there's the opportunity, because those are the places that are growing. Downtown isn't. Downtown isn't. People don't really live downtown. Right? This is why the irony of everything that they're doing in the city of Toronto to make it, the 15-minute city. If we have the 15-minute city in Toronto, the city will go broke. I mean, it needs car commuting suburbanites. And now that they have an option and they're not coming back downtown, we've got a big, big problem. And by the way, people who live in the city don't like them, but you're dependent on them.
We had a question over here, I think. Yes.
Hi there. I'm just wondering if you have any data in terms of young people seeing news as entertainment, in terms of how that compares historically and how people's ideas about news tend to change as they age.
I kind of alluded that in my comments when I said maybe I thought that way when I was 18. I don't know that anybody was really looking at it. We used to have a very, very serious, always, a more serious view of what the news is. And we act like that's like, the way news has always been. I mean, no, newspapers back in the early 1900s, and you had like 10 different newspapers and they were all fake news. It was just the way things were done. I mean, you had the Liberal Party paper, you had the Progressive Conservative Party paper, you had the Socialist paper. I mean, people used to be, it used to be part of the entertainment mix historically too. It's just that right now, for young people, it's basically about entertainment. much more than it is for older people who kind of grew up in more of that Lloyd Robertson, Peter Mansbridge type era, where you had the kind of the voice of truth speaking to you from the from the CBC or from CTV or from from Global News or whatever, or from the radio station CFRB here in Toronto or whatever. That voice of truth, our version of Walter Cronkite, and that doesn't exist the way that it used to anymore. So interesting to do some research on what young people actually, more deep research on what young people are doing. But then if I was your person in charge of market research, I'd demand an equal budget to go out and find out why seniors left. Because they've already tried your product. What chased them away?
I think we have time for maybe one more question. Is there anybody? Yes, I see a couple of arms up here. Let's go with these two. Let's start here and then go to this area. I think there's three. We can probably fit them in. Go ahead.
Hi. What would you say is a journalist's best asset when covering the news?
Where I can't see you, sorry, but I would say your ability to consume a lot of information, reduce a lot of information into something that somebody cares about and wants to read about and wants to learn from. That's the genius of a journalist, somebody who's able in the eye of a storm to consume all of the information and come up with something that is inspiring for people to read. Fact-based, telling them the truth about what's going on. I think that's, maybe I'm nostalgic, but that's what I'm looking for. Tell me something I don't already know. It's generally why I don't like reading a lot of columnists in Canada. Sorry if there's any columnists from Canada in here. It's like if you're writing the same column every day, I don't read it. I don't have time. I already know what you're going to say. Surprise me.
Fantastic. Let's go to, there were a couple of more. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. My name's Jackie. I wanted to talk a bit about AI. I don't know if you caught the session before this, the bear pit with leaders from...
Don't like bears. Okay, so...
leaders from some of the country's, or the country's largest news organizations talking about whether or not they use AI in their newsrooms. As an example, CTV's leader said they outright aren't using it. Seeing what we saw in your presentation about the difference between the 18 to 34s and then the 55 plus don't want it. The younger generation is okay with it, is seemingly more comfortable with it. Does that concern you? What were your thoughts on those results?
We use it in our own business a fair amount. And like I said, for large tasks that are better meant for machines and consuming lots of information, makes sense. And by the way, every time you go on Google, you're using AI. So, you can't really say you're not using it because we all do every day. Increasingly, we're going to find all those social media platforms, that's how they're going to deal with us, with an increasing injection of artificial intelligence and machine learning into everything that they do. I mean, we certainly do it. I mean, if you're someone who's a reporter and you've got, an access to information, and everybody knows what taking out the garbage means, from an access to information request, and you've got the ability to scan in all of this stuff that's meaningless to find the one thing that's really important, maybe you could get AI to help you out a little bit with that. That only makes sense. I would. I mean, for reducing large amounts of information down to things that you can manage, data reduction, it's a reasonable thing. The problem gets into if the AI is biased and is reducing the data in a certain direction. And that's maybe where we need competing AI machines and understanding, the biases in them and that kind of thing. But I'm absolutely fascinated with AI. I think it's an incredibly interesting thing, but I think its promise in many ways is greater than what it will probably be able to deliver, and I think its appeal, other than in these things that we're talking about, is going to be less than people think. Kind of like electric cars. Everybody thinks it's a great idea, but hardly anybody buys them.
Are you worried that newsrooms aren't embracing them as quickly as they should be? I mean...
No, I think that supply is going to create demand, and some clever person in the newsroom is going to figure out how to use it in a responsible way to help them break something that's important, or help them do their job more efficiently, or arguably, in some instances, heretically, I'm going to say this, maybe even better. And then other people are going to adopt it until they find out what the flaw is, and then they're going to fix it. And that's the way that everything seems to work going forward. Same thing when nobody was going to use social media. Well, look at us now. Nobody was going to, we're going to do it the old gumshoe way. We're going to go out and collect all our information that way. Well, who does that anymore, really, to the same extent? Well, there's a bit of that, but there's also the use of other tools to help you be more efficient in terms of the way that you go through information. So I think AI is going to find its place. Do I think that there's going to be an AI bot newsreader? Yeah, somebody will play with it for the novelty, but I don't think that it'll have a lot of appeal unless not initially.
With that, I'll say here's to the human touch in news. I'm shocked that 32% of people think it's okay that AI create entire news stories, articles, and scripts for television, and that 29% think it's okay for voice cloning and having an avatar. I was a bit shocked by that. You phrased it as just a third. I'm thinking a third. That's incredible, considering that that's really
enough to win. It's enough to win a federal election in Canada.
It's also how I made my living, and that's where my talent was, in television. Anyway, good to know I can be replaced by AI. Thank you very much. We've run out of time. I hope that you found the session informative. Thank you very much, Cheryl.
Thanks.
Everyone, we will see you back in 15 minutes. We will be commencing very soon. Please return to your seats. Please welcome Cynthia Mulligan.
Hello, everyone. We are going to get started now. I'm Cynthia Mulligan. I'm the political reporter for City News. I largely work out of Queen's Park, so I am Doug Ford's unofficial stalker at the moment. I'm really delighted to introduce our next speaker, Marissa Nelson. And we've all been talking this morning about the challenges with audience trust, and particularly in the age of social media where everything is scrutinized and questioned, and there's a lot of false information now out there. This is a really important discussion. Marissa Nelson is Vice President of Local Media Consulting at Magid, which is a top media strategy firm in the United States. She and her team work with news organizations right across North America to grow audience, develop content strategies, and improve their products. And Marissa has had more than 20 years of multi-platform journalism experience, including local and network media. And before joining Magid 3 years ago, she led 8 local CBC stations in Ontario with a mix of television, radio, and digital stations. And before that, oversaw digital news operations for CBC. So she is a wealth of knowledge. And she's going to walk us through some of the research that Magid has conducted for the RTDNA in the US. And we'll have a chance to have a thoughtful Q&A right after. Marissa.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. And it's nice to be north of the border, though I do live here. But it's nice to talk to Canadian journalists. So I'm going to walk you through some research we did for RTDNA US. Last year we did a trust study not dissimilar to the one you just saw. And this year we kind of changed it just a little bit. So this year we focused on improving trust in local political coverage. And I think the first place I'd like to start is with the audience and hear what they have to say about trust.
If you're trying to push onto me what you believe, sometimes they don't tell the story the way it is.
I want the truth. Like, as long as you're giving me the truth, the facts, the straight up facts.
You basically have to be a little skeptical about, what you hear and see on the news.
They're trying to be honest versus just trying to get a reaction, like covering the facts versus just what they think is going to rile people up.
Sometimes I feel like it's one-sided, and it doesn't cover like the whole basis of things.
Well, yeah, I still think there's just too much bias these days in news.
I don't trust most of them because most of them lie. They take this and cut it parts and out.
I think there's a very definitely a liberal bias in all levels of journalism, from local to national.
It's like maybe a lack of humanity, someone who's probably talking more like a robot than like an actual person.
We'll just say anything that seems more opinionated and not based in fact always makes me wary.
Just seeing how sometimes newsrooms can operate, there's very one-sided.
If their whole perspective is coming only from theirs, that's where I don't have as much trust for them.
So a little sobering. So just a few details here. We did this research in the U.S. in June 2023. The sample size was 2,000 people, 18 to 64, and it matched the demographics of the U.S. Everybody who participated had to consume local news and information on any platform at least once a week. So they were at least passing interest in local news. And, you might say, well, it's U.S., but what we often find is that Canada is 2 to 3, sometimes 5, but 2 to 3 years behind. And I think we all know that there's starting to be more polarization in Canada, and we're starting to see some of this vitriol, some of them directed at our lovely journalists on social, around trust. The other thing to just say, too, is this year we really wanted to focus on what does the audience think we can do to improve their trust. And I think there's some universal lessons from understanding and hearing those perspectives. So I'll start at the top. So the state of trust in 2023. So what we did is we asked the audience, is there ever a time when you use whatever the platform is and wonder if you can trust the local news? And I'm underlining local because this is not about CNN versus Fox. In the U.S., local news is actually quite trusted, and local television news in particular always scores the highest on trust. So you'll see there, 67% of the sample said, yeah, I do wonder sometimes that if I can trust local news. 70% on web, and you can read across. The interesting thing here is we asked the same question last year, and TV was up 24% this year, radio was up 20% this year, and web was up 22%. So not only is the trust in local news devolving, it's also the rate at which people are losing trust in local news or starting to question, right? It's a fairly soft question on purpose. Are you wondering if you can trust it? So really there are 3 areas of focus that the audience told us that we should focus on when it comes to building trust around local news and politics. What's interesting is last year we didn't do politics. This year we focused on politics. And what I would say is many of the messages we heard last year are elevated, right? The amount of distrust is higher around political coverage. And political coverage is what we do and what some of us do a lot. So the lack of trust is elevated. So the 3 areas are topics, approach, and coverage, and we'll talk about topics first. And I think the important thing here is the audience is really clear about what are the topics that are interesting to them in terms of politics. And yet what the politicians talk about are not the same thing, right? So we really, really have to focus on, and this is what I think is so great about local politics, is it's different from city to city, town to town, even province to province, right? So really honing in on, and being focused on what's important to your community, and don't let the politicians' talk tracks take you off that. So in this case, 63%, and I should just say we gave everybody a 1 to 10 score. These are the 8, 9, and 10 scores. So these are the sort of strongly agree. And typically we would say anything over 50% is strong, over 60% is extreme, right? So crime and safety, 63%, economy, 60%, healthcare, 57%. And if you hear politicians, certainly in the U.S., they're often talking about very divisive issues. They're still talking about the 2020 election. 2020 election, not on the list. They're more worried about having healthcare and roads.
Crime. I'm concerned about crime.
Crime sometimes. I get worried.
Crime right now is such a scary thing.
Obviously, it would be safety.
Just the safety of downtown in general.
Safety.
Crime.
What about the crime?
What about the crime?
Yeah.
You want to feel safe.
In my community right now, honestly, the roads are always having construction done. You can't get to where you're trying to go. Whenever you do try to get to where you're going, there's traffic everywhere.
Just having a stable living environment for most people.
Mainly inflation, housing costs. Those are kind of the big things that keep me up.
Public health is my first concern.
Definitely affordable housing or lack thereof, and rising cost of homes and rent, healthcare.
Cost of like housing, things of that nature.
Housing is a big one. Affordable housing, inflation, the economy.
And I'll just pause, too, to say you saw the prevalence of crime at the beginning of that clip. And what I would say is a lot of the research we've done across the U.S. shows that if you turn crime into safety, so if it's about solutions, if it's about things you can do, you see like up to a 25% increase in audience interest. So that's why I say crime and safety there, because people are really interested in keeping themselves and their families safe. So the second thing is approach. And I want to talk about 4 parts of approach. There's in-depth, our questions, balance, and transparency. So first on in-depth, the audience really responds. Remember, 50%, anything over 50 is strong, anything over 60 is extreme. They really respond well to fact-checking segment. Again, this is local sources working on politics. They really respond to the fact-checking segment. 58% hit the 8, 9, or 10 score. They want us to fact-check candidates or politicians. 61% said that was very important. And 60% said that it was important that we explain complicated issues. And for those of you who have covered politics, there's often complicated issues. And this idea of explain has really come to the fore since COVID. People want to understand the world they live in. They want to understand, and not us telling them in a sort of preachy way, but they want to understand things. So they want, complicated pieces of legislation or the impact on them really explained. Questions really matter. People really want to see one-on-one interviews, and you'll see the theme through this is people want unvarnished, unedited access to your questions and the answers. So they respond well to one-on-one questions. They want to see you ask the same questions of all of the politicians. And again, this is what they say will build trust, because then they can compare the politicians for themselves. They want to see live interviews. Yay! TV does live interviews really well. So they want to see live interviews. Again, it's that idea that they want to see the unvarnished truth, and they want to see what the politicians have to say for them. Again, the reason I think this is important is because live interviews will build trust in you and in your stations. They really want us to ask tough questions, but those questions need to be respectful. And we see this in a lot of the qualitative research that we do. They want people to be held accountable, but those gotcha moments that do make good TV, you got to be careful. You got to be careful, right? Again, because what we're trying to do is build trust. Advocating and holding to account will build trust, but they want to know that you're going to be respectful. The third piece is balanced, not biased. So this idea of presenting all sides to political issues, I talk to a lot of my clients about this, particularly with the reporters, because sometimes we're quick to do two sides of a story when there's actually five. And what they say is, if you present all sides of political issues, 59% say that's very important and they're more likely to trust you. They want to see balanced coverage of all sides of political issues. And finally, this idea of transparency. 52% want access to source materials. Now, you and I know if we put them on the web, will they go to them? Not with a ton of frequency, but they want to know that they're there. They want to know that you're providing the sources. They really think that transparency around our coverage decisions is very important. So 56% said very important. And really this is about, if you're going to air one interview or you only got one side, one politician on one side, why are we airing that interview before the other one? I also think making sure that the reporter is mic'd, hearing the question before the answer is another really great way to kind of push at this idea of transparency. So the more transparent you are about your editorial decisions, you heard in the last session about transparency with AI. So the more transparent we are, the more likely the audience is to trust you, which instead of continuing to see sort of trust devolve, we want to build it up. So 56% say transparency around coverage decisions. And the final thing is coverage. I think that it's going to be hard-pressed to say that you're going to get a return on your money in terms of the importance of political polling. We're talking political polling here. Because a little over a third say it's very valuable. A third of them say it's trustworthy, but the rest aren't that interested.
I think political polling is one of the stupidest things on the planet.
No, not at all. I don't know who made the polls up.
I don't really think that it matters. I think that no matter what the poll is, it shouldn't affect how people vote.
Sometimes polls say this and then the complete opposite candidate ends up winning, so.
Seems a little biased from what I've seen, and I've never been asked to participate in them, so I'm not sure how the random sampling works either.
I think it's a distraction from the issues that the country needs to face, and let's discuss what we need to do and worry less about the popularity.
The polls could definitely be wrong a lot of the time, too.
I do know polls can be misleading.
It's imperfect. I do trust it, but history has taught us that it doesn't always follow through.
I don't put as much stock in them.
Don't like it. I don't think many people who answer polls actually go in and vote the way they polled.
I would say my trust has eroded a little bit in recent years because you often hear that, that poll's not reliable, and then I think it depends where it was taken, when it was taken as well.
No, I'm just going to flat out say no.
So what I would say is, people do read polls, right? But when you're thinking about how do I build trust in our station, in our brand, in our journalism, the return on investment in polls is modest, I would say, modest. What's interesting, though, is your return on investment. And again, I'm just talking about trust here. The return on investment around debates, high. Again, it's that idea that even if your ratings aren't great, it really does build trust because it gives them unvarnished access to candidates. Here you'll see some of the we have a box where you can fill in your own sentiments, and it's important to hear the candidates' positions. Can you get to see what politicians stand on? The interesting thing, because we do a lot of qualitative research with audiences as well, and you heard in the last clip, one of the guys said, I've never been called. And that is actually something that comes up quite a bit. If somebody hasn't been called, they're skeptical about when we say anonymous polling. And the other thing that comes out a lot is, I just want to talk about the issues. I don't care how other people are voting. I want to know what's happening with safety, what's happening with the infrastructure. That's what's going to shape my voting. So the return on investment, I would say, around debates is high when it comes to this idea of building trust. So the other thing that I think is really, really important, and we saw this in last year's research, is every journalist counts. And how I describe it is one bad apple is going to bring the whole station down. So 86% say if one journalist makes a mistake or failed to cover all sides of a political story, they are less likely to use that source overall. So one bad apple can take down the whole place. I think this is really, and this was true when we did it just about trust last year. So it's super important. And to the news leaders in the room, I would say making sure you have the right processes in place to ensure that we are balanced, that we're showing all sides, is becoming more and more important. So the 5 things I would say from this research that I would encourage everybody to start doing is, first, think about what is important to your community. Do not let the politicians set the agenda. Focus on the topics that people care about. And this is even more true when it comes to election time. Thing 2 is, if you don't have a fact-checking franchise, I'm telling you right now, it's going to go gangbusters. Go and build one. Even in a local market, people love fact-checking. Show your work. Be as transparent as you can around your work. Show sources. And the more you can be transparent in your storytelling, the more you're going to build trust in what you're doing. The 4th thing is build balance, accountability systems. That's what I was saying about the one bad apple can take down the whole place. Really make sure you have checks and balances in place in your newsrooms. And the final thing is substance over polls, right? People really want to see debates. They do want to get information about the topics that are important to them, but they're less polls aren't going to drive trust. With that, I'll say thank you. And come hang with you.
So we'll just do a little bit of a chat, and then we'll invite the audience to join in with their own questions. This is sobering, actually, and a really good, interesting way to assess how we are doing and getting this feedback. And I know you mentioned Canada's generally a little bit behind the U.S., but I feel like we are, if you watch social media, we do seem to be entering that phase where we're almost as equally divided and about politics.
Yeah, and I think what we were trying to do is not just focus on the decrease in trust, but what we can do to build it back up, right? And as people become more skeptical, they want more access. They want to feel like it's unfettered, unedited, that they're seeing your questions, right? Like I say to every single station I work with, like mic both the report, you know, you got to mic both people. We need to hear those questions, and you never know which question you're actually going to use.
Definitely. Yeah. Actually, I do that in my stories all the time. I intentionally use my questions so that the audience can see, the viewers can see what I actually asked and how the politician answers it.
Which gets even more interesting. I've been doing a lot of training recently around the art of the question. Because if you're going to show your question, it
better be good.
It better be good. And also it's such a delicate, there's so much nuance between holding them accountable and being disrespectful. And if the audience thinks you're being disrespectful, it decreases trust.
Definitely.
So it's a delicate balance.
Because I think if you're showing you're disrespectful, you're showing a bias.
Yes.
It looks like you have a bias against this politician.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
fascinating. And I think it's so great to see what can we do to build that trust. Why do you think television appears to be the least trusted?
No, it was the most.
It's the most trusted.
It's the most
I'm
trusted.
sorry, I read that wrong.
The smaller the number on there, the better it is.
Okay.
So it is the most trusted. Generally, all of the digital platforms are, which you would understand why, are the least trusted. So it goes local television, then local radio, and then it actually goes into mobile app, and mobile app beats web, which is sort of interesting.
Very.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions and join in on this conversation?
There's one there. Microphone's coming to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So yeah, we heard a lot today about how young people tend to use social media more than news outlets. And I think a lot of the things that you mentioned that audiences want from news sources are already available on social media if you use it properly. Like, for example, they have access like directly to candidates, political candidates and whatnot, and they're like direct statements. So do you think there's a way that like journalists can, rather than competing with social media, do you think there's a way that we can like use all those benefits to become more credible and gain audience trust?
Yeah, so that's a good question. And I would say, so Gen Z is sort of lower on the rankings across all of the questions, but other than that, the demographics are pretty similar. And so when we look at those topics, you know, Gen Z kind of fell out in the same shape as all the other demographics, just a titch lower. So I actually think that's great news. You know, what I would say about social media is it's a tricky, especially in Canada, for obvious reasons. And I tend to think that you've got to use social media to gain awareness, but really where you're going to build loyalty is on your owned and operated platforms. It's interesting to show that trust in local news apps is higher than social media and YouTube. So I think that's interesting. And actually in Canada, like from a Canadian perspective, that's good news, because there's been so many changes recently. So I would just say you've got to have content on social media, but it's not a distribution point. It's a marketing tool to bring them back to your owned and operated platforms. Liz. Yeah. Yeah, they did allude to it. So I think that's where transparency is your best friend, right? And I always say, like, I call it process story language. How many people did you call? Who returned the call? What did you do to get that story? What are the documents? Show the documents, right? Like, as much transparency around storytelling, and fringe benefit, makes your storytelling more modern. But like, if you show and are transparent with as much as you possibly can, I think it shows that that your facts are there. But I do think that there's a critical thinking and rigor in our journalism we have to be really aware of. I had a client, just by way of example, who had this intersection where two young kids had been killed. There wasn't a traffic light there, so it was sort of a gotcha moment with the politician of why isn't there a traffic light there, right? But they never, which was the emotional question I think many people would have had. But there was none of the other parts of the story there. What would that do to the traffic flow? Have they studied it? How much would it cost, right? Like, there's all these other things. And, you know, for the TV reporters in the room, they'll say, well, I can't do that in a $1.30 or 2-minute package, right? But I would say at least tipping your hand to the questions that you don't have answers to, the questions you've asked or that you're going to follow up tomorrow, even transparency in that process, Liz, I think helps build up the fact that we know there's questions that are going unanswered.
On?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's on. To pick up on Liz's point, I think obviously in the United States, and it's happening increasingly here in Canada, there is polarization. There's a whole swath of people, a third to maybe 40%, who think I speak for our business, we are BS. And we're fake and we're enemies. And I mean, I found it interesting watching all those clips. You know, there's some people who seem to have open minds to some degree. But how do you have any ideas or thoughts on how to maybe bring some of those people back into like the mainstream where facts live?
Yeah, so a couple of things. I would say trust in local television news, local, underline local, not network cable. Local television news is still very high in the U.S., and I would say they also tend to do quite balanced journalism, which is why it's sort of maintaining that. I think what I liked about the clips too is we were talking to people from all walks of life, from all socioeconomic, right? And I think it's important to consider that. I think the thing is, and we are starting to see a similar slide, which is what we were saying at the beginning, in Canada. And so I guess I feel a sense of urgency and a sense of fire in the belly for Canadians, for us to move now, right? To move dramatically and purposefully towards this idea of radical transparency in our storytelling. For not being dismissive of people who say, oh, well, fake news. Like, I'm in lots of newsrooms where it's like, oh, yeah, they're just going to say it's fake news. But the people you saw are real people, and they're thoughtful, and they have, and their trust is devolving. So for me, I feel like it's a sense of urgency around, and political is the most extreme, which is why we actually study that, and there's an election coming up in the U.S. So I think really for me it's around transparency, thinking about the processes that need to be in place to really make sure that we're covering all of the sides of each of the story. So it just gives me that sense of urgency. I feel like if we move now, we can kind of stem the slide.
I think we have time for one or two more questions.
Here we go. You'd think I'd know how to use a microphone. Really quick question. I think transparency is obviously key in terms of earning that trust. I'm curious to know, based on other organizations you've spoken to, what are some of the methods to provide that transparency? We talk about $1.30 on television, only a certain amount of words within the course of a story online. How do you go about providing that in addition to the story itself?
Yeah, so I'm a big believer that $1.30 shouldn't be a hard and fast rule, so I would say that first. But a lot of what we're trying to do with our clients is use the anchors as a way of adding context and perspective after a package, so adding some facts and using that. I would say the storytelling of how a reporter is actually showing their story is something that we're working a lot on, so that idea of miking the questions and including those questions. Okay, we can't use all of the questions because time is really of the essence. But I think, I think that there are ways to use both the anchor as a storyteller as you go into a package and out of a package that can add value. And, I just came back from a pretty impoverished city in the U.S. Yesterday, and that's because poverty is such a big thing. They put tons of resources online. So they do put their source material online, but they have like domestic violence resources. They have how to save money resources, what to do if you have a crummy landlord resources. So they're trying to become almost like a community hub and the place that people will go for help. So that's another way it's not really transparency, but it's that idea that we're here to help you. Like, we care. We're part of your community. What can we do to help you? I think that's one good way.
Promoting that angle of, what about marketing and promoting that angle of your newscasts?
Yeah, so the last time a guy said, trust me, I was like, So I'm actually, I'm not a big fan of marketing being like telling me to trust you isn't going to work, right? The proof has to be in the product. So I would say doing marketing around stories that we broke and how we broke them and the investigative or in-depth journalism we did to get that story, I think there's value there. But I'm not a big fan of promos that are like, trust us, because I don't think the audience who is already skeptical is really going to believe that message. So really, I think the proof is in the product, and how you show that proof is going to be your best friend.
I would hope we'd be more subtle than that.
I think we are good. Yeah. Thank you so very much, Marissa. That was really interesting.
Thank you.
Really interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will definitely take your words to heart. So we have Jamie Watt joining us shortly. If you just give us a few moments, and I'm sure many of you know who he is, but if you ever get into trouble, he's the person to call.
To find out what's happening in Canada and around the world.
Israel says its aim is to dismember Hamas.
Compelling, credible reporting.
Just a ton of explosions happening all around us.
Covering and uncovering stories that matter. Global news.
What do you want to do? Okay, it's going to take 2 minutes.
Everyone, we will see you back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Thank you. Please welcome back Cynthia Mulligan.
Thank you, everyone, for staying. This next conversation is going to be fascinating as well. Our next speaker is Jamie Watt. Many of you will know his name. He is the executive chairman of Navigator, a public affairs commentator and a columnist for the Toronto Star. He's also the best-selling author of What I Wish I Said, Confessions of a Columnist, his debut book that is already in its second print run. Jamie specializes in complex public strategy issues, serving both domestic and international clients in the corporate, professional services, and not-for-profit sectors. Among many other things, Jamie is currently the Chancellor of OCAD University, a trustee of the Toronto University Health Network, and a governor at the Shaw Festival in Niagara-on-the-Lake. And he's also founder of the Canadian Centre for the Purposes of the Corporation. And please welcome Jamie Watt.
Thanks, Cynthia. Thanks, everybody, for being here with me today. I am actually very much looking forward to this chat, although I feel I'm a little bit walking into the lion's den. You have forgotten way more about what I'm going to talk to you about this morning than I will ever know. And so I purposely kept my remarks kind of tight and short to give you my perspective, but then hopefully we'll get into a really good dialogue where I'll take any question that you have, but just like in a scrum or in the House of Commons, it'll be question period, not answer period. But come on, that's a funny joke. Wow, that's going to be like that, eh? All right. Well, we'll try again. I thought I was glad to be with you, but I am actually very respectful of the challenges that you face. My colleagues will know that everything in life now can be explained by a kidney transplant I had 18 months ago. They get a bit tired of hearing about it, but the challenges you face can be explained by that as well. And that is a number of years ago, three now, I guess, I was told I was going to have a kidney transplant, but I was also told that I was too fat, or in the words of my surgeon, too fucking fat in order to have that, and I was going to have to lose 60 pounds. And I would have told you at that time that that was impossible. I had been overweight for a good part of my adult life, and I would have thought that there was nothing that I could do to change. But you know, it reminded me of the joke about the psychiatrists and how many light bulbs it takes, how many psychiatrists it takes to change a light bulb. You probably know this joke. The answer is one, provided the light bulb was committed to change. And so I had a choice. I could either lose the weight, or I could go on dialysis. And if I was on dialysis, I'd be at the hospital 35 hours a week and not here. So I sucked it up. It wasn't easy. It was really bloody hard, but I had a good outcome. And I knew if I took that action, I'd get a good outcome. And I don't think that you are in the same place. I think everybody in this room knows that the media industry, journalists, whatever, however you want to describe it, are in an enormously difficult place. The problem is nobody knows the way forward. And it's not like you just have to go and lose 60 pounds, because I think you go and do it. Every day people are trying different things, and nobody actually has the answer in front of them. And that is making it very, very, very difficult. I actually don't know what I would do is if I was a leader, if I was an executive, if I was a manager in your business. Because every day I would go to work and I would try and ask people to do Herculean things, and I wouldn't have a bloody clue if they would actually work. And I think that's very hard. And furthermore, I think you'd find that if anybody told you that they had the answer, they would be bullshitting you. And so with that as a backdrop, I think I am very respectful of the difficult place you find yourselves in, and I would be very wary of anybody with any bromides or anybody with any suggestions that they've got an easy solution to what the challenges that you're facing. This morning, the people that are organizing this conference asked, I guess, a novel idea. They said, all right, Hotshot, you're supposed to know what to do if you're in a crisis. We're sort of in a crisis. Can you please come and help us deal with what you would do in a crisis? So I've tried to bring the lens of what I do in my practice to give you another way of looking at some of the challenges that you face. Not the only way, but another way. And maybe you'll be able to take a few threads from what I have to say this morning, put them with some other things that you know well about, and move yourself somewhere down the path. I think this idea that it all stems from trust is wrong. And I think it's a fool's errand to only look at trust itself. The reason for that is trust and the diminution of trust is not just your problem. We have had a straight line. This is a shitty slide. It should be straight. There's no up and down in it, right? It's straight line down. The bars are right. The red thing is wrong. We have a straight line diminution in trust amongst all major institutions in civil society over the last 30 years. The church, politicians, the media, employers, unions, Every single organization across civil society is less trusted today than they were before. So I don't think you should necessarily have a pity party all for yourselves. Now, it's a problem, yes, and you have to fix it, yes, and it needs attention, yes, and it's getting in the way of you doing your jobs, yes, but it has to be couched against a much bigger problem. And this trust and this diminution in trust is not benign. It is what explains vaccine hesitancy, not anti-vaxxers, crazy people. Editorial comment. I'm a columnist, I'm allowed. But vaccine hesitancy. Why on earth would we, someone mentioned in my introduction that I'm a trustee of UHN, we're the largest and best and most wonderful healthcare system in Canada. We're sort of like people go to Harvard, wait 5 minutes and we'll tell you how wonderful we are. And we would have all these PSWs who wouldn't get vaccinated. Now, why on earth would that be? Why would it be people coming to work every day, putting themselves at risk, wouldn't get vaccinated? Because they didn't trust anybody. They didn't trust us. They didn't trust doctors. They didn't trust medical establishments. They didn't trust their church. They didn't trust anybody. So this is a very big problem that we're all grappling with. And I think it's important that journalism couch itself in that context and not in a place all by itself. So I would actually look at this from three basic perspectives if I was doing this work for you. And the first is I would go right back to first principles. I go right back to where you need to start. And that is we are always going to need people to help us make sense of a crazy world, and never more so than this week. There is not a person out there that can figure this out. And we need people, putting aside trust for one moment, we need people with storytelling skills. We need people with news gathering skills. We need people who can take all this complicated things and put it in some kind of rank order and tell you what about it you need to pay attention to and what of it you can just set to one side. We've never needed that more than we need right now. So that will never, ever, ever go away. I have all these young journalists in my office. They're all panicked about the future. Should they go to J school, this, that, right? Of course you should. Do you think we're going to be out of the business of telling stories? Joan Didion is right? We tell ourselves stories in order to live. What about what's happening in front of us is ever going to change that? The answer is nothing. Not a bloody thing. So I am bullish on your profession. I think we're going to need your profession more as the world gets faster, gets more complicated, as we have less time, as we have more pressure. So I think the starting point, if you came to my office, that we would say is there's nothing wrong with the essential, fundamental premise of what it is that you do. So I don't think that's going to change. I think what is going to change is the need for agility. And if you think you're going to be able to do it in the way you've always been doing it, with the same kind of a deadline and the amount of time and everything else, and 27 people, and, won't say, but one particular broadcaster sending 18 different people to cover the same news conference, yeah, that's not going to go on anymore. By the way, those people were very good to me, so I'm not complaining. Very good to me. So I think there is going to be a need for agility. And the need for agility is going to come, it's almost as if by the time the ink sets on the paper, the plan is going to not be any good anymore. I don't quote Mike Tyson very often, but I love this line from him, that everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth, right? And you have a plan, you have a planning session. By the time you get to the planning session, everybody rolls up all that, those giant Post-it notes that people put on the wall and those kinds of things with all the multicolored Sharpies, and somebody types it all up. The plan's no damn good anymore. So I think that's going to be something that's going to be very difficult to get through. But if you start with the idea that what you do is not going to change, You add to it, you're going to have to figure out a way to do it faster and different and change it around and mix it up and start over again in a way that you haven't been able to before. And if you can hang on to those two things, then I think there's four things that you actually need to do. And I actually don't think at the end of the day it's trust that is at the apex of what you need to do. I think it's actually connection, and that's why my presentation was called Reconnecting. Because I think it is from that connection that you get the permission space to continue to tell your stories and to do your jobs. I think trust is a subset of it rather than the destination point. And so I see it this way. I think it comes not last, but it sure doesn't come first. And so I see it this hierarchy. And I think if anything you should be spending time on is truly understanding Canadians. You know, it's very fashionable for people like me to go on and on about how polarized things have become, how terrible one particular political leader is, you know, and so on. Well, you know what? Canadians are hurting. They're really hurting. The average, people know the average household income in Canada? Want to guess? $87,000. You know what happens to you on $87,000 a year when butter goes from $5.95 to $8.50 a pound in 18 months? You don't have the elasticity in your budget to cope with it. Moms and dads are sitting their kids at home, down at home and saying, we're going to do less for you at Christmas this year because we can't do it. Right? This is not funny. And I reject that there's analogies between America and here. We don't have nativism. We don't have the same population. We have people who are really hurting. They're tired of being talked at instead of listened to. And they're just trying to do better. They're the first generation not to do as well as their parents, and they're terrified their children won't do as well as them. And I think if we really want to get to where we need to be in the media, I think we have to have a much more comprehensive understanding of who Canadians are. And this is not from the Market Research Department. Right? The Market Research Department can do very important things and help sell things and do all that kind of stuff. But that's not what this is about. That's not what journalists have to worry about. Journalists have to understand where are Canadians today, and Canadians today are in a very different place than the place that we live. They don't get to come to places like this, right? And so I think we have to have a much deeper, much more comprehensive, much more thorough, much more honest understanding of where they are. And it's not a right-left thing, and everyone thinks the journalists are left-wing and whatever. Well, you know what? Every political party thinks you guys are on the wrong side of everybody. So probably you're doing a good job. The next thing, before trust, comes relevancy. You know, people are busy. Like, they are really busy. And all kinds of things coming at them. Sure, sometimes it's expressed as news you can use. I think it's actually much bigger than news that you can use. Of course, everyone likes news that you can use. That's why people like lists. You know, people like the top toys to buy your kids for Christmas. Very useful. I think this week relevancy is telling us what the hell did make out of something that we can't make sense out of something that we may be having difficult conversations at work, or how to talk to our kids, or things like that. So I think that idea for relevancy is extraordinarily important. And if you really understand Canadians, you understand what they need in their lives, and then you use your storytelling, news gathering, all the other skills that you have in spades to be relevant to them, to honor their time, not to waste their time, to give them different access points, which you're getting so good at, top lines, more information, go here, all that kind of thing, different access points. Then I think you're on your way. Then, of course, you have to be reliable and trustworthy. And I can tell you that almost every single news story I ever have firsthand knowledge of has a mistake in it. almost every story I have firsthand information of has, sometimes trivial, right? I spell my given name unconventionally. My name is almost always misspelled. Although I'll tell you, if a journalist misspells it, I always get an email apologizing. Journalists care about that. But you see in often articles, you see order of magnitude mistakes now. The Royal Bank made $4 million last quarter. Well, no, they didn't. It's impossible that the Royal Bank made $4 million last quarter. But the problem is the people writing the story and editing the story actually don't have the experience to know that. There's no malevolence in there. No one is trying to do that on purpose. But it's an order of magnitude story. And that's when you see it all the time. You know, we used to have been hand-to-hand combat to get a correction. You know, whatever. No, they tell you to go to hell, and they tell you to go to hell and ladder up, whatever. Be it World War III to get a correction. Now, just look online. Story updated, right? And if there's nothing happening, right, then you know why it was updated. Someone made a mistake. And so I think that idea of being accurate becomes very important to trustworthiness. But if you've found a way to figure out what Canadians want, deliver them information that's relevant to them, do it in a way that they know to be reliable and that they can count on, then you're going to connect with them. And when you connect with them, that is, to me, the Holy Grail, not trust. Trust is a component of it. But if you can connect with Canadians, and you can become, we say the trusted source, but it's actually an inversion, right? That's how you get there. And if you can connect with Canadians, then you will find yourself in a place where you're utterly indispensable to the public discourse, right? To the public debate, to the debate of the great issues of our time, to equipping Canadians with the ability to have those debates, not in a polarized way, but in a Canadian way. Canadian way. Because I can tell you right now, the politicians we have in this country are not representing the vast majority of your viewers, your listeners, and your readers. Because most Canadians are in the middle, where these politicians are representing neither. Most Canadians are much more moderate. We're decent people. We're compassionate. We're for second chances. We're people of the Charter. We believe in socialized medicine, nobody left behind, nobody going bankrupt. Who says we don't have Canadian values? It's nonsense. We've got lots of Canadian values. And our politicians aren't speaking to those values. And I think that if you understand Canadians, find a way to be relevant, give them information that's reliable and trustworthy, you'll be able to connect with them, and you'll be able to do so in a way that lets Canadians actually fulfill their citizenship. And if you can do that, I think that's a pretty good day's work. Thanks. Yep.
Thank you. That was very interesting to listen to. One question that I would ask you when you talk about connectivity, and I agree, it's a critical point. Has media lost connectivity with viewers, with the audience, with Canadians?
Yes, I think they have.
And when did that start, and how?
I think that a number of ways. I think the budget cuts have been brutal. I think that the budget cuts and the pressure to chase some solution, I go back how I started, right? If you knew you had to lose 60 pounds, pretty easy to say no to the Pringles, because if you eat the Pringles, you're going to have a bad result. Well, the media's not that way. So we've been hacking and sawing and cutting and whatever here and there. We've gutted newsrooms. We've gutted expertise. Again, I'm talking to the preaching to the converted. I think we've taken way too much expertise out. I think we've made fundamental mistakes in chasing things that don't actually matter. And I think it's I think the loss of specialized journalists has been really more devastating than people knew. It wasn't long ago that the Nassau reporter for the New York Times knew as much about Nassau as a manager at Nassau. Now that same reporter is reporting on Nassau, then they're reporting on Fluffy coming out of the tree because the fire department came because Sally was crying, and then they're reporting on, a marathon and then something else. Well, how on earth can one journalist possibly do all that? That's why we see order of magnitude mistakes, right? Order of magnitude mistakes are not gotcha journalism. They're not someone trying to screw someone over, although that does happen, we know from time to time. That's someone that just doesn't know any better. And so I think that what's happened is we no longer have specialist journalists like we used to have. Therefore, the quality of a lot of that day-to-day reporting has been reduced. Therefore, I think it is less relevant to Canadians. Back to that idea, right? They're looking, they don't find it, and then I think unfortunately we've had a terrible race to the bottom.
The challenge, though, is, and I agree, we've lost those specialized reporters, but every newsroom is facing budget cuts. And how do you get them back? How do you afford that? And that is definitely a challenge.
So I think, the answer is, again, this is where I'm going out on that thing about to get sawed off. But I think that's why, various media organizations are going to have to make choices. Just like the age of the departmental store is over, right? And so maybe we have to think about that differently. Maybe people have to pick and choose what they, to a greater extent, what they specialize in. Maybe we're just going to have to go through a period of retrenchment until someone sees a model where providing some of that information will have interest in a different way. I mean, we all know the problem now. I have this problem in my office. We write these bulletins when something happens, and I keep sending them back because everybody in this room has reported on every single thing that my office has now taken twice as long to send out to waste a client's time when you've already told them everything. So I thought, why the hell are we telling them this, right? So we've had to, learn. We don't, then we'll get smarter. We're writing with smart brevity now. Okay, well, fine. Now everybody else is doing that. Well, that doesn't work very well. I mean, it's like we are ourselves exhausted in trying to figure out how to, produce information and produce it in a way that is meaningful and relevant to our clients. And I just think we're all on the same, we're all like, everyone's old enough in this room, but we're all Lucy at the chocolate factory, just the chocolates are coming faster and faster. But just complaining isn't the answer. And telling people things they already know, not useful. I mean, I personally this week, I've been watching a lot of television. I would be blowing up my newscasts this week. I listened to some news coming in this morning. I actually don't know why there's anything else on the news today. I would totally, whatever my format was, I would just blow the whole thing up, just to smithereens. And I would say, this is the whatever newscast, and you're used to hearing it this way, because maybe you have to have traffic or something so you get to work. Well, the answer is there's no traffic in Toronto. You just can't move. That's the end of the traffic. Don't really need to make so much more time. But I just think, this is what's on people's minds, and people are freaked out. How do I know? Because my office is flooded with clients saying, what do we do? How do we communicate? So I can tell you when that happens and clients are willing to pay a lot of money to figure it out, that's what your listeners and viewers, want to know. I did hear a very good piece on the CBC about how to talk to kids about this. That kind of thing, I think, is, a really good thing. I heard some squishy things like don't listen to it, but it didn't do much for me. But I just think I think we just have to get back to that idea that, these people every single day of their lives are doing their best to do their best, right? They're getting up, they're looking after their kids, they're going to work, they're doing this, and they're like this. And how can we really work hard to understand within that what it is that they really need and how can be really relevant to them. You know, I canceled my subscription to the New Yorker, not because I don't want to read the New Yorker. I was getting anxiety because it was piling up, and it was nice to read, not need to read. And I would go to throw them out, and of course I just started to shake because I would read the index, and there'd be things like table of contents, things I wanted to read. So I put it back, and then, eventually the pile would get so big, and one day I'd just throw it out without looking at it. And yeah, I think that's part of the problem. There's so much information out there. My 9-year-old grandson, I guarantee you, knows more about typhoons in the South China Sea than anybody else in this room. So that's the good news, right? When you have something of great interest, we've got amazing tools to let us find it. That's relevant to him, right? He's very interested for some bizarre reason. Might be worrisome later in life. I don't know. I don't know.
I think I'm sure there are many questions for you, so let's try and get some in. Any takers? Any questions out here?
One over here.
Hi, my name is Georgia Callahan. I'm a DC student with Durham College. I was just wondering, you talked about how it's getting harder to win over, the younger generation. We are the younger generation. And you also talked about how becoming specialized and having an expertise is what gives you that credibility in certain subjects. How do we as young journalists have any credibility, have any connection? How do we start? What do we do?
That's a true question. First of all, I don't think that winning over the younger generation is especially difficult. I think we have to win over all generations now. I think that the challenges are different with different generations, but I think we've got a similar problem across all generations. So the first thing I would say to young journalists is, first of all, have great hope. I think, journalism is a remarkably noble profession. I think that journalists who, tell stories to people, take information and put it in a way that makes it useful to other people. I think journalists who are investigative journalists and break stories and tell stories that other people don't want to tell and cause my clients a great deal of grief, I think, are a very noble profession. I think that, you're embarked on something that is, in the secular world, I think journalism is a very noble calling. So that's the first thing. I would be very proud of yourselves, and I would be pretty bullish on the idea that your skills will always be needed. The second thing I would do is I would make sure that as I honed my craft, I would be as agnostic to any storytelling platform as possible. Because I think anybody who's going to, tether themselves to one way or one technology or whatever, that's a fool's errand. That's gone. And then the third thing I would do is I would try and overlay on top of a core professional competency some kind of specialty. And either a specialty in a demographic or a specialty in a subject area or something. And I would just be the smartest bloody person there is, because there will always be a market for the expert, right? One of the ways, if I've had some modest success in my career, it's because I'm the custodian of the insight, right? When people come, I know something they don't know. And, I may be coming towards the end of my career, but that's as relevant to me today as it was, 40 years ago. And so I don't think that changes for young people. Every young generation, well, except perhaps the boomers after the war. The boomers after the war had a pretty good time. But other than that, every generation has had a problem. We had the war, we had this, we've had that. And I think it's just that you have to, be a bit focused on that. And work hard, right? Like hard. I have these young people come in my office and they open up their laptops like this and they stand like they're about to play, the opening of a concerto, and they say, how do I get your career? And they want to know the 7 things they can start doing immediately, right? And what's the strategy? Whatever. And well, here's the strategy. You get up earlier than everybody else. You brush your hair, you brush your teeth, you put on nice clothes, and you go to work. You do your best to do better today than you did yesterday. and you help someone before you go to bed. And then you go to bed, and then you get up in the morning and you do it all over again. I don't know, like just that's how you do it, right? You just have to work hard, like really, really, really bloody hard.
I'm afraid we only have time for one more question. We have somebody over here.
Yes, Elizabeth Thompson with CBC, and I've been a journalist for a while, and one of the things that bothers me quite a bit is the number of people who are deliberately trying to sow mistrust in the mainstream media for their own agendas. I cover a lot of politics, and I'm wondering what you would do about this situation that we face where we've got politicians who are deliberately trying to badmouth the media, you know, trying to suggest that we get everything wrong, even though we try very hard to get it right. And also fringe media. There are people out there on YouTube who are monetizing their presence on YouTube and saying, we're the real journalists, trust us, don't trust the CBCs, the CTVs, the Globals, the Toronto Star, Globe and Mails, etc.
So let me take your second question first and your first question second. The most important thing about those people on those fringe outlets is very important to do the work that determines whether or not they actually amount to a hill of beans. They might, but in most cases they don't. They make an amount of noise that is very much disproportionate to the influence that they have. We have to remember that there are a percentage of society that's going to believe all kinds of crazy things, and the time and effort that's put into trying to chase that and deal with it is not worth it, because it doesn't really amount to anything. Sometimes in that media, especially on social media, the reason a sentence isn't complete is because the 14-year-old's parents called them for dinner, right? So it's very important that we understand, and we've got lots of analytical tools to tell us that, whether it's something that we have to worry about. Sometimes it's a fire starter, for sure, right? Sometimes it's like, you know, something, you know, in a dry forest in the fall, in the end of the summer, and it'll start something. But a lot of the times it won't. The other thing is a much more difficult problem, and it is something that I didn't check. Do we have Chatham House rule today?
I'm sorry?
Do we have Chatham House rules in here today? No, we don't. Okay, fine. Then I will temper my final comment. I think the problem with people deliberately sowing mistrust for their own purposes is a very difficult problem to solve. It's wrong, it's irresponsible, it shouldn't be tolerated, and we would hope that come election time, the people of Canada will deal with it. I'm not entirely sure that will happen. So I'm sorry, I don't have a satisfactory answer to that question. I think it's appalling. I think it's short-sighted. And I think one of the things that people in politics who do that need to understand is eventually it's the other person's turn. And you have to be very, very careful how you set things up, because the shoe will always be on the other foot, and turnabout is fair play. And I think I worry a lot about that. I worry about, this is a discussion for another time, I worry about political discourse. I worry about what people think is funny. I worry about gotcha stunts in the House of Commons. I do not believe that the Speaker purposefully decided that, to recognize somebody who was a Nazi to cause all kinds of, it's nonsense. There was a mistake made in his office, clearly. And clearly, he ended the Westminster system. He needed to resign. He should have resigned immediately. But to say there was more to that than that, I just don't believe that to be true. And I'm very worried about. Now, 60 seconds before I go, I have to hold you hostage for 90 seconds. I mentioned at the beginning of my time today that I had a kidney transplant 18 months ago. 18 months ago, I wouldn't have been able to be with you today. And I was very lucky. My partner gave me one of his kidneys. He kept the better one, but he gave me one of his kidneys. And as a result, I went to, not to be the old person talking about their doctor's appointments, but I went to see my transplant nephrologist, who will be my friend for life, last week, and every single one of 4 pages worth of biochemistry is normal. My blood pressure is 120/60, and I am restored to complete health. I got the top 2% result possible. And but here's the thing. Here's the thing. The thing is that if he wasn't able to give me his kidney, I would have had to wait 10 years. And I would have been on dialysis 35 hours a week at the hospital for 10 years. And that's because for every 100 kidneys that are made available, only one is any good. And that's because most people who die, of course, are ill. And so and that's not, by the way, not kidneys, that's organs. Their organs aren't used to anybody, right? We really need catastrophic death, which is a horrible thing. So what we need is more people to donate their kidneys or organs so that we can help this problem. And so it's very easy to do. You just go, I'm sorry if people are here not from Ontario, you have one for your own province. You just go on to your government's website, or you can go to beadonor.ca. It takes 90 seconds, and you get a chance to you fill this out, and it will make a meaningful difference in people's lives, and it's just super important. Look, if you've got a religious reason not to do it, or you just are weirded out by it, that's completely fine. I totally understand that. But otherwise, it would really make a big difference in people's lives. And just on that point, because I'm plugging my book, I wanted to and authors have to read from their books. I thought it'd end with the last 4 chapters. It's another cheap joke. It works every time. But I'm sure everybody in this room knows who Paul Dewar is, former New Democrat member of Parliament, son of the famous Marion Dewar, Mayor of Ottawa. And these are the last 4 paragraphs of my book, and it goes like this. In the late Paul Dewar's final statement to Canadians, he told us he saw his illness as a gift. I never truly understood those words until I was lying alone in the middle of the night by myself in an ICU bed with an IV in every arm. But now I do. The finest gifts fill you with a sense of awe, humility, and renewed purpose. And today, I have a new life because the man I love risked his own. You can't quantify this feeling of gratitude or touch it or hold it in your hand. But you can live out your life with humility and renewed purpose and awe. You can get back and tell your story and keep the gift alive. So thank you for your attention.
That was wonderful. Thank you very much to Jamie Watt.
So, lunchtime. We've got lots more coming up. Our next session, we had talked a little bit about it before, C18, and we have CPAC's Michael Serapio, who will be having a conversation with Owen Ripley of Heritage Canada about all aspects of C18. So we're looking forward to that. That's going to happen in about 10 minutes. We're running a little bit behind schedule, so there's a grab-and-go lunch. Go pick your lunch, find a seat, and we'll get started in 10 minutes. Okay? Thanks.
Please welcome to the stage, Michael Serapio.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. I know some of you are still eating your lunch. Perfectly fine. But thank you for joining us as we continue this day here at the Sheraton Centre. And I want to introduce right now Owen Ripley. Now, he is the Associate Assistant Deputy Minister at Heritage Canada. And basically this next session will be focusing on what was called C-18, the Online News Act, which passed earlier this year. Now, it goes into effect in about a couple months' time. The regulations around it still being worked through, but will have and has had a pretty big impact on what we do as journalists right across the country, which is why we have invited Owen today to be a part of our discussion. So a round of applause for Owen Ripley, who has kindly donated his time. Now, a bit of an idea of the format. I'll begin the discussion. I have some questions I'll be asking of Owen regarding the Online News Act. But we also have people walking around the room, 3 with microphones, I believe. I don't know if they can identify themselves right now. But through the course of this discussion, we really encourage this to be a Q&A. Owen, right before he walked up here, was comparing it to a little bit like a parliamentary committee appearance. We're not that tough. We're nicer.
Remains to be seen.
Okay. But we do encourage this very much to be a question and answer period. So if you have questions about C-18, if you're looking for some clarity, if you're looking to just gain further understanding, please raise your hand. And one of the moderators who are on the floor, again, there will be 3 with a microphone, will be able to bring the microphone to you, and you can ask your question of Owen. So thank you again for being here.
You're welcome.
So let's just begin, I guess, more broadly, because there's been so much discussion about C-18 up until this point. Let's begin with almost a common understanding. What was the intent of the bill? Who was it actually meant to benefit when it was being put together?
Yeah. It was meant to benefit news organizations and ultimately Canadians by providing access to a revenue stream so that those news organizations could continue to invest in having reporters and a journalism footprint in our communities.
So that was the intent, and it comes out of a need because we were seeing a shift in terms of the revenue streams.
Yeah, it comes out of a need of, and I'm not telling anything that no one in this room doesn't know. I mean, it comes out of a need of, we have seen tremendous disruption and change in the news sector over the last 10 to 20 years. I was looking at the stats in advance of today's discussion, and 10-year period, number of journalists falling from 35,000, almost half of that, just shy of half of that, hundreds of closures. There have been also a couple of hundred new news outlets who's opened in that same period. But there's no doubt that the journalism footprint has shrunk tremendously. And for the government, that's a concern, right? Because at the end of the day, our democracy lies on folks like you and the folks in this room holding our institutions, holding our officials to account. And I think, increasingly we know that there are, there was times where you have provincial legislatures without kind of full-time coverage, let alone city halls and at the municipal level.
Mm-hmm. So when you look at or consider the initial idea and the hope around this bill, now that it has received royal assent, not yet completely implemented, but now that it's received royal assent, what would you say about the act as it exists right now? Do you think it's going to meet the original intent?
That certainly remains the objective and the hope of the government, is that the regulatory process concludes in a way where you have Google who ultimately chooses to participate in the framework as set out and agrees to come to the bargaining table with news businesses and their collectives, and respects the spirit of the act and the legislation that was passed by Parliament.
Well, let's build on that, because as we said, the Act received royal assent in June, so earlier this year. And once receiving royal assent, Meta, which we already were getting an idea of it, they made the decision by August to withdraw all news content from their platforms, Facebook included. As you say, Google is still in negotiation. They're still a part of this process as you try to finalize the regulations around this act. How would you describe those discussions right now? Are they positive? Because we're still only, not still, we're just 2 months away when we're supposed to be implementing the regulations.
So I would characterize the discussion. So there's open channels with Google, and I would characterize them as constructive. For folks who've had an opportunity to read their blog, read the media coverage around it. That they participated in the regulatory process and gave the government feedback on those regulations, and so we have a good idea of what their main concerns are, and the road ahead is analyzing their submission as well as the other submissions that we got, and assessing how the regulations need to be modified.
Okay, I'm going to build a little bit on that, because among the concerns that we've heard from Google, they say that the law is based on a flawed premise, arguing that they are not profiting unfairly from the sharing of news. They say criteria for eligible businesses are too vague, that the exemption provisions are too vague, and that there should be a firm ceiling on what they have to pay out instead of a firm floor. When you hear those concerns from Google, do you think all of those might be addressed before December 19?
I think the objective as we finalize the regulations is to, in good faith, look at where Google is coming from with some of those concerns, seek to respond to them, address them as best we can without undermining the core objective of the legislation as adopted by Parliament, which, as it exists, is to put in place a bargaining framework where the expectation is for these large dominant platforms that they engage in good faith negotiations with news businesses whose content is being made available on those platforms, and seek to sign agreements with them based on the way I characterize kind of the exemption criteria as set out in the Act is a public interest frame, right? And that's what we're seeking to do, is make sure that those agreements benefit a wide diversity of news outlets across the country, in the different language markets, at national, regional, local level, and in various communities.
Mm-hmm. Let's step back a bit, because I think it's also worthwhile. You talk about not just dollar figures, but actions in kind. But really, it's also about encouraging platforms that get to the size of a Google to negotiate. It's not necessarily to move in right away, but you're encouraging negotiation. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, the driver, and I think this is sometimes lost in the public debate around C18, but the main driver is a competition driver, right? And you and I were chatting earlier. The challenge is these big platforms basically have become a main gateway for us all to access all sorts of content, but also news and information content. And for your average news business now, whose business model may still rely heavily on the advertising market, for your average news business, they are both now reliant on these platforms to reach their audience. They're dependent on them from a distribution perspective. and at the same time, they are competing with those same platforms in the advertising market. And so the relationship between your news business and that platform isn't a fair one, because the news business is at a serious disadvantage, because the partner across the table is both their competitor in one respect and their distributor in another respect, or at least part of the way that they distribute their content.
Mm-hmm. Without a doubt, high stakes when it comes to the future of journalism, the future of different media organizations. But we mentioned the fact that Meta immediately withdrew news content from their sites, and there has been a practical impact on that, because as Meta was coming up, in particular Facebook was coming up, it became a place for many Canadians to discover the new media rather than the established media, new media companies that were able to draw eyeballs through that platform and therefore onto their product. But once Meta stepped back, they lost that. So that has had an immediate impact on their business. That has had an immediate impact on the type of journalism they can do, the type of employees that they can actually employ. What are the discussions happening right now at the federal level and the Ottawa level about the impact if Google follows Meta's path?
Yeah, so I would reiterate, the government remains hopeful that the conversations that we're having with Google as we work through their submission, that we are not in a position where Google chooses to remove news from its services. I don't believe that's something that Google wants to do. I don't believe that's something that the news businesses whose content can be found on Google wants to happen, and it's not something the government wants to happen. And so, when I look at that triangle, that all the vested interests, want to find a way forward, and that is, what we're focused on doing. And I would say, Google, made the bargaining framework work in Australia. I acknowledge there are differences between the Australian framework and the Canadian framework, no doubt, and that those are material differences, and that Google has issue with some of those differences. But I think the principle stands that they have made a bargaining framework work in another jurisdiction, and that's the hope here.
Mm-hmm. The hope here, and I'm sorry, I'm going to circle back a little bit, because as we heard, one of the concerns is the dollar figure. Obviously, it's a private company. They want to turn a profit. And they're concerned about a floor being set, but not a ceiling being set. Is that a big part of the discussion right now?
So the regulations as they stand, I use the word threshold intentionally, because depending on who you ask, it was either a ceiling or a floor. It was, from the government's perspective, it was a threshold. And it was a threshold because, the dollar figure, which is related to one of the criteria in the Act, which is actually about making a contribution to the sustainability of the news sector, is one of several criteria, right? And so the way that it was structured was to say, and as you likely know, we proposed a formula, but we believe for Google that formula would work out to be about $172 million. And I call it a threshold because, the minimum or maximum that you have to spend is 172 as long as you meet the other criteria in the Act, right? So I'm not disputing that there's work to do on a platform's part to make that work and make the puzzle come together, but diversity of agreements across the country, responding to those criteria in the Act, and the idea was, or an expectation that Google invest 172 million.
I'm going to quickly pause, and I will remind people that this is open to your questions as well. If you have any questions about the Online News Act that you want to ask of Owen, by all means raise your hand and we'll get a microphone to you and you can be a part of the discussion. We have a question up here in the front.
Thank you very much. You were just asked a question a second ago about if there is a plan in place if Google does back out. I feel like I heard you say you're hopeful they won't, but do you actually have a plan, and what is that plan?
Yeah, and right now the plan is, the Online News Act is a piece of legislation that was passed by Parliament, and I think in a democracy, Parliament has spoken, and they have made it clear that the expectation in Canada is that these platforms contribute in an important way. And my job these days is not to second guess what Parliament has passed. My job these days is working within that framework and working with Google to find a way forward with them that works for them and that respects the spirit of the legislation that was passed by Parliament.
Sorry, can we get the microphone back here, please?
Let's assume that they do back out, though. What do you do?
Yeah, I don't think it's black and white, right? Like I think Google has been very constructive in its discussions with the government and is being clear, that they are prepared to contribute to supporting the sustainability of news in Canada, that they would like to find a way forward. They have given us constructive feedback on the regulations that they exist, but they've also been clear, like I'm not hiding anything, they've also been clear that they're not sure that all their concerns can be addressed within regulations, right? Right now, from the government perspective, we're focusing on doing our best to address their concerns through regulations, right? And at the end of the day, we will see how that process ends. And Google has been clear that what they believe may be some of the issues that can't be addressed. But we're not at a point yet where I'm prepared to say to you that all their concerns can't be addressed through the regulatory process.
Oh, another question? Yes.
Hello. Speaking to a room of journalists, what is your message to a number of people here who have had colleagues laid off in the last few months solely based on the fact that Meta has pulled out of the news landscape, and knowing that if Google pulls out, that situation is going to go from bad to worse?
Yeah. Look, I know, and that what's transpiring right now in Canada is having real impacts on the ground. Like there is no denying that. Again, we're in a period where we're working through the implementation of this legislation, and my hope is that ends with Google participating and investing those, the amount of money that we've discussed, and that will flow through to news organizations on the ground. Meta has been clear that they are ending news availability in Canada while this legislation is in place. I think sometimes when it comes to Meta, what we don't talk about as much is that my read is Meta's making a more global policy decision on this issue. So internationally, you have seen them end their programs to support news in the United States. They've announced their end in France, in Germany. You are seeing them reduce the availability of news in other jurisdictions. There's been reporting on that in the United States. And so what is happening vis-a-vis Meta is not unique to Canada. Meta is making a policy decision internationally that news that they are not going to support news organizations, and right now they've been clear with the Canadian government that if there is a framework in place that obliges them to do that, then they're going to end the availability of news to not be subject to that framework.
I know I have a question. Just give me 1 second, because I think it's worthwhile to also note we were talking behind the scenes, and the truth of the matter is Meta's engagement level has not dropped by their decision to withdraw from news totally. Is that correct?
That's what Meta has said. Yes, so they have said that they have not seen an engagement drop. They've not seen a revenue drop since ending the availability of news. Obviously from the government perspective, it's the wrong decision to make. They are, from the government's perspective, shirking a responsibility that comes with the position that they occupy in the digital marketplace. The irony a little bit, we talked about how, C18 is really a competition intervention in some respects, in light of the fact that these platforms occupy such a dominant position on the distribution channel, and the fact the ending of news availability proves that point, right? And it is designed to basically show that they have the ability to cut off that distribution channel if, in the case of what we're talking about, the Parliament of Canada passes a piece of legislation that they disagree with.
Okay, a question in the back of the room.
Thank you. You actually answered my first question, which was Facebook in this ever? Was this just a bit of a convenient excuse to walk away as part of a bigger play? I guess my next question would be about the organizations that have filed a request for a review by the Competition Bureau on this. Any thoughts on the likelihood of that as a strategy?
Yeah, so just on your first question, I mean, people may have different opinions on that first question about, was Facebook ever in it? I would say, I've been around these issues now for a bit. When I first started, interacting with Meta and Facebook on issues around news, being on their platform, at the time, my recollection is, they would tell me that, news was about 6% of news feed. Prior to the Online News Act coming into force, I think they were telling us it was down to 3, right? So, like, what I see is over that period, you see them reducing the prominence of news on newsfeed, and I don't like what they will tell us is that it's because it's not content that drives engagement on their platform, right? And so I think folks can come to different opinions about that. On your second question, so yes, there is a complaint before the Competition Bureau. I'm not a Competition Bureau expert, so I won't weigh in on kind of the success or not of those arguments that have been put forward. But I would reiterate, I mean, C18 is intended to be a competition intervention, right? I think obviously there's a bigger conversation taking place globally right now about these platforms and competition policy more broadly than just specifically related to news.
Yes, another question.
I'm just wondering what your response is to the fact government policy here created a level playing field that never existed in reality in the first place. Not everyone is the size of Global or CTV or CBC, nor has the revenue. The smaller players across the country may have had real benefit from Facebook taking their news for free and had no problem with it. Maybe it drove revenue to their websites by the clicks, whatever it was. You've created a level playing field that doesn't exist in the first place.
So look, I want to acknowledge there are going to be different opinions on whether C18 is a good or bad policy decision. Your question. So a couple things on your question. One is, and again, you may disagree with what I'm about to say, in light of how this has played out. But the government was very mindful that it wanted to create a framework that would flow benefits to smaller news organizations. And that was one of the changes we made based on the Australian model. We didn't want a model that was exclusively to the benefit of kind of the big national chains. And I come back to kind of my public interest frame on kind of what you have to do to get an exemption. And when you look at those, like it's about both the big and the small. I also want to acknowledge, the government has never pretended that that platforms bring no benefits to news organizations. We know that. We know they do. We know that they are very important from a distribution perspective. And I know that some folks will feel that, that was good enough. From the government's perspective, it wasn't good enough because it left, again, news businesses as a whole entirely dependent on that relationship. I come back to kind of the main driver for government getting involved on this file, and it's because when we look at when we look at the trends, when we look at the stats, it is really worrisome, and the decline in journalists is concerning. And so, my hope has always been we get to a time where things stabilize. There's the emergence of more successful business models, we do have that greater stability in the sector. C18 was and is intended, though, to say to platforms it's more than just distribution. In light of that position of dominance that you have, you have to come and be prepared to bargain.
Okay. Can you maybe build upon that? You talked about the exemptions that are meant to help smaller news organizations. What exactly?
So if you look at the, sorry, I have an ice cube. If you look at the list of exemption criteria, you will see that you have to sign agreements with independent local news organizations. You have to sign agreements with news organizations in Indigenous communities. You have to sign agreements with news organizations in official language minority communities. And you have to sign agreements with a diversity of news organizations, again, kind of across the country in the various markets. That was a frame that was completely lacking from the Australian model, right? There were no guideposts in Australia. It was kind of just go out, make some agreements, and the government of Australia
was the first.
Australia was the first with this model, and the government of Australia kind of did a yay or nay, right? The platforms liked that model, but I think what we were concerned about with that model is it left an incredible amount of discretion to one government minister, and here in Canada we wanted to be transparent about how the benefits should flow in the news sector to ensure that they were benefiting a wide variety of folks.
Mm-hmm. As we talk about Meta, do you see, and I understand what you're saying about where you believe Meta's global positioning is, but does that then lead you to conclude that Meta is no longer a player ever, or are there talks with them right now?
We have open communications channels with Meta. They have been transparent with us about once the act got royal assent, they were transparent with us. About the position they were likely to take with that, and they were transparent about kind of the timelines on which they would do. Meta has continued to say that basically, while the act is in force, they will end the news availability of news in Canada. Whether they will ever change their position on that is a question for them. On that point, again, sometimes we think this is just a Canada problem. I think we're at a really critical moment globally right now because, You've had Australia that moved. You've had France and Germany that have moved. You know, you've had Canada that moved. You have efforts underway in New Zealand, South Africa, Brazil, you know, United States at the national level, California. And so, you know, the platforms are being confronted with kind of a global policy issue about what do we do, right? But I come back to, you know, again, from the government of Canada's perspective, the right thing to do when democracies are asking you to accept a certain degree of responsibility in light of your position in the marketplace is to step up. But I think there's a much, you know, these companies are global, and there's something much bigger than just Canada at play right now.
Yeah, and more than just Google, because as much as this was set up with two big companies that would apply to based on the criteria set out in the bill, Meta and Google, but it also creates, as you were saying in the back, an environment for others, most notably Bing right now, coming out in their growth. But, you know, we're quickly running out of time. But I do want to ask you, we started this by talking about the intent of the bill. This is meant to come into play by December the 19th. The parliamentary calendar is quickly running down. One, do you expect that deadline to be made? What can we expect to see between now and then?
Yeah, so December 19th is the date because the Senate introduced an amendment that was ultimately adopted that basically the entire, so we brought certain provisions of the Act into force right away, including kind of some exemptions from the Competition Act that allow news businesses to collectively organize so that they could bargain in collectives with platforms. But the vast majority of the Act still isn't in force, you know, the Senate thought it important that there be a time limit on when the Act could come into force, and they said 180 days. So the December 19th is because when the Act got royal assent, a 6-month clock started, and it's up on December 19th. We are doing everything possible on the department side, you know, to complete the regulatory process in that time frame. You know, we were very, I mean, I know, you know, folks don't feel government moves very fast, but like we were quick out of the gate with the proposed, you know, regulations in a context where there was a cabinet shuffle and everything. And that shows the government's really serious about, you know, trying to work through these issues in the time that's been given to us. And yeah, the goal over the next couple of months, and it's a tall order, but the goal over the next couple of months is to digest all the feedback that we've got and continue the discussions with Google with a view to finalizing the regulations by December 19th.
And at the end of the day, obviously, you've heard some concerns here. You've heard some pushback here. What do you hope the legacy of this law will be?
Yeah. You know, I think if at the end of the day, Google chooses to participate, we will have established a model that, again, is, you know, the things that I think really stand to Canada's credit in this regard is that, you know, parliamentarians were very intentional about putting a public interest frame around this legislation, which wasn't there in Australia. They were also very intentional about making sure there's a degree of transparency and safeguards in terms of how the money flow. That wasn't there in Australia. And so, you know, I do think those things are good. You know, when we are talking about these kind of models, I think it's really important to have those things in place, and I think, you know, New Zealand's a good example in terms of they have looked to some of those facets of the Canadian legislation as a model to emulate, and so I think, you know, that will be that. I think those things will continue to grow and evolve as you see these kind of frameworks work out internationally. You know, there's a big test coming up for Australia. So Australia was the first mover. You know, one of the key differences between Canada and Australia, so Australia's, you know, and this is the part of Australia that the platforms like, right? In Australia, you have the legislation, but the platforms aren't currently subject to the legislation, because the way it worked in Australia was do enough deals and we won't subject you to the legislation. Those deals are coming up, by all accounts, what we hear, starting next year. And, the question will be, how will the platforms respond in Australia? How will the Australian government, which is not, been developments in Australia since then, how are they going to respond to that situation? What we're attempting to do in Canada is establish a framework that, subjects the platforms to the law at all times. And again, that's, I think, part of what's at issue in Canada is they don't want to be subject to that framework on an ongoing basis and have the oversight on an ongoing basis. But I think, if it works, the idea is to establish that framework that, runs and takes care of itself over time. And we've put in place infrastructure and a frame so that it can do so. And we don't have kind of, these every 3 to 5 years, a question of are platforms in or out.
Okay. Owen Ripley, thank you for the time today.
Thanks, Michael.
And thank you.
It's a story impacting every Canadian, coast to coast.
Are you surprised that there's still that anger out there?
Welcome to another miracle on the prairie.
Thanks for joining us here. The story is making news. It's stunning to me how much gas costs right now.
100 firefighters fought the blaze throughout the night.
Good evening, everyone. We begin tonight with breaking news. We have exclusive details.
I'm Heather Butts with CTV National News in Regina.
Do you think you would have resigned?
You can see the force of Fiona everywhere.
For protesters here, the delay on the final vote doesn't go far enough.
A story you'll only see here.
You can see the extent of some of the damage. Just several.
It's impacting so many people.
This has made you a prime target. At CTV News, making sense of what's going on in Canada and abroad is our commitment to you.
Hello, hello. So coming up in just a moment or two, I'm going to introduce Christine Barak, the moderator of a session all about staying safe. But while we wait for a moment, gives me a chance to say thank you again to our sponsors, CBC, Global News, CTV News, City News, and Omni. I should be able to do this by song, but I'm not such a good singer. CNN News Source, the Google News Initiative, CP, and Live View. So this session will start in just a moment or two, so hang tight.
Okay.
Please welcome Christine Barak.
I think this feels like a good time to talk about our mental health, especially after that last session. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine Barak. I'm a senior health reporter with CBC National News, and it is my pleasure to welcome you all to Safe Space. The main topic we're talking about is prioritizing mental health while getting the story, which feels particularly relevant in this moment in time when we're seeing a lot of our colleagues who are trying to cover the situation in Israel and in Gaza and protests that we're seeing across the country. We are approaching this segment a little bit differently. We have 3 speakers, each of whom are going to take the stage and give a short talk about a different aspect of mental health in the newsroom. And then afterwards, we're going to have a Q&A. So keep your questions ready. Just to let you know, everybody that's on the stage, we have Julia Glover, who is a former journalist and psychotherapist, Dave Seglins, journalist with CBC and mental health advocate, and Anand Ram, who is a producer at the CBC Climate and Science Unit. And Julia is going to be up first. I'm just going to give you a little bit of background. Julia worked in print and television here in Canada before working for Reuters overseas, where she worked in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. She then completed her training as a psychotherapist in England with a focus on trauma. She is now in private practice here in Canada, and Julia is going to give us her perspective on journalism-aware counseling. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for inviting me to this conversation. As you can imagine, for someone who has worked across both fields, it does feel like an important conversation to have. I was asked to speak about why we need journalism-aware therapy and counseling. That made me wonder, what might we mean exactly when we say that? What could that look like? Last year's Taking Care report highlighted a need for journalism-aware therapy with quotes from newsrooms across this country. For me personally, it suggests a need for the profession to be better understood and better supported, including by those familiar with it who are talking about it today. The report highlighted how journalists here have a higher rate of depression, anxiety, burnout, and PTSD compared to the average population in Canada. It also showed how workplaces can impact well-being for both staff and freelancers. The report offered an opportunity for the industry to step back and do some self-reflection, and it concluded with a clear call for better care. But support in a public healthcare system is likely to be limited. Private options can be expensive with long wait lists, and employee assistance programs may not cover all needs. So how does this industry find the support and understanding that it needs for its well-being, both now and in future? It's true that working with therapists who have an understanding of the profession can facilitate that process. For instance, frontline journalists may find it very helpful to speak to someone who they know has operated in hostile environments. That unspoken understanding can be especially relevant when working with trauma in experiences that can be difficult to put into words. Of course, it's not only trauma and frontline journalists, but a knowledge of newsroom operations, a shared frame of reference, and a shared language, all of which can help work in therapy get a little closer to the heart of the matter, a little bit more directly. I want to also say that others may find it equally beneficial to speak to someone who has no knowledge of the profession, so that their story may start from the very beginning. Everyone will respond to experience in their own way, even a shared experience, because we all develop our own way of being in the world and engaging with the world around us. In my experience, most people arrive in therapy because that way of being they've developed, which may have worked very well for a long time, isn't working so well anymore. The person's profession may be considered part of the work in therapy, and they may have arrived in therapy through an awareness or through something like depression or anxiety or grief or addiction, making that way of being and the difference between what worked and what does not work so well anymore much more apparent. But ultimately, therapy is much more likely to treat the individual person than the profession. So when we speak about an awareness for journalism-aware therapy, I wonder if we might simply be identifying a need for journalists and the organizations they work for to be aware of therapy and open to all of the therapeutic options that can lead to the support and understanding that is required. There will be many possibilities down that path, but I would like to leave you with 3 to consider. Number 1, on an individual basis, journalists can do what they already know how to do, which is to ask questions, including difficult ones at difficult times. But this time, they can ask themselves, how are they feeling? How are they sleeping? How are they interacting with those around them? And they can ask these questions knowing that they deserve just as much attention as the questions which contribute to the reporting. Number 2, as a group, whether that's a single newsroom or the industry as a whole, there is a wonderful opportunity for collective support and understanding. Some organizations have already implemented successful peer network programs based on that idea, and you're going to hear more about that in a minute from Dave. Finally, if anything ever feels too much for either an individual or a group, professional support is also an option, including, if needed, with therapists who understand the profession. In journalism, it is sometimes said that the work can provide a voice for those who would otherwise not be heard. And I would like to suggest that sometimes the most important voice a journalist can listen to will be their own. So if we can create spaces where those voices can also be heard, then I believe in this industry and in this community, the understanding and support will naturally follow. Thank you for listening.
Julia, thanks so much for that. It is fascinating how it is our job to ask questions, but when we're trying to ask questions of ourselves, that is incredibly difficult, I think, for a lot of us. All right, I want to introduce Dave Seglins. He's an investigative journalist and well-being champion with CBC News. He is a mental health advocate, as I mentioned, educator, co-author of Taking Care, that report on mental health, well-being, and trauma among Canadian media workers, and he's a fellow of the Dart Centre for Journalism and Trauma at Columbia University. Dave has done a great deal of work on peer support programs and training in the newsroom, and Dave's going to talk to us about why it's okay to not be okay. I hope.
Thank you. I don't know. I don't think it is okay to be not okay. Who wants to be not okay? Not many of us. But sometimes we don't feel okay. Let me ask a couple questions. Hello, over there in the corner. Who finds this industry stressful? Oh, they're laughing at me now. This is great. Actually, let me try that again. Who finds this industry not stressful? Yeah, thought so. The funny part is, though, who loves their job? Yeah, most of us love what we do. And in fact, that's a really good thing because it helps give us resilience and strength and purpose when we are doing jobs that can be tough. Who feels sometimes, though they love their job doesn't love them? Yeah, a little bit. I'm grateful for this space and the questions we can ask in this space, and also Julia citing the Taking Care report, which we did, Matthew Pearson, prof at Carleton, and I did, reported last year. And the reason I wanted to do that report is that we needed a baseline of understanding. Lots of anecdotes, like every newsroom has seen people struggle, but we never had sort of a baseline. And yeah, those findings that we have higher rates in our industry of anxiety, depression, burnout, PTSD, we have to listen to that. We have to wake up and start treating that seriously. Another thing or two that we touched on, and I'll ask this group, who feels that supervisors and managers are looking out for well-being or have the proper tools to be able to? Few hands, that's good, because some of our bosses are really good at this intuitively. But who's had training? Who's had training on mental health and trauma in the news industry? Anyone? A couple hands. So in our Taking Care report, we found that, in fact, 90% of journalism school students had never had any. 85% of newsroom employees, reporters, writers, photographers, camera operators, hadn't received any trauma awareness training. And only 33% of managers and executives said they'd received such training. So I raise all of this because I am going to talk to you about peer support today, but I think the bigger project is we have to become more literate. We have to normalize these conversations, and we have to get smarter, and that means educating ourselves and getting training courses into our newsrooms to start us talking about mental health and what it means so that we can come up with practices in how we assign stories before we send people out. You know, what are we going to do beforehand instead of just saying, go cover this, and if you have a struggle afterwards, go to EAP or go to a counselor. We can do things proactively. Here's a question I like to do in training. How do you know whether your colleagues are doing well or whether they're up for the task? How do you know? You got to ask. You got to talk about it. It's pretty simple, right? But we don't often talk about how are you. It's usually about the story, right? How are we going to get the story? What do you need? You know, what's the deadline? It's all about the story, but if it's a particularly difficult, traumatic story, how about, how are you? Are you good to cover this? Are you aware of what we're getting into? And then what if they're not? What if they say, actually, this is really too close to home for me? What's the protocol in your workplace to say, okay, we'll find somebody else, or I was told not so many years ago, well, that's not the way it works. You can't refuse an assignment. And I was like, well, I'm not refusing an assignment. I'm trying to stand up for my mental health. Anyway, I share all of that because I think that literacy, education, and practical tools are a major solution for news organizations. But also, as Julia alluded to, support. And that can be counseling support. But you know, one of the best things that we have each other. We already have colleagues. What happens after a big push story? What do people do? They work hard, they file, they get to their deadlines, and maybe in yesteryear or pre-COVID, but there was a whole culture of going out for a drink afterwards. Now, I'm not advocating medicating our stress through booze, but that was peer support. That was people getting together, talking through and unloading, because you didn't want to go home and tell people in your household, this was a horrible day I had, but you wanted to talk to your peers. So that was informal peer support. When I began doing this work I had the opportunity to do research and call different news organizations around the globe and say, what do you do? In addition to a best practice of having mental health training within newsrooms and journalism schools, the best practice that was shared is having peer support, formal peer support networks. So let me tell you how that works at CBC at the moment. We're just in the beginning phases. We've hired a company that has set up peer support networks at Reuters, NPR, NBC, they're now working with BBC, and ABC Australia. They have helped us come up with a framework on how we're going to hold confidential peer-to-peer counseling. We have recruited 20 and now 40 people. This company comes in and gives them training. They're not therapists. They're not professional clinicians by any stretch. They are just colleagues who are trained in how to have a confidential chat, listen, and say, maybe with this problem, have you thought of talking to your manager? Oh, you're afraid to talk to your manager. Well, how about approaching it this way? Or, oh, this sounds like you could really use some additional counseling. Have you thought about going to this counselor or to your family doctor? So these peers are there to listen and refer people, if necessary, to further help. What we found is we've got 40 people, but across CBC and across the country, we have people from every job description, different lived experiences, different genders. We have people from the north. We didn't have any Indigenous colleagues. And we thought, why is that? So we asked some of our Indigenous colleagues, why do you think there are no volunteers to take part in this? And they said, well, we don't see ourselves reflected in this peer support network. And so we thought, okay, well, what if we recruited just a bunch of Indigenous colleagues and all they would focus on is supporting their fellow Indigenous colleagues? And they went, yeah, that would be great. So now we have a little cluster of 6 or 7 Indigenous colleagues who are doing exclusively Indigenous peer support. So I tell you all of this. I can tell you that at Reuters, which has 4,000 global employees, they have 64 peer supporters and are about to recruit another 26. In Australia, for a staff of 5,000, they have about 76. So these are the kinds of networks that allow people who are having a work-related problem chat with a colleague. It's not a manager. It's not going to counseling. And it can have some real benefits. I'm going to leave you with these thoughts. The BBC's Natalie Graham, she's a supper hour news presenter on television. She has gotten behind an effort at BBC to create peer support there. And she needed to make a pitch to her bosses to buy into this. So she went around and she looked at all the literature, she looked at other newsrooms that were running peer support, and she also went to some other non-news related industries. And she found the return on investment with peer support is significant. She went to one of the rail companies in the UK that estimates it's saving about 1.1 million a year with a workforce of 4,000 because there's reduced sickness and absence because they've got this level of support and a culture within the company that has changed since they adopted peer support. So this is dollars and cents. There's a water utility in London. They attribute reduced sickness absences across their workforce down by 78%, in part peer support in addition to mental health supports and education and training. All of this to say there are dollars and cents reasons this works, but it also changes the culture of a place where it makes it normal to consider and talk about mental health and well-being. It frees up managers who may have to deal with people in ways that maybe they're not equipped to do, or situations that can result in conflict because people are stressed out and don't know how to resolve their conflict. And it reduces people going off either absenteeism or long-term leave or short-term leave. I'll just tell one tiny little story. I know I'm over time. I got a call a week ago. And it was a colleague of mine, somebody I'd worked with for years. He said, I'm not okay. I'm sitting here in Toronto, but I'm I'm doing these reports. I'm working on what's happening in the Middle East, and I had this crazy situation. I was talking to a grieving family that lost somebody, and I don't feel well, and I've just had a meltdown with my family and all of this. And I said, okay, well, we've got some specialized counseling, trauma-aware counseling. Would you like to be introduced to that? Yeah, I need this. And we got him to counseling. And I thought, wow, is this ever a change? I'm in a job, people know of me. That was just simple, informal peer support. He called up, I directed, followed up a week ago, he's feeling much better. And I went, wow, that's the way it should work. Thank you.
I have to say, it's really remarkable to hear all the payoffs of really helping people along with their mental health. And we'll dig more into this because as a journalist myself, when I heard Dave's story of when he sort of tipped over to maybe something is wrong, it is quite remarkable how it sneaks up on us. And we kind of think, isn't this supposed to be part of the job? That I'm under a lot of stress, and if I'm not coping with it, then that's a problem for me. But hearing what's happening in newsrooms around the world is also quite remarkable, and hopefully it spreads even further. All right, I next up want you to welcome Anand Ram. He's a producer with the Science and Climate Unit at CBC News. He previously led that team as well as the health unit that I work for, and has worked for CBC News, The National, for a decade. Anand, over to you. You're going to talk about, I'm just reading what was written here, but incorporating trauma awareness into the assignment and storytelling process.
I'm going to hopefully not piss off the camera. I'm going to stand over here, talk to some of these people all crowded over here. Hi, I'm Anand, and as Christine said, I led 2 units at CBC News. One was the health unit, and the other was the science and climate unit. And you might think, okay, I don't send Christine into war. I don't send people to cover crime. What can I sort of bring to this conversation? At least that's what I thought. And the idea was, between COVID and climate change, there is a lot of repetitive strain. There is a lot of ways where mental health challenges and the added strain of doing the sort of day after day evidence-based reporting can wear away at you. So there's something to be said there. But as Dave just mentioned, I did that job for 2 years, and before that I was a producer. A lot of us who arrive at assignment know the job. We know what journalists have to do. We know what good stories are, we think, and that's about it. Not a lot of us get the kind of training around psychological safety, mental health, or have the structured resources to be able to respond to those situations. Now, Brian and I actually were in a bit of leadership training together, and we did sort of focus a little bit on the kind of psychological safety, but a lot of what I learned through making mistakes. And I'll just take you through a little bit chronologically. When it comes to an assignment, what I have come to learn through trial and error about what works in terms of caring for your team. And before an assignment happens, you do have to consider who are you handing this to? Who is your team? What drives them? What motivates them? I worked with very, very passionate people, compassionate people, driven people who would bend over backward to ensure that the story was filed and done to a quality of standard that they felt was excellent. And I think that where assignment leaders have to come in is you have to be able to figure out, where does success lie in an assignment when I give it to this journalist? Why are they telling this story? And when you see that, they can see that. And so that's a level of making sure that an assignment actually fulfills what a person wants to be doing and isn't just handed over being like, that's what the news is today, go do it. And all that sort of boils down to is I treated assignments not as edicts, but as a conversation. Now, some people in the room work for platforms who are like, oh, that's all well and good, but we need to fill some lineups. So what are you going to do? Again, it's a form of respect and clarity, because what you're trying to provide your journalist with is clarity. You're trying to say, this is what I think we can do with this story. And the platforms who want it also need that clarity. I'll tell you a story about how I didn't do this quite well when I first came in. I came into the health unit in the time frame of post-Delta, pre-Omicron. if I had to put it that way. And, you know, the health unit had earned this reputation of being doers, frankly, miracle workers, evidence-based work night in, night out. And, you know, they were sought after. And slowly, the requests of the team, as the pandemic waned in its emergency phase, became less evidence-based, more anecdotal, and the requests were coming in based on headlines rather than a sort of deeper understanding of what was going on. So I, in my initial days and months, was just like, okay, get up at 6:30, steel myself, read every single study I can, and deflect everything, protect my team. But that wasn't fair. That's not fair to platform, nor is it fair to journalists, because they want to tell stories, they want to provide clarity, and the platforms want to provide clarity for their audience. So when I understood that, and hopefully I did most days by the end of that job, it made for a better and safer space to people where people could have that conversation about an assignment, have that conversation about, well, what's the deadline? Could we do something more original than what's out there in this ultra competitive space? Sometimes waiting a day, waiting two seems, that's not doable. But if you provide something a lot more original to your audience, you're serving your audience something better. You're serving your journalists by giving them time to do good work, and you're serving the platform by providing something that nobody else has. And so that's how I started thinking about assignments before I even gave them to people. Now, during an assignment, you're in it. Some people on your team don't want to be bothered at all. They're like, nah, we got it. We had this chat. We're good to go. Check in with us later at the end of the day. Some people want to talk. Some people want to vent. So it's important to check in. I think that the value of checking in as a leader during an assignment is to not only be able to solve perhaps some small logistical things that journalists don't need to be spending their time on. They can focus on the bigger picture stuff. But also just figuring out who they are. You got to know who they are. You got to roll with them a little bit. Another mistake I made, I had to send a journalist to cover a conference. And we did all the right things beforehand. Planned, road mapped, all this stuff. And then when it came to, and I was going to send them on their own, and I was going to support them from this end. And when it happened and we were checking in during that conference, it was clear that all the planning in the world couldn't prepare for the amount of deadlines and the sort of mouths to feed when it came to the kind of content that was needed. So that was my mistake, and I realized quickly that they were overwhelmed, and the logistics I couldn't solve because I had nobody on the ground. Pivoting, adjusting, adding more resources to the team there led for a better product. So by the latter part of that conference, that journalist was well supported and also had something that you can't really see when you're in the audience. You can't see that they had a great experience doing their job. Again, I work with driven people who care about the mission of CBC News. And so when you're able to provide for that on an assignment level, that is something that you can't replace. That's an experience of covering something with colleagues in that place that you can't replace. And then it's also a value when you check in to be able to then go to platforms on TV, on radio, and digital to be able to say, hey, this is how my team is doing. This is how we're trying to do what we set out to do. And so that they feel more confident in being able to say, okay, this is a good assignment. It's going this way, and we can adjust and pivot as needed. Now, after an assignment, and I apologize, I might be going over to, oh no, I'm on time. After an assignment is critical. There are things to do in the short term, the medium term, and the long term. And in short term, the best thing that I found to do is feedback. And that's specific feedback. I'm talking about taking a step back, being an audience member, which is something I love doing, reading, listening, and watching my team's work and finding that turn of phrase, finding that image that they used or that clip that they used or that quote that they used that really brought a story out. Now, there's plenty to do in terms of feedback, including critiques, but really what I found is that my team, operating day in, day out, my teams, sorry, sometimes even as a journalist, you do the job and you don't know whether anyone's there, reading it, listening, watching, or anything. So specific feedback is very important, and it's very important to do in the short term. Don't do it like 3 months later to be like, hey, remember that story you worked on about breast cancer? Great job. And great job is not specific feedback. Great job is that voice that you found really reflected this part of the community, and I think it would be great if we use them again. In the medium to long term, one thing that I did do with both my teams was track. People were impressed that I knew how to use a spreadsheet, which is very insulting. But at the same time, it's quite surprising that nobody wants to track. I tracked what stories my team did, what platforms they did that work for, when it aired or published, and how long it took to do. And the value of doing that was not, oh, I have this, I'm compulsive to do all that. It's that when I led meetings or when I was in other meetings where people would talk about, there's a story in the news today, there's a study that came out about breast cancer, Control F, breast cancer. And there we go. I'd have every story that we've ever done on that. And that allows for, again, journalists to feel like their work didn't just go out into the ether, is that we have a depth and a knowledge base that we've built on, right? And you're able to reflect that back to platforms as well to be like, hey, you had this great story on just 3 months ago, or 3 weeks ago, or yesterday. And you're able to sort of tell people that these are the sort of elements and things that my team has worked on, and here's how we can do something different, right? You're able to evolve the assignment. And in the long term, one of the things that I think about is especially when it comes to trauma-aware assigning, is that with COVID, with climate change, a lot of personal attacks came on my journalists. It's a hard thing to do, to put yourself out there and talk about these sort of evidence-based things and not have people come at you thinking they have the evidence, which they don't. And so a lot of that was harsh, and it was specifically hard on journalists who were women on my team. And so part of that process after an assignment is checking in, especially a particularly sensitive assignment, is checking in to make sure that not only are they okay, but is there something that you can do actionably to pass that message along or to share that acute pain with somebody to change the process? Take that up higher to management to be like, by the way, this is the cost of doing health and science journalism. This is the cost of doing climate journalism. You need to be aware of that. And so that's sometimes the longer term approach, which is, has that improved? Checking in on that. And, I say all this like it's easy to think about on any given day. I say all this like, I didn't get up at 9 a.m. and just go, oh, yeah, okay, let's go. So it's tricky. You think about all this in hindsight, but as you practice it, as you practice things like feedback, it becomes a muscle. And then you suddenly find yourself able to do work and think about it as not something that just disappears. Thank you.
Thanks, Anand. I have to say, listening to you is sort of like looking back on the last couple of years within our unit. And I have to say, to Anand's credit, he did all of those things. He gave us feedback. He watched what was happening over the course of the pandemic. He asked us questions. He was always there, and I thank you very much for that. And I'll just say on a personal note, there did come a point in your time when I was there that I felt burnt out. It had been 2.5 years, probably 200 stories on COVID. And I really appreciated the conversations that came with that. It was quite incredible. Okay, so you guys have heard a lot, and we are ready to take any questions that you have about prioritizing your mental health in whatever space that you're in within journalism. If we have a question right away. No, please.
Just to follow up on what you were saying about when you felt like you were burnt out after doing all those stories, what helped you the most? The feedback, yes, but what helped you? Because I think you're certainly not alone.
I think that's a really good question, and I'm going to parlay it into another question. I think that when I was feeling spent, I started not to feel about my storytelling and the job that I did the way that I normally feel, where I approached it with a certain amount of excitement and curiosity, and I had questions to ask. Instead, I felt weighed down. I felt like, I was getting up to do something that was suddenly become this really heavy burden. But what I didn't know, and I'm hoping you can talk to the audience about, and maybe I'll start with you, Julia, was I'm not sure I knew the difference between stress, trauma, and burnout. And I'll hand it over to you to give that sense, because I think for a lot of us, we're hearing terms. We know that our mental health is important, but it was really hard for me to pull out, am I just feeling stressed? Like, am I feeling traumatized by covering the pandemic for, years on end? Or am I just feeling burnt out?
Yeah, there can be a lot of muddling between being tired. Do you just need a rest, or are you actually burned out? We can go sort of the diagnostic route, which is there are three main things to be looking for with burnout, and you've already touched on one of them. So yes, we have that sort of depletion of resources that can be recognized, but there is this element that is almost like the loss of optimism or passion about what we used to be passionate about. You can see this in aid workers, journalists, others. And then the third one with burnout to be aware of is efficacy. Just making mistakes that you wouldn't normally make, leaving a word off of an email, something like this. If we can be more mindful when that's happening and when it's in combination of these other elements, then you're increasingly moving towards burnout. I would say the other thing to maybe be mindful of is just your interactions with other people, right? Just being compassionate and considerate can take a level of resources that we don't often think about. And so if someone's getting a little bit sharper or snappier, then it's not necessarily because they're sharp or snappy. It's because whatever is standing in front of them, there's a part of their brain that is thinking, you know, whatever I think of you or what you're asking, you're standing between me and the sleep that I need right now. And so you get that other response that actually is not intended sometimes.
Yeah, it is remarkable because I think you touched on it, and this is probably what bothered me the most in that time is I didn't feel empathy the same way I've always felt it, and that felt very strange to me. And that brought on other conversations that led to, I think you need a break. You seem burnt out. And I felt very lucky that we could have that conversation. And I'll take this to David first, but is there another question in the room?
Maybe just a statement. I'm about addiction. I'm a recovering news director. And I work in substance use and addiction now, and I volunteer for one of the shelters. And this has sort of separated the mental health and the addiction part, but since COVID especially, there's been such a intersectionality between the two, and people are self-medicating. So to deal with those stress, you know, I'll just have an extra glass of whatever, and I would just let you know that more than 80% of people with substance use disorders or problematic substance use are high functioning. They're employed, they're housed, they're not the guys who hang out around the mission and the shelters. They're your colleagues, and so just make sure that your human resources department has a clear and way of dealing with that, that you're aware of it, because sometimes it's burnout, sometimes it's stress, and sometimes it's somebody who's dealing with substance use problems.
I think that's an excellent point, and I'm glad you bring it up, because I think for journalists in general, there is sort of this backstory of we, you know, work hard, play hard, and the drinking is part of it. And Dave, I'll just bring you in there. You know, you had mentioned the going out after work and going to the bar. Do you think there were times that maybe, are times changing a bit? I mean, I don't know that I don't want to say this is directly, it is good that people get together and talk, but do you think that things are changing in terms of how we should be communicating with one another?
I don't know. You guys tell me. I think, well, it's changed for me, I'll tell you. I was a guy who medicated my stress for many years, and I quit drinking 5 years ago because it wasn't really solving my stress problems. I'll have a drink once in a while. I'm not a total abstainer all the time, but maybe 2 or 3 beers a year. I think COVID disrupted some of our social activities to the point that people weren't going out to bars as much anymore. I think there's a bit of a generational change. But no, I actually think that booze and alcohol are still a big part of the culture of news. The Taking Care survey made a recommendation to say we need to rethink that. It's not a full prohibition, but you know, when anybody's retiring or when there's a birthday or when there's a group celebration, it's always out at a bar. And for those who do have substance abuse issues, or have been prone to medicating their stresses, that's not a terribly comfortable spot. So I think we should start to problematize it in a different way than we have. It's not innocuous. I mean, there's truth in that stereotype about the old grizzled guy with the smoke hanging out and he's got a bottle in his filing cabinet. Guilty. I still have a bottle of Mongolian vodka if anybody wants it. It's in my side thing.
Yes, I think I have a can of seltzer at my desk too. Question from the room?
Over here.
In the stripes?
Okay, so it seems like there aren't really as many staff positions. There's a lot more reliance on freelancers. And what kind of supports are there for people who are working for different outlets doing freelance?
Anand, do you want to take that? I'll actually kind of roll this into a question that I have as well, which is about, even when I was feeling burnt out, I felt like there was nobody there to replace me. So if I left, I didn't know who's going to do this. It's still the middle of a pandemic. We had staffing changes happening. So what happens when people are sort of, not well and there are other challenges?
So, and I apologize for not being able to answer the question as directly, because I didn't actually have a lot of freelancers that were working with my teams, and I don't actually know the supports that are available. But to your point, Christine, is that I think that one thing that I was keenly aware of when people had to leave on mental health terms is that there was this sense from them being like, okay, I've done so far to take this break. I'll do the break, I'll be back, and then I'll be fine. But there is no sort of rubber banding back from this. I've seen colleagues return too quickly and have to go off again because they didn't prioritize the steps, or perhaps, we didn't formulate a plan for reentry. And I think that that's kind of the supports as well, is that, to your point about freelancers, is that it's a rough life. You have to both do the story and sell the story and be the story and everything. And people on the other end just expect it to be done. And the cost of doing that should be the same as we see it in all our journalists. But yeah, in terms of what we were able, what CBC was able to help our colleagues with, I was just pleased that there was a greater understanding of that reentry, of that process of making sure that people can understand what motivates them, working on, and one of my colleagues, we worked on a plan with them about the time that they spend and how they, and very openly too, just between the two of us, and I was able to reflect and respect that, and I think that that's the kind of thing that's really the benefit of working so closely and having a relationship between assignment and team. Dave, do you want to jump in?
I'm sure. I do know a thing or two about freelance. Is this thing on? Can you hear me?
Go for it.
Hello?
It's okay, you're loud enough.
I'm loud, yeah. Freelancers are in a really difficult spot, and they can't really say no. Oh, there we go. My battery has gone dead. Freelancers are in a difficult spot because you eat what you kill, you have relationships with newsrooms, and the moment you start saying, I need added support, is when they'll go elsewhere, because that costs money. The moral onus is on the news organization. Increasingly, it makes economic sense to have cheap labor that you don't have long-term commitments to. That's immoral if we're going to move to a system where the jobs that we would require staffers to do, we're giving to freelancers. Unless you're giving them counseling support, or access to your EAP, or benefit coverage. It's not happening the way it should, but it should. There is an entire organization that advocates for a set of principles on how news organizations should be treating freelancers. It's called ACOS, A-C-O-S, a culture of safety. And it's not just, they have a set of principles for dealing with freelancers, but it's not just for freelancers. It's about newsroom trauma awareness that would help uplift any newsroom, regardless of whether we're talking about staff employees or freelancers. So all to say, freelancers are in a very unique position, and we should stop treating them like second-class employees. I will also say that I know of a couple of programs through the Canadian Journalism Forum on Violence and Trauma. There is a fund. So if you know of freelancers who have work-related trauma exposure kind of injuries, PTSD, there is a fund there that they can tap into and apply to get them to some trauma-aware counseling when they may not have the money and the benefits from an employer to support that.
I think those are really important points, and it's a great question because we've had other instances that I've been witness to where also freelancers feel in the moment they can't voice concerns about other things that are happening, whether it's bias or being treated badly. It's a harsh reality that exists, and I think to Dave's point, it's not being done quite right.
Just one thing to answer your question, also, Christine, about the replaceability of you. That I don't mean to be like joking. There was no replacing you, right? No, not like just in a.
And that weighed on me too.
Yeah.
And I thought if I'm not here, this is really tough. And it did feel like a big problem for all of us.
But at the same time, it's, I think, part of what I was talking about knowing your team and is making sure that everyone understands what that team member brings to the journalism. And so when we when people are going on leave and we're feeling that, it's not that, I don't have a warm body to cover this story. I don't have an intelligent, insightful person to do what you expect of it, because that's what you expect. You expect that brilliance, and it's there. So just remember what goes into that work is what I would hold on to, and when colleagues would have to take time. And I would remember that because I'd be just very excited to have, when you were back, just like excited, like because we could do it. We could create some stuff again.
I appreciated that. All right, we have another question in the audience.
Hello, my name is Daniel Verreken. I'm coming from Durham College, and we've been having this discussion about this general theme of checking in with colleagues, checking in with producers, and as previously mentioned, freelancers, to make sure they're not burnt out, they're not too stressed, they're not traumatized from the work they've been doing. And I think the biggest question on everyone's mind is, or should be, is how often must you ask if they are okay? How often should you ask, hey, how are you doing? Just to give them that reassurance that you are there and that you want to help in any way you can.
That is a great question. Julia, do you want to take that on?
Sure. I think it goes a little bit to what I was saying in that everyone will respond in their own way, and it's important to recognize that. So there's no one-size-fits-all formula, but we can open up the communication channel. It sounds like you're already doing that, and like Dave said, just to say, how are you, without necessarily getting into the rest of it, and then use whatever comes back in that communication channel as a guide.
I'll just give you a quick little example. When I was at Local, I covered for a period of time a lot of, it was car crashes, it was children's court cases, it was just these really negative stories. And I remember Rita Tonelli, who is now our assignment producer at the National, at the time at Local, she came over, she saw a bunch of papers on my desk, and she's like, "You've been covering a lot of bad news." She's like, "How are you doing?" And I'm like, "Fine, go away, I'm busy." But, it speaks to, it depends on the person. But I appreciated her asking the question. And just to let you know, because Anand and I have worked together, and I know everybody who's in every story he just told, his name wasn't mentioned, he actually asked beforehand, "Are you okay with me being on the panel?" Because, we've been in these scenarios. And I thought, I don't care. But I thought it was actually really... But, I thought it was great that he asked. Whether I was okay or it didn't matter, or I just thought, that's great that you asked.
Can I just jump in? I don't think it's how many times do we ask that question. And there's another way of asking that question. What do you need? Right? And that's a little less yes or no, I'm fine. Right? What do you need? That gets into articulating something different. But to your point about, beyond checking in, what is there? You got to create a culture and a space where this is just part of the regular thing. Oh gosh, we've got another story about a murder. It's going to be crappy. How do you feel about that? What do you think? What would you need to do cover this? We've got to just normalize the conversation. And if you can create a safe space for that, you're more likely to get an honest answer than, "Oh, yeah, I'm fine."
And part of what I find that how often do you check in, it's also making sure that what you get from them the answer that you get back, that there is a respect for that answer, whether it's something that needs to stay anonymous or whether it's something that you actually can turn into something actionable. If there's a particular issue that's bothering them, and you can ask, is there a way that I can help with this? And is there a way that we can figure out, because, you know, if it's straightforward, if it's kind of like a deadline or a platform that's being particularly difficult, it's like, okay, is there a conversation we can have about working around that? But if it's just a general sort of feeling towards I mean, conflict resolution is one thing, but if it's a sort of like an issue of something internal, if they're not feeling as passionate about what they're doing, it's not, just to remind you, it's not on you to fix it. It's not on you. Like, I couldn't help people to the level that I would think that I would expect of myself as a leader, but that was also a learning moment. You can't just reach in and fix it, but you can create the environment that you're open to hearing about it.
And I'll just say, too, on its credit, I remember he would come over to the health unit during the pandemic and say, how's it going? How's it going? And at one point I said, please stop asking me how it's going. It's going fine, unless I tell you something's wrong and then I want action and go tell that show. They can't have that. But, you know, that's the kind of relationship you build, too. And that takes trust to say, please, I don't need you to ask me how I'm doing. I'll come to you if I have a problem. But it's really important and it means a lot. All right, I know we have another question in the back.
Thank you. Yeah, my question is maybe more towards young journalists, but I feel like with kind of the instability of the job market, sometimes there's this feeling of, if I admit this, that I'm struggling with this, will I squander my one chance to make it in the industry that I really want to be in? And so how do you respond to that kind of concern?
Oh, I think that's a great question. I think people do that in the beginning. I think they do it at a lot of points in their career. And David, I'm going to refer to you here only because I know it was tough even when you had your moment, how there is a certain shame that you feel like is associated with saying, I think I have a problem here.
So I'll tell a little bit about my personal story. Over a decade ago, during the Russell Williams case, Canadian military commander turns sadomasochistic serial killer. Another walk in the park kind of story. After 4 days of covering that court case, I couldn't get out of bed. And I had the most horrible feeling of dread. I thought I was dying. I thought I was broken. I was terrified to call my bosses because I feared they would think I was weak and maybe I wouldn't get put on the next big story. To answer your question, there's two answers. One, I should say, no, you should be brave and you should be open and all of that. But practically speaking, I don't think we're there yet. So I think you've got to make a calculation and try to speak to a manager that you trust but I agree. I do think that there is still stigma. I still think that we are all under so much pressure with depleted resources that in the shorthand of our jobs, people in assignment capacities or that are hiring freelancers, they're going to go to the easiest path with the fewest problems, the less headaches and all of that. So we're in this real bind. And until we normalize conversation and we just make this part of it's okay not to be okay, I'm not going to advise you to, but that doesn't mean you don't take care of yourself, right? You got to acknowledge it for yourself. As Julia was saying, there's a couple of levels of support. You have to advocate and figure out, and if it means you're calling in sick or you're dodging and you're not actually telling the full story of why you're not available for that work assignment, I say do that, because you got to take care of yourself. Anyway, and to my experience, it's funny. It's not funny. It kind of bugs me, which is why I'm doing this work. No one at CBC, with the exception of one or two managers who were not even my direct managers, reached out to me after my experience. In fact, they haven't talked to me about PTSD ever, which I think is weird, because we can learn so much if we are a little bit more open and we're sharing our stories and we're normalizing the conversation. So, yeah, until we're there at a comfort level, I wouldn't earlier in your career, I would just do a proper calculation. How's that?
I will say on a slightly more optimistic note, being in the newsroom while there were discussions around back to work, and there are a lot of younger employees who felt that, you know, this whole hybrid thing, it works for me. Your lineups are being filled and everything is fine. And I got to listen in on a conversation where there was a real fight over it. And, you know, having been in this business for 20 plus years, I was so impressed to hear some of the young people really advocate for themselves. And some of them even outlined mental health issues that they were having out of the pandemic, even talked about social anxiety, about coming into the newsroom and having to do those things. So those conversations are happening, and we are hearing, and I feel it is a younger generation that is advocating for themselves and not feeling the pressure of the stigma, I think, as much as we had seen in previous years. So I do think that change is happening, and when you see people like Anand leading shows and the approach that he's taking, it does feel change happens slowly, but it does feel like it's happening. Okay, I know we have another question. Yes.
Actually, Christine, I was going to say something similar. So I'm a journalism professor, and yes, Dave, I know the that the surveys, it is absolutely true. It wasn't that long ago that here comes a double negative, that we weren't really talking about this because we came out of newsrooms where it wasn't talked about, but there has been, you know, a change, and I think part of it is the conversation that you and Matthew started, but also generationally. And you know, one of the best reasons for newsrooms to be hiring young people is because they are bringing a much healthier work ethic, and I think, and a real authenticity about the pressures of the work. And I just got a note from a student yesterday. Next week we're doing a writing on deadline assignment. We had one a couple of weeks ago, and the student nicely suggested that perhaps we talk a bit about how to relieve stress in the moment, you know, before we're doing the assignment, which is a fantastic idea. It wasn't whining like, oh, I can't handle that stress. It's, you know, we should learn how to be proactive and to handle it. And I'm seeing this among, you know, I'm seeing a lot of this among students who are really, I think, way ahead of, you know, the previous generation. And I'm sorry when you were a student. A little more than a decade ago. I mean, I think about that. We didn't talk about that at all. And yet you are a very progressive, enlightened leader, so
I mean,
found it within yourself.
The thing about that, though, is that if I could tell people who are having these young people come to them, stop treating people like you were treated. Like, just stop it. Like, honestly, I think about the stuff that I went through in the initial days, and I'm like, no one needs this. I didn't grow being yelled at but somebody else was on the phone, and I'm like, hey, you got a call coming for you, and they turned and snapped at me, and I'm like, I didn't learn anything from that moment. I photocopied a script wrong, and they're like, you should never do this again, and I'm like, okay, chill out. You kill a metric ton of trees every night, and that's fine. But, you know, it's the idea that, I mean, even when it comes to physical health, we have a lot of interns that come through our units, and, you know, they felt bad about taking a sick day because they only had 6 weeks with us, and I'm like, this is a human right. I will not hold it against anyone to take a sick day. Like, please, like, just take care of yourself because I want you at your fullest. And in some sense, it's also responding to, yes, they have ways of perhaps internalizing and taking it on about what it means for their future. But, I mean, I tried to focus on the work with them because I'm like, we're here, and if you do one story, or if you just, the challenges of what it takes to go through that story, even if it's a dud, that's the learning experience. That's the point of this. It's not about hitting your numbers or whatever those imaginary numbers are in our mind. And actually, yeah, that was one of the things that we had a young colleague with us, joined us for weeks, and she worked on a story, ironically, about happiness. And it was a slog because there was just so many trials and tribulations between research and whatnot. And I'm like, you know, I just love that. I love that story. Perhaps it didn't turn out the way you wanted, but the road to getting there was so worth it. And they were quite, you know, more down on themselves of not getting it done sooner. I'm like, no, this is probably the perfect way a story about happiness should get done, and really worked on. So that's one of those things that I try to tell people is that there is a journey to what you're doing. But of course, not everyone has me as being like, go on, you'll be fine.
If I may, the data from the Taking Care survey shows that the younger, newer generation of journalists have a different level of literacy, a different level of comfort talking about their own mental health, and a greater expectation of employers. So I think this is a challenge and an opportunity for news organizations.
Yeah, and I do think that we are feeling a bit of a shift. I know that we're going to try and wrap up here, but Julia, I just wanted to end, the title of this was How to Prioritize Mental Health While Getting the Story. What tips would you give people on doing that? Because it is hard and in the moment, and I think we've heard outlined some of the advanced work that needs to be done, but what are some of the tips that people should keep in mind?
Gosh, that's a good question. Again, I guess it would be different for everyone, but I suppose just being very self-aware and noticing where your behaviors may be changing, and keeping social connections is just so important. We know that there's a health benefit to having social connections that can be friends, family, neighbors, anyone. People will have different, again, ways of being. Some people will be more social. Some people will be tending more towards solitude. Both are absolutely fine. And when we're struggling, it can be very easy to want to isolate. I would say if you're moving a little bit in that direction and you do want time alone, which is also fine, maybe try and find some of that time in nature, which we also know can have really huge benefits. So yeah, social connections and just being very aware of where you're at.
Those are great points. I mean, all of those for your mental health in general, but when we're doing what we do, it can be a lifesaver, I think. All right, I want to thank all of you. This has been a great talk, and thank you for all of your wonderful questions as well. I now want to hand it over to Brian Daly with the RTDNF, Radio, Television, Digital News Foundation, and he is going to announce some scholarship winners. Thank you.
If it's important to you, City News is there.
Bringing you the stories that you care about.
From neighborhoods we share,
Up to the minute information.
wherever it happens,
To wherever you are.
City News delivers the news you want the way you want.
Watch nightly on City TV or stream it on City News 24/7. Listen on the radio at City News 680 or on your smart speaker and visit citynews.ca.
City News everywhere.
Can you hear me? All right, everybody. Now this is the part I love, handing out scholarship checks. So my name is Brian Daly with the Radio, Television, Digital News Foundation. I'm a professor of journalism at the University of King's College, but some of you might recognize me as a guy who was a journalist once upon a time, not that long ago, and I've worked with many people in this room and had a great time doing it. But one of the great joys of my career switch into academia is not only working with students, but also seeing students get opportunities they might not otherwise have had. And so today is the day to talk about that. So just for anybody in the room who doesn't know what the RTDNF is, we've been around since 1978. We've been offering financial assistance to students across Canada. We've given out a total of $389,000 since then, and that's all been to help students across the country defray their costs. And so I should also plug the fact that we would love to have even more scholarships at RTDNF, so anybody who's in a position to do so, be a great investment in a young life to, and not even always a young person, but certainly a journalism student. It would be a tremendous investment for anybody who has the means to consider getting in touch with us and setting up a scholarship in the name of somebody who matters to you. So, without any further ado, I did want to thank the students, all the students who submitted this year. They've produced all outstanding work, and the judging panel had to work hard to discern between all this outstanding work. And so I want to thank all of you who worked as judges, and any of you who are thinking of doing so, please do contact us at the RTDNF for next year. And I want to give a very specific thank you to our 8 scholarship winners this year. Can we give them all a hand, first of all? Some of them have made the trip here to Toronto, and some of them are also based here in Toronto to receive checks. So we'll hand those out right here. But first, I did want to play you some excerpts just so you can see some of the outstanding work that our RTDNF scholarship winners did this year.
I think skateboarding is a piece of medicine in itself.
So you went from Nigeria to the US. Why did you come to Canada?
I would say for like greener pastures, because like I felt like we had a brighter future here compared to my country. So like basically I could just go and get a work after, but in my country the rate of unemployment is actually quite high. So like I just felt like things would be better if we came here.
Afghanistan, a country that has been battling war and violence for more than 20 years, has been stripped away from its glory. The people of Afghanistan shed tears, shed dreams, and shed blood.
Every day there was attacks on school, hospital, education centers. But after that, when Taliban took over the country, it got worse and worse. I left my mom there. I left my brothers there. I hope that if they cannot do anything else, the girls and the women go back to school.
Welcome to the Little Prince Cinema. Nestled in downtown Stratford, this is the world's smallest movie theater.
It's eclectic, it's intimate, it's tiny, and it feels like, you know, out of this world, kind of like the 1930s, 1940s.
The 12-person theater earned the Guinness World Record, now attracting even more visitors from Stratford and beyond.
On August 11th, 2022, 25-year-old Carson was assaulted in the Bramalea City Center parking lot by a police officer.
They roughed me up and put me on the ground and cuffed me. And them don't touch me, you don't have my consent to touch me, all that kind of stuff, you're assaulting me. And then, they brought me to the ground and were holding me down, and then they handcuffed me while I was on the ground, Yeah, it just makes me, really sad, that this happens so often, and that, it's it just didn't need to, at all,
Yeah.
And then, they're so cloak and dagger about everything after the fact. There's just, no consequences.
Okay, well, let's give a hand, please, to our 8 scholarship winners. Very hard-hitting, a lot of hard-hitting journalism. Well, let's get right to it. We'll begin with one of the students you saw there. Far Azazula from TMU is in the room, winner of the Global News Diversity Scholarship. Far, come on up. Anybody who wants to say a few words can, or you can just receive your check. It's up to you.
So I would like to thank the judges, first of all, for this opportunity, and second to my professor, Janice Neal, who sent me this opportunity, and I appreciate it so much. And my parents. I mean, without them, I couldn't have done any of this and told Afghan stories. Thank you.
Yes, you can now. So that's Far Azazula, winner of the Global News Diversity Scholarship. And next we have from Fanshawe College, the winner of the BNN Jim O'Connell Scholarship. I believe Kate is here. Kate Otterbein. Are you here, Kate? Hello.
Well, thank you. First of all, I'd also like to thank the judges and especially my professors who have helped me grow this far. I spent 3 years at Fanshawe, and that time has now come to an end, a little bittersweet. I'm starting my career. But also thank you to my family who kind of have supported me throughout this insane journey of journalism, and I'm so grateful I could be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Thanks so much. Kate Otterbein, everybody from Fanshawe College. And up next, winner of the CBC Barbara Frum Scholarship from my alma mater, TMU, Mackenzie Elizabeth De Silva Rebello. Mackenzie, are you here today? Oh, great. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't realize to put my whole name up there. That's my full name. Just thank you, everyone, for this opportunity, and to Janice Neal, who's my professor from earlier last year. It's a great opportunity, and thank you to the judges. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mackenzie. The last check we have today is for the winner of our J.J. Richards Scholarship, and that is also from TMU, Brittany Weaver. Brittany.
I would also like to just say thank you to the judges and Janice for supervising me on my project, as well as my family. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brittany. And I also wanted to thank Zenith Wolf. Is Zenith here today? Zenith is here. Excellent. All the way from Quebec City. You got to come up and say a few words if you can, Zenith. Zenith is the winner of our RTDNF Cottage Life Scholarship and Internship, one of our newest scholarships. And Zenith had a chance to work at Cottage Life in a placement there that was very successful. So Zenith, if you'd like to come up and just say a few words.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if I was supposed to walk up yet. I'd like to thank RTDNF for giving me this opportunity to get this scholarship. It means so much being able to work in a real news environment for pretty much the first time in my life. It's really an honor. Journalism is something that I fell into a couple of years ago, and I'm just so glad that I found it, because writing is really my outlet. I've discovered that over the last few years. So thank you, RTDNF. Thank you to my family, who's always supported me no matter whatever I've pursued. And though she's not here, unfortunately, she couldn't make it. Thank you to Megan McFadden, the editor of Cottage Life. She is an incredible editor. And for a company that talks about a lot of more casual topics, they still have a really good focus on the news. They give me the best opportunity to learn about everything that I need to learn about to go into the industry. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot, Zenith. And Megan is a former RTDNF scholarship winner herself, and so she's paying it forward in her own way, the editor-in-chief of Cottage Life. I do want to also announce our other scholarship winners who could not be here today. I'll advance at this time. I was messing up my clicker here. Jeremy Hull from my school I currently teach at, University of King's College. He won the Atlantic Association of Broadcasters Scholarship awarded to students from the Atlantic provinces. So let's give Jeremy a hand. And we also have Carla Zina Jubaili from the University of British Columbia. She won the Narcity Media Digital Journalism Scholarship, which is awarded to a news story published on a website or a social media platform. A hand for Carl Zina, please. And finally, we have Mayham Hashi, also from the British Columbia Institute of Technology. She won the RTDNF scholarship to a second, third, or graduating student. And that's Mayham Hashi. Excellent. Now we have one last announcement to make, which is that every year we take a long look at all of our scholarship winners, and we give an overall winner. We announce an overall winner. It's called the RTDNA George Clark Scholarship. And this year, the overall winner for the RTDNA George Clark Scholarship is Mayham Hashi from the BC Institute of Technology. Yeah. So thanks again to all the scholarship winners, and I encourage all of you, we now have up next a networking break, and so you have a chance to meet some people in the room who certainly I've spoken to some of them. Some of them have jobs. Some of them have opportunities for you. Please do meet with them. Please do introduce yourselves, and vice versa to those of you who've now seen our scholarship winners. Please introduce yourselves, and we'll take that networking break now. So thanks again to all the recipients. And again, I encourage all of you to support the RTDNF and everything that they're doing. They have tremendous work there. Thank you very much.
Please enjoy a 15-minute break before we are back with Swipe Up and Tech Trends. Please welcome Lauren O'Neill. Or we were welcoming. There she is.
About that. Hi, everyone. I'm Lauren O'Neill. Look at all of you beautiful journalists. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We are here today to talk about how to connect with the younger generation of news consumers. Our panel here is called Swipe Up. Do we have any teens in the house? Teenagers? Anyone teens? No? Okay, I didn't think so. Do we have any? Oh, really? All right, good for you. I was going to say, that's when but I'm sure we do have people here who have teens at home, have teen kids, have children, right? So I don't need to tell you that most people born after 1990, and especially those born in the 2000s, aren't really sitting down for the nightly newscast or cracking open the newspaper or listening to the radio like they used to be. Younger millennials and Generation Z are far more likely to rely on social media platforms for their information, which is obviously a bit of a problem right now for our industry, given the current circumstances. In this session, we're going to explore how to connect with younger news consumers, how to draw them from socials to owned and operated platforms, how to remain relevant in a loud and chaotic media environment, and why Bill C-18, otherwise known as the Online News Act, is making much of this far more challenging. Now, we've got three amazing panelists here I will introduce, but I will let you know that after we do a little bit of chatting, there will be a Q&A period, so get your questions ready, and there will be someone around with a microphone, so you can ask our esteemed panelists anything you'd like. Speaker number one on the end here, this is Alison Middleton, Editor-in-Chief of Narcity. She joins us all the way from London in the UK. Narcity needs no introduction. It's absolute juggernaut in the digital media space with millions of millennial readers. Speaker number two is Anita Lee, a true innovator in this industry. She's a longtime journalist as well as publisher and founder of The Green Line, which is a hyper-local, community-focused outlet geared toward young Torontonians. And please correct me if I'm wrong on that. Okay, cool. Awesome. And then lastly, we have Natalie Crowell. She is the senior producer of audience experience for CBC's The National. And I can guarantee has seen her fair share of changes in consumption habits over the past, I think, 13 years, is it? With the 15 years with the public broadcaster. That's incredible. And as for me, you'll see, that was a millennial reference. I'm Lauren, as the Spice Girls. We were joking about how our little mics make us look like a girl band. Yeah, so I kind of started my career in journalism around the same time that everyone was really going hard on Facebook. I was at the Toronto Star, then I was at the CBC in their social media department for 5 years, and then was recently at BlogTO for 7 years, and starting a new job on Monday in radio. That says, that'll tell you everything you need to know about C-18 right there. So yeah, let's begin. I'd like to start by asking each of our panelists how C-18 is affecting the ways in which you reach your audiences. So let's start with Allison. Here, sorry. Allie is her nickname. Can I say Allie? Or?
With Allie. We'll go
Allie, okay.
Yeah.
It's just Allison here. It's like, oh. Allie, how has C-18 affected things at Narcity and with your audiences?
In a very big way. So Narcity is obviously a social first brand. We built the brand off of reaching the younger demographic where they are already engaging with their communities and consuming news, so predominantly through social and predominantly through Facebook and Instagram. I talk to people no matter where I am or who I'm speaking to, and they know Narcity or they know MTL Blog, which is our Montreal local brand, because of our prevalence in their social feeds. So obviously, our ability to connect with these users where they already are has been a big part of who we've always been, and what we are good at and what we love to do. The Meta's response to this bill has drastically impacted our ability to do that. So for those of you who may not have realized, Meta has blocked Canadian users from being able to access any of our content through Facebook and Instagram, which had a very immediate and very drastic impact on our traffic and therefore on our revenue. But more importantly, just on our ability to deliver on our mission to reach this younger demographic where they already are and to kind of, go with their natural behaviors of how they like to consume news.
That's very concise. That's a great explanation. I want to record that and just play that for everyone when they ask me what's going on with this whole C18 thing. Anita, have you been experiencing similar things with the Green Line?
Yeah, so for context, the Green Line is a hyperlocal independent news outlet that's community driven. So we consult the communities that we report on about the issues that they care about. So there's a strong kind of analog in-person portion to the Green Line. We just launched last April, so we have not been as impacted, given like our very analog approach, though we are very digital first as well. Combined with the fact that we just launched last year, we have not been as impacted, but I can say that 30% of our social traffic has decreased. Our overall traffic has actually increased over time, but that doesn't mean that I'm not upset about the loss of the 30%, because obviously that would have been beneficial. But the way we've kind of worked around it in some ways is that we've built a lot of relationships, direct relationships with grassroots community partners on the ground. So we build audience through in-person engagement often a lot of times, because events are very much embedded into our editorial model. Yeah, we do also a lot of community surveying. So we develop direct relationships with the community members and the audience members that we do serve. So, and the whole idea is that the more you engage them, the more you cover things that they actually care about, the more they're actually going to engage with your brand. So, yeah.
Awesome. And Natalie, how things are going over at the SEAB?
So, I mean, like it did have an impact on our strategy that we had in place. We had just rolled out a whole new a strategy that became irrelevant very quickly. But at the national, our core product is a video product in a newscast. So it didn't really impact. It's not impacting our core product and how we deliver that to our audience. But how we touch and find that emerging audience and younger audience, yeah, that's it does have an impact in that way. But like when it happened, we pivot. That's what we do, right? So I don't think it's going to be the last time a platform changes or an audience behavior changes suddenly or quickly or more quickly than we expect. So we quickly went back to the drawing board to find new strategies and redirect that energy into new places. So.
Awesome. Just following up, I remember when I was at the CBC, we had first started streaming the national broadcast on Facebook.
Yes,
yeah. Is that still happening?
No.
People loved it. People went crazy for it.
Yeah, we actually moved away from live streaming on Facebook several years ago for various reasons, but...
I'm a bad news consumer. I apologize for not knowing
Yes, but it was hot. Like when we started streaming on Facebook, it was like a hot live stream. It got big numbers. It did really well. And we saw that audience behavior change over time. So that's like an example of how we pivoted there too.
Yeah, awesome. Cool. Well, I'm going to put the next question out to all three of you. Feel free to jump in. I'm going to ask you for some tips and tricks. What are you doing to draw audiences away from socials that are owned by huge California-based tech giants into your owned and operated platforms?
I can start actually. So C18, YouTube is actually not covered under C18. So, and the Green Line actually has a partnership with City News Toronto where we produce a community show called Your Community that gets released every other week on Fridays. So as a result, we have a lot of video content that we can repurpose and actually put on YouTube as well as alongside original content. So what we're trying to do is pivot to that platform because it makes a lot of sense. And you guys might have heard recently that YouTube is actually trying to highlight more authoritative news brands. So that it's not just algorithmically based where they're directing people to whoever, like any person who's disseminating information, whether it's good or bad. They're actually making a deliberate attempt to kind of focus on really quality journalism, which is fantastic. So that's one thing I'm doing. The other thing is that the Green Line has an action journey model. So we have a core model that basically tackles where in a given month, we tackle one systemic issue facing the city. So in week 1, we publish an explainer about a systemic problem. Week 2, we publish the feature. Week 3, we have an event where we convene sources from the story, community members, members of the public, industry stakeholders to discuss possible solutions to the problem. And then in week 4, we publish an article that crowdsources the solutions surfaced at the event, and we reflect those back to community members so they can take action on them on their own terms, or take action on problems in their communities on their own terms. And so you can see like there's engagement embedded into that process. So the events are really critical in terms of us getting FaceTime with our audience, collecting emails, and as a result, it's a slower build, but as a result, it's a more loyal audience, and it's more sustainable in the long run because you're not really giving away your audience to like a third-party platform. You're really owning that.
That's super innovative stuff. Yeah, I'm really excited to see the future of kind of where this leads. Yeah, I have a good feeling. Ladies, you want to add anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, on our end, I mean, we are obviously a very different type of business to the likes of the CBC, and we have always kind of thrived in our ability to pivot very quickly, be very adaptable, kind of that sort of startup mentality really from the beginning. So we had to really, really streamline our operations. We had to really scale back our operations, and we had to really think about, like, how do we get back to what the core of our business really is and what we set out to be. So the last 6 months in particular has been kind of a big focus on getting back to the root of our local identity. So the local travel, the local food and drink, local things to do, highlighting, you know, what's amazing about your city. And that's where we feel like we really add a value proposition and something unique in the Canadian market. And I think that's going to be more and more important as we move forward. And I'm sure we'll kind of get to that shortly, but that's kind of the place we've started. It's, you know, important to acknowledge that search is obviously a huge part of our business also. So while being mindful of the fact that there are concerns about over-reliance in that space, we obviously continue to optimize our SEO strategies and really, you know, adopt and implement AI tools and all of that. We're really leaning into balancing that local coverage with more service journalism, so thinking about how do we create content that helps Canadians just make decisions in their day-to-day lives? And we're having a lot of success in that space, so we'll continue to kind of, you know, balance both things as part of our coverage, while still really trying to stay very focused on that local identity. You know, there are a lot of other things we're experimenting with, of course. You know, we have a newsletter, and we're continuing to publish on you know, X and on TikTok and on Flipboard and Apple News and our syndication partners. We're experimenting with other ways to find audience on other platforms, like looking into WhatsApp and those kind of things. And obviously always adapting our .com to make it as interactive as possible and bring people direct. But I think it's also important to acknowledge that the behavior of that younger demographic, they're not going direct to an RCD.com. That's just not their behavior. So, you know, over-investing into that also doesn't make sense. So ultimately, I think for us, of course, we continue to experiment, and we will always do that and always pivot. But, you know, for everyone to be aware that there is no silver bullet. Like, of course, we don't have the answer about how you turn a business built out of social and a broad reach into something that is bringing this younger demographic who are on social, and that's how they're consuming news. So yeah, no easy answer, but trying a lot of things, certainly.
Gotta try, right? Just throw a whole bunch of spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks, I used to always say. Natalie, how is the National driving more people away from social onto, you know?
Yeah. We never really used social as a device to drive people to own and operate. It was more a familiarity play and a brand play. I guess in short, the pivot we made was like we are going harder on YouTube. YouTube is a priority. It's a great discovery platform for the brand, and trying to experiment with YouTube Shorts in the wake of that too, to get people more eyeballs on the videos, as well as dabbling into TikTok too, to just see if we can find the new an emerging audience that way as well. There's one trick. I have like one tangible trick I can give to like driving to ONO, if that's the elusive moving people over, which is like that we do on like, we monitor overperforming videos, so videos that are getting high traction, high views, and do insert cards on YouTube that do, and with like some good language and stuff to try and draw people back to our site for a feature piece that adds more, like if you're interested in this story. So that's like one thing that you can play with, is with those cards on YouTube, which, you know, we've seen some moderate success with those. So
yeah, I mean, if people are already interested in the video, want more context, it's
it's a lot to build into a workflow when you don't have a lot of, you know, to do it on if you have a lot of content. But if you identify those overperforming videos and where there might be an opportunity to push.
That's really smart. Yeah, because it could, I could imagine it taking forever to do that to every single piece of content. But just identifying the ones that are really getting the eyeballs. That's very clever. All right, I'm going to ask you all. I think, Anita, this is kind of a good one for you. In this environment where it's harder than ever to reach younger audiences, how do we effectively address their concerns? I mean, younger people are looking at things like affordability, housing issues, climate change, whether or not Taylor Swift is at the NFL game. You know, that's a very dark joke. Kids are actually interested in very serious things as well, though, you know, like younger audiences. And so I think that's something that you're doing effectively, right?
Absolutely. So our mission statement is that we investigate the way we live to help young and other underserved Torontonians survive and thrive in a rapidly changing city. So the service orientation is built into our mission. And so in terms of the way we serve our audiences, we call ourselves effectively a lifestyle publication, but it's not like Goop, Gwyneth Paltrow, 10 scented candles in your bathroom. We're talking about real life, like we're talking about food security, we're talking about mental health, we're talking about housing and employment. And so that's actually why we take an action journey approach, because the way I see journalism moving is it's less passive consumption of the news, it's more like leveling up from engagement to engagement 2.0. We're trying to get people not to just engage with our content, we're trying to get them to engage with the world around them as a result of the journalism that we produce, because obviously journalism, and everybody in this room knows this, is a pillar of democracy. And so the way we're kind of managing that is by encouraging people to take the reins on their life, because I feel like a lot of young people feel like very anxious, depressed. There's a lot of research that shows that. They feel like it's very chaotic. They don't have a lot of control over things. So in some ways, it's an empowerment kind of play in getting people to consume the information with an intent to actually do something about it. But we do intentionally, like, because we consult the communities that we serve, we constantly get feedback that our younger audiences want us to cover subjects like the ones that I listed before, because it actually has to do with their like well-being.
Love that. Allison?
Yeah, I mean, I think everything you're saying is so true. Obviously, the engagement part of it and it being a two-way conversation is so important, and that's why, for us, again, it's figuring out not only has this blocked our ability to share links and drive traffic, but also to engage with our audience and kind of hear from them and what they want from us. So, of course, you know, always brainstorming new ways to try and create that engagement. But I think, you know, off the back of the question that you're asking, like the biggest concern I would touch on is just not only has this, you know, it halted our ability to reach our audiences, but it's also created a major information gap for the younger audiences who now aren't as easily having access to fact-checked, reliable journalism, and the concerns that come along with that. And like you said, this is so important for a democratic society, and you know, just what's happening right now is the perfect example of that, where we're seeing so much disinformation on social, and everything that's happening in Canada with this bill and Meta's response is only making that worse. And I think those concerns only, you know, only continue if we don't see a change in this bargaining and the legislation.
Natalie?
Yeah, I think, so getting to topics and getting your content to appeal to younger people from a topic perspective. I mean, for the National, it's been an interesting challenge with my time there, because it's world news, it's international news, it's not necessarily what young people what you would think young people want to consume, but I think that there is a hunger for this kind of content, for this kind of news, for this kind of information with the younger demo, and we are seeing it in the numbers, that if you make it accessible, make your news accessible, and what I mean is providing, we often talk about designing our stories with on-ramps to news so that you're allowing people to come in and feel empowered to want to know more. And finding opportunities when we can do that, like an explainer would be a very basic example of that. We're going to do depth coverage on this, but can we provide an on-ramp first for that audience, or additionally for that audience if needed? So thinking about it like that, I mean, you guys both touched on it, listening to your audience is key. Listening to your audience through engagement, through data is key, I think. And as well, and I think having young people on your team and actually listening to them is a really important thing as well. Yeah.
Yes, I can say from experience, just seeing different newsrooms and stuff, you know, having people in the demographic working for you is clutch. And then having newsroom leaders too, who are willing to put the trust in what young people are saying, it's great. Are there any questions at this point? We do have a couple more questions, but I wanted to just open up the floor if anyone has. Yes.
Thank you very much, Natalie, for talking about the on-ramps. I It wasn't too clear when you mentioned Skid Explainer, or the on-ramp that you were talking about for getting the young people to be able to access the news content. If you can provide another example in addition to just expanding more on the one that you gave.
Sure.
And then when you do have young people that are on the team, what sort of roles do you give them? How do you get that information from them to help with tapping into the market more?
Mhm.
And then when you get that, in terms of how you get the information from them, but also what formal processes do you have in place to make sure that they're getting heard and that the information is being applied?
Okay, yeah. So on the first part, with the on ramps, I think that a basic I think what I'm saying is when we know we're going to roll into big coverage on something, we'll use the news happening now out of Israel and Gaza. Doing that coverage, but also listening to the audience and the questions that they have and providing that content. So CBC News has an amazing audience listening team as well that we can tap into. That's listening, they're checking the comments for questions. They've got incoming questions coming in, but actually paying attention to that information that's coming in and catering your content to it. So if we know that we're doing all this amazing coverage, depth analysis, all this, but there's this weird question that people have about a very basic part. So let's do that. Let's tell that story, and that would be an on-ramp, I think, which is something that works in a program, in the on-demand space, or on social as well. So, and then maybe if someone sees that and they feel like, I get this more, and then they want to proceed into further coverage, hopefully. And as far as processes for young people on the show, I don't think I have anything formal to add to that. As someone who was once a young person on the show, I remember not being, there is, I think if we want to tell the stories that are going to resonate with them, we have to understand the framework that they want to approach that story, the lens that they're seeing the world through when it comes to that story. So I think I would just say listening to them, making space to listen to how young people are seeing this on your team and following through on that.
Thank you for your question. No, I just wanted to ask really quick about this. You had just kind of mentioned search. Ali, you had talked about search and the importance of SEO. I mean, we know that Meta has responded to the Online News Act in quite a, I might say, severe way. What does the future hold if Google does the same? If they start not censoring, but kind of blocking Canadian news results from search results. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
I mean, I think you're looking at me here, so.
All three.
Obviously, yeah, it's a reality that we have to prepare ourselves for, but I think the sentiment that's kind of been going throughout today so far, or at least for what I've been able to hear from it, is also sort of the sentiment that we have at our company right now. We still feel quite positive about the fact that some kind of negotiation and agreement will be reached. It's very hard to imagine a reality where that's not the case. So I think, internally and in terms of motivation for our staff and for myself and how I feel about the future, I still feel quite positive about that. So I'll sort of say that first and foremost, but then I think also just recognizing that, yes, we are thinking about other ways to adapt our business model where perhaps content doesn't become one of the largest revenue drivers and what that looks like, but content still being the core of what that is. So I still think that everything we're doing right now are all of the right things to kind of create that base for, okay, we're going back to who are we? We are refocusing on our core topics that we're really good at, that we build authority on in Canada. And if we have to pivot and some of the things that we're looking that you have touched on as being a big part of your business, it's like the event space and more in-person engagement and all of that. There are a lot of ideas and ways that we see we could move our business forward and that we will explore no matter what happens with Google. But no matter what, we still think content will be the core of the business to kind of, be who we are to be able to push whatever business model we adapt to moving forward.
So nobody's pivoting to Bing yet.
I totally co-sign a lot of what Allison said. It would be really not great for the industry, obviously, if Google followed through and we can access traffic from SEO. But for all intents and purposes, from what we can't use tech giants as a catch-all anymore because it's clear that Meta and Google have responded in very different ways. And from what I've seen, because I've worked with the Google News Initiative before, and the team there, they've made it really clear that they are invested in news and that their own products would suffer as a result of actually blocking off traffic to Canadian publishers, which is counter to Meta's experience, which is like they've actually experienced higher engagement as a result of removing news from their platforms. So I still have like hope and faith that this will resolve itself well, but similar to Allison, I think like any good business owner, especially as a startup, you have to diversify your revenue. You can't rest on your laurels. Like, I think that was something that we learned from, the ad focus kind of business models of previous publications. And we don't want to make that mistake again. So, and I also just to wrap my point, I think it's no longer, journalism should evolve. Content is definitely like queen. But at the same time, I think the way people experience journalism should be much more holistic, and ultimately it's a service. So whether it's like through AI or VR or text or video or events, you're still, as long as you're informing your communities, like that is an act of journalism. So I think we should, obviously explore avenues beyond content.
That is a great soundbite. Someone needs to clip that. That's great. Natalie, do you trust Google? Am I allowed to ask that?
No, not me, but I don't. It doesn't really impact my world, so I don't have a ton to say on that. But I think going back to what you said there, that it's sticking with doubling down on what you're good at and what your core value and service is to the audience is probably where we're going to focus our energy as things unravel.
Awesome. Well, I mean, Nashville's been around for a very, very long time. I'm sure it will continue to adapt excellently. Do we have any more questions from the audience? Anyone? If not, then I'm going to ask all three of you. I think we have a few minutes left. This is a tough one. Just do your best. What is your prediction for the future of the news industry in Canada? Say 5-10 years down the road. What can you see happening? I mean, channel your inner Margaret Atwood. I mean, what?
What we hope, or what?
Yeah, what you? I mean, what? Yeah, what you hope, what you think would be cool, what you fear might not be cool. Just opening up the floor. What do you see as the future of news in Canada?
Well, I think hunger for information isn't going anywhere. Hunger for trustworthy information is probably going to grow, hopefully, as technology, as AI, and all the stuff that's coming goes. So in that regard, I'm optimistic about it. It's how people consume, when they consume, where they consume. That's just going to continue to evolve, and I don't think that we can predict 10 years down. It's like 6 months down the road, we don't know, So I think, again, going back to focusing on your core value, your core service, and then just like go with the flow when it comes to how that lands with the audience. But it's also important to, as we move down the road, I think to be able to adapt with your audience and paying attention to how their consumption is changing. And not just from a technical standpoint, moving here, moving there. It's doing it from an editorial standpoint too. So I think that just keeping touch, having an audience team, I would say is very helpful to designing your content as well.
Awesome. So listening to the audience, producing excellent content, that's, I think that is a hopeful future.
Yeah, people might watch it on their fridges or wherever. Yeah. We don't know, but I'm optimistic that there will be a deep value for the work we do going forward. Yeah.
Love that.
I would say the future of journalism, I hope and I think, is collaborations and partnerships. And I've been really heartened by, I'm collaborating in a very productive, fruitful relationship with the great folks at City News Toronto. I've speaking about collaboration with Torontoverse, which is a local startup in Toronto, and have collaborated with the Hoser. And I think, I'm somebody who really cares about filling gaps in coverage because there's a lot of news deserts across the country. And so I really think there's a place for legacy and also emerging media, and that we all have value and we can actually collaborate to actually properly serve all Canadians. And yeah, like I think it's a really, and there's a lot of, especially among, I'm also the journalism innovator in residence at Toronto Metropolitan University, and I'm teaching entrepreneurship workshops to a lot of my students who are really excited to turn their side hustles, their side news hustles into something that they can really make a reality. So I think there's going to be a lot more solopreneurs, a lot more smaller new startups, because there's a lot of platforms like, say, Canva, and because of AI, helping kind of make workflows more efficient, it'll be a lot easier to kind of start your own thing. So that's something that I'm anticipating.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And off the back of that, one of the main conversations we're having all the time is around the creator economy, of course. And I think that, we're going to continue seeing a move more towards the individual versus the publisher, and how publishers kind of embrace that, not only through co-creation and partnerships, but also considering a reality where creators become the distributors of the content, and we actually work with them to, maximize how they're using their platforms and address some disinformation through supporting them with training or whatever that might be. I think like how we kind of combine and mesh those worlds going forward will be super interesting. And yeah, the other thing I think just, with that in mind, the importance of brand, and I think the brands that survive will be the ones that have a very, very clear value proposition and aren't, trying to spread themselves too thin, which we have definitely been guilty of doing in the past, particularly with COVID, and in a model where you are chasing page views to a degree, it's easy to try and be all things to everyone, and we all know that that's not going to be a sustainable business. So the brands that kind of really, really focus on what they're good at and embrace that creator economy are the two things I would say.
Awesome. I think we can all agree that authoritative, trustworthy information is going to be in demand in the future. And I'm really personally looking forward to seeing how innovators like yourselves make it happen and reach young audiences. And on our televisions, I was meant to say fridge televisions. I'm picturing like one of those fridges with the TVs on them. I really would like to see that one day.
I have to buy a new fridge, and I've been looking, and I was like, why is there a TV on the fridge?
Are they actually playing TV on fridges?
There's TVs on fridges now.
I've seen I've seen the screens. I would love to watch the National on my fridge. All right. Thank you guys so much, everyone. If there aren't any further questions, all right, well, you can come and speak to Allison, Anita, Natalie. Thank you so much for joining us. And up next, before I conclude, Joanna McPherson will be hosting some tech experts up here for some tech talk to talk about how technology is shaping the future of the industry. So if you like AI and all of that fun stuff, it's going to be a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome Joanne McPherson.
Here. Sorry, I just have to pull up my phone. Okay, we ready to go? This is the part of the day that we want to look forward to technology trends that can help support all of the work that you're doing in the field and in newsrooms. We intentionally called our conference to innovate, elevate, and celebrate. And so the next series of speakers are going to show you how their companies can help you. So my first guest that I want to bring up is Bob Canalia with Blackmagic Design. And he's going to talk to you about some of the latest camera technologies that you can be using in the field.
All right. Hello, everyone. I think this is, yes, I can hear myself, so that's a good sign. Hi, I'm Bob Canalia from Blackmagic Design. It says so on the screen. So what we did was a couple of weeks ago, we introduced a new app. So if you have an iPhone, you can download our new app. One thing I will say, if you follow us on X, at Blackmagic, I have to update my slide, at Blackmagic_news, you'll get all of the information about Blackmagic and our updates and things like that. So what we did was we created this new Blackmagic camera app. So it's free. You can get it at the App Store. And what it does is it turns your iPhone into a cinema camera. So it gives you all the features that we have on our cinema cameras, but on your iPhone. Now, where it really comes into play is that not only does it turn it into a broadcast type camera in the sense that you're able to do all the things that you would normally do on cameras. So you can bring in external microphones, you have all the framing guides, you have the ability to have, set your zebra levels. You can record in different types of things. You can actually slate it. You can put in real numbers, scene numbers, take numbers, mark a good last take. All of the things that we do in our own Blackmagic cameras, you can do it on your iPhone. But where it gets very cool is that you can actually do all these things either vertically or horizontally. You can also, there's a stealth mode, so you can shoot vertically, but it'll record horizontally, so it looks like you're not really, you can kind of go around and be less intrusive if that helps. Now, the other thing it does, it stores the clips in our own menu structure that's separate than the video library that you have on your iPhone. And where it gets very interesting is you're able to have a Blackmagic Cloud account where you can upload these videos through the Blackmagic Cloud account. And what that enables you to do is to share all of these videos with someone else. So a news organization says, all right, stringers, if you guys are going to shoot on your iPhone, here's a library that you can send videos from the field automatically, and they'll just go into our folders, and then we can have our editors start editing those clips straight away. And so this gives people a way to, instead of having to hunt down all these people that are trying to record on their phones and post them on things, you can actually have them send them directly to your organization. So it has all the structures that we have in our traditional Blackmagic Cloud account, but this time they're getting files from the iPhone itself. And you can send it, you can send proxies to get it there faster. You can also record in Apple ProRes or just H.264 or H.265. So it makes the files nimble. There's even a chat. So once you're in the actual Blackmagic Cloud account, you can chat with other people there when you're sending files backwards and forwards. As I say, it's a new free app. Now, what we are going to do is also, DaVinci Resolve is our editing, color grading, visual effects, and audio software, and you can get a free download of that. It all works with the Blackmagic camera app. But we're also adding it to one of our broadcast cameras. So the Ursa Broadcast, it has been out for a while, and it will have the ability, starting next month, to do the same thing. So you can shoot with that camera and send files remotely to a folder in our Blackmagic Cloud account, so that you can get not just the iPhone recordings, but also ones from our Ursa Broadcast camera. So including, you can send either the raw files, or you can send proxies, or you can record whatever you like and send it there. And again, the same menu structure is on both products. So what's good about that is that anyone that's familiar with Blackmagic Camera already understands how our menus work, and it's the same on the iPhone as it is on any of those. Conversely, if you're thinking about buying a Blackmagic camera and you want to play on your iPhone for a little while, you'll figure out how the menu structure works. So again, it's the same sort of idea that we'll be able to send proxies directly from the camera. You just plug your cell phone to provide the internet access to your Ursa Broadcast, and away you go to sending these files back to there. And that's going to be a free update to those cameras, available in November. So I'm going to just go over here and see if there's any questions.
And thank you, Bob, for coming in from New Jersey this morning. I failed to introduce you as the Director of Sales Operations for the Americas. So thanks very much. And now we have time for any questions that you have for Bob.
We're journalism instructors. I teach a TV news program, and we're constantly looking at our equipment that we're teaching our kids on, or our students. They're not kids anymore, to see what the next thing is going to be and how we can best prepare them for the industry. Now, you are kind of you have a stake in this, but where do you see things 5 years from now? I mean, we're already looking at, the editing program. We're teaching on Avid right now. Figure if you can use Avid, you can use anything. Obviously smaller camcorders. We're not using the big honking cameras.
Right.
But where do you see things 5 years from now?
Well, I think in 5 years, every kid that shows up at college is already going to have a camera because they're inexpensive. I find that this trend has happened huge. One of the things about Blackmagic is our goal is to enable the masses, right? So we make products low cost. Free is about as cheap as we can make it. But because every camera that you buy, Blackmagic camera, if you buy a cinema camera or a pocket cinema camera, they start at, $1,500 Canadian, if I do the math right. You get DaVinci Resolve, our software, the licensed full version of it, right? But the free version will basically give you everything that you need. And what I'm finding is that a lot of students are already using that because it's free, and the pandemic kind of accelerated a lot of this. So I really feel that that you're going to just see a lot more of this ability to send files to people specifically, and that's really what you want to do in the end. If at a school you're going to have a news division or a news show that you do, they can. Instead of waiting to bring back files, the files will be on their way as they're walking back to the studio, and people can do it, that much faster. And that is going to be the way it works for everyone, not just using Blackmagic equipment, but other equipment. That's kind of that goal, right? But I also find that one of the things that Blackmagic's been very cognizant of is that people use other softwares. Mm-hmm. Ours interacts with all of the softwares. Matter of fact, at one point when Final Cut went from 7 to X or 10, whatever you call it, the only way to get a file from 7 to 10 was use Resolve in the middle to round trip it. So it works with all those to round trip things. So anyway, I think that you're just going to see this acceleration of shoot it, get it over to the editor or whatever, or just send it directly to master control or whatever it is to get it out on the air, and that's just going to continue to be. But I also feel that when I went to editing school last century, there was no way I could have an edit system at my house, right? I didn't have that kind of money. Whereas today, it's on my laptop, and it was free. So that is going to accelerate students' knowledge before they get there, which is good, because if they know the technology, then you can teach them other things like framing and lighting and, things that they may not know. And storytelling is the big one. It's like everyone always says, what's the best feature of this and that? And I said, look, if you tell a better story, that's the goal. And no camera or software is going to make you tell a better story. But, of course, AI is going to try and do that. But either way, I think that, learning to tell a better story and learning to concentrate on the result instead of the technology is going to be something that we're going to see more of.
And when you think of the time saving for journalists in the field, especially everyone knows in Toronto you can't get around, let alone go for a couple blocks. Right. But when we're, in locations across Canada and, internationally, it's such a barrier to moving content quickly when you're working with different servers and different newsrooms and different teams in different parts of the organization. So that in itself, you can just see how this technology will really expedite the content that we're gathering.
Absolutely. You everyone wants to be first. So that's the goal, is to speed that up, and that's part of what we're doing with our new cloud service.
We have a question over at the back here.
Hi. I feel like I have to preface this that I work in Marketplace and we use hidden cameras a lot, so I'm not just being a creep. But in stealth mode, you mentioned that you can film and it looks like it's vertical, but really you're doing it 16:9 horizontally. Is there an option to hide the screen so it doesn't look like you're necessarily recording? I
don't think so. Although I would imagine you could probably do something with a screen, because a lot of I think you can get something that wouldn't be obvious if you put it over on your screen itself to make it a little bit easier. But you'd want to be able to see it, because otherwise you're not going to know what you're framing. But and so I think that would be something that you could probably find. We don't make it, though.
Are there any other trends that you can speak to, whether it be cameras, which you've already addressed, but also editing systems?
Well, yeah, so our DaVinci Resolve has, we have two edit programs inside the same thing. We have a cut page and a full edit page. Cut page is really designed for fast, I equate it to last century's offline and online rooms, where it was just meat and potatoes cutting in the cut page, and then you do the full visual effects integration and whatnot and finishing in the edit page. But it gives different people different ways to come from other softwares, which is always the thing. You can set up your keyboard to emulate other software, which I think is important because, unless you're a little kid, you haven't started with Resolve. You had to come from something. And I worked in Hollywood back in the 90s, and I have a lot of friends that edit out there, and it wasn't like I was trying to tell them to move to Resolve, but in the last few years, I've had to teach old dogs new tricks, and it's a little easier than I thought it was going to be, so that's helpful.
That's great. Are there any other questions? Yes? Hi.
Hi, I'm a fan of Blackmagic. I'm a fan of DaVinci Resolve, especially for color correction. But I'm also a fan of the Google Pixel, and it doesn't look like your app is available on there.
Yeah, it's where it is today. I don't know if we'll come out with one for Android. I never say never, because every time I think it's never going to happen, something does happen. So you never know.
That's great. Well, thank you very, very much for coming and being with us today.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. The next guest that I'd like to introduce is part of our Live U team that is providing the streaming for this conference. And Arco as well has come from Detroit via Montreal. And you have to bear with me because I couldn't get on my internet before on my computer, so I keep having to scroll up and down on my phone. Yeah, so welcome, Arco. And Arco is the Director of Sales, Central Region for the Canada Broadcast with LiveView Inc. And we want to acknowledge and thank LiveView for providing the stream of our conference. So those across Canada and those who couldn't make it in person can also see these sessions. So thank you.
Cool. All right, I'll make it quick and painful. I'm not going to talk too much product detail. So at LiveView, we've been changing the ways you do news for a long time. You know, we do live streaming, and now we have an ecosystem as well around that to deliver stories. So let me see if yeah, there you go. So we built tools for storytellers. Again, I've been in sales for about 25 years. I've worked in Europe. I've had some global positions. And now I'm just helping customers in the central US, and I actually work with all the broadcast networks in Canada, the 4 of them. And I'm mainly focused on the news business. We have a sports division. We do other things as well. So LiveView, we're really working to increase efficiencies and workflows, telling your story. And we've also built really an IP video ecosystem. As you probably know, the days of having a big satellite truck are over. So, we make backpacks. We actually can go live from a cell phone, from an Android as well, from your Google Pix and from an iPhone. We make different backpacks to distribute content from the field, okay? What we've added is really also a workflow in terms of adding metadata, archiving this, either doing it live or also recording it, for editing and news purposes, okay? And then we have a specific transport mean to help you do that solidly. So we actually, instead of a satellite dish, we work with cell cards. So we have units that have different cell cards in it, and then we call it bonding. So we bond Wi-Fi, Ethernet, and also cell cards, so you can go live from everywhere, as long as there's a cell tower. But there's other means to go live as well, okay? We work globally, so we're a global organization. We're actually headquartered in Israel, so challenging times right now, so it was good to hear some of these subjects today. We have about 150 people there. We're actually providing a lot of units right now for people to actually live stream events, all the major broadcasters, but we've also been helping to live stream funerals, for example, or other events. So, but we have offices in the US, Asia, the UK, Europe. So we're a pretty global organization as well. So it's really an ecosystem. What's important is quality, right? So we focus on quality, audio and video, and also get the story there reliably in real time. Adapting, things are changing. So the news, as you probably know, maybe 10 years ago, there was a camera person, a lighting person, an audio person. Right now, if you're a video journalist in the field, a lot of these things you have to do by yourself, right? They expect you to edit, to write the story. So we all help with those tools to make that easier, right? To adapt. So right now, actually from the field, you can actually pick the news story. It adds the metadata with it. And then in the newsroom, that whole story, including the metadata, comes automatically together. The other trend we're seeing is, you might work with iNews or EMPS, right? But a lot of items are now going object-based. So some news organizations have already changed to more object-based, click, drag and drop, right? So it's going to be more interactive. So we work with that as well. And then, do more for less, right? Cost is always an issue. There's a lot of change in the industry. But there's also a lot more content out there, so we want to be efficient for you to sort through that content, right, to drive it and get it to air quick, or get your story out to any platform, okay? So we do contribution, so those are our field units. Production, actually, we actually have a cloud production system, so you can actually produce a show from your laptop. You can collaborate, so somebody in Toronto could do audio, somebody in Montreal could do graphics, and somebody in Vancouver can do the switching, for example, right? And then drive those to different digital platforms. So we're really getting into the production. We actually acquired a company that specifically does that, right? And so even with the pandemic, some of the cloud workflows were accelerated, but people are also coming back to the office, and there's still the traditional workflows as well. And then we also distribute content. So we also have a platform to distribute all this content. So for example, CBS News, they push all their news content out through NewsPath, through their affiliates in the US. So they used to have a big transponder, and now that goes through IP. We also, we have over 5,000 clients worldwide, so we actually also have a sharing platform for that, which we call Dynamic Share. So you can actually go to this directory and say, hey, I want to share something with Chorus or CBS or the BBC or even a production company or a school. So any LiveView customer, you can actually set up that one-to-one secure connection and share your content. And so that's really nice as well. So we do have a content sharing platform as well. Especially now, I do a lot of work in the US. Court cases are kind of the new fun thing, right? And it's all sharing pools because they don't let 20 news people in there. It's just, one camera or two cameras maybe. And then, so there's a lot of sharing going on as well on those stories, okay? So again, we capture and transmit reliable quality workflow. We accelerate these production workflows, right, to help you tell your story better. Also something we actually have a unit that can also take 4 camera feeds in and then transmit those in real time back to the broadcast center, and then they do the production over there. So they don't drive a whole truck out anymore. And on the news side, what we've seen a lot with that is that the news organizations are doing a lot more, road shows. They do a news event somewhere with 2 cameras, but it's much easier from a resource perspective. And the audience actually like that because, it's more personal, right? So we've actually done broadcasters in my region that have done like mini road shows in the summer, or they go to a fair. So that's been really cool as well. Or there's a fireworks show and all that kind of good stuff. Ian will talk a little bit more about Studio, so I won't go too deep into this. But Studio is basically this cloud platform that will take in different formats. You can do a webcam, you can invite guests, you can bring in different formats like LiveView or SRT or RTMP or NDI, and then you can produce in the cloud and really shorten those workflows. So what we see there is people drive secondary content, to push out more content to the digital platforms. I know in Canada you can't go to Facebook and stuff, but most people now, want to really drive it to their own app and monetize that. And there's a lot of apps available right now. Most broadcasters have their own apps, and I actually use a lot of them. NBC, Paramount, all that kind of stuff, and there's a lot of content on there, and it's worth the $6 at least for me, even for an old guy. So, but driving more content out there, and it's not always news, right? There's also, we see a lot of sports, right, driving towards a newscast because there might be interest in like some regional sports, right, and that can actually help your newscast drive, a bigger audience, or you can promote some of your your other events or your other content on those platforms, so you can actually drive more people to your platform, okay? Again, I talked about the global audience, so with Matrix, we share that. We have a lot of broadcasters use that, and then Studio is really for digital viewership, okay? It's always a good compliment when you get a compliment from one of your customers, so a lot of camera people or video journalists, right? They really care about support, and it's really helped them. It's changed their job, but it's also helped them in many ways. So, okay. So thanks for your time. Thanks for listening to me, and we'd love to work with all. We work with a lot of schools as well, production companies. So it's an interesting time, but we actually have special programs as well for universities. Especially journalism schools. We have interns and stuff, right? But we don't really do the news, right? We just provide the technology. But we have specific programs, like I know in Michigan, where Michigan State has a journalism school, and they actually use LiveViews. Because it also, because we're widely used in the business, so it also helps somebody if you know how to use the technology. And I think for students it's important, or for people that try to get in the business, it will help you do your job as well, right? Because like I said, they might want to, you have to write the story, but then you got to also go edit it, maybe shoot it. So you got to do a lot more stuff. So it's good to keep up with the technology or learn it and embrace it. So, okay?
That's great.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any further questions for Arco on this part of the technology panel? You covered a lot of ground there.
Explained it real well. Well, thanks for listening to me.
I think, though, it's just revolutionary how we can have remote shows and live switching and on the ground with up to 4 cameras. And as your quote here, not laying cables and walking around with a lot of heavy gear allows the mobility.
And it's a lot of fun. And, I'm an old guy. I'm one of these guys you talk about, like, I don't watch TV. I actually do watch TV. I like the news. But my habits are also very different because, I have young children. So I just was working and having fun. And so my habits are also changing because, I'm in my mid-50s, but I got a 5-year-old daughter, right? So I'm picking up on her habits as well. And so I would say with technology today, it was really cool to hear about AI and everything. And I agree, AI shouldn't write a story for a journalist, but there are tools that I think can really help you, do your job better, more efficient, and in reaching an audience, because in the end of the day.
And we have an AI company and guest joining us later in the session, so
yeah,
perfect.
So, okay, well, thank you for having me.
Thank you
appreciate
very,
it.
very much for coming. We really appreciate your support. I'm going to stop getting up because every time I do, I fumble my introductions. So now I'd like to introduce another member of the team that is helping us live stream today, Ian McInnes.
Yes, hi. I should go over there.
Okay.
I'll go straight.
And Ian, Ian, it's been a couple of years now since, or definitely last year.
It was last year
we started streaming, year before, of course, with COVID. So it was, for us, revolutionary to be able to have a hybrid conference since, fewer of our colleagues are able to travel and with COVID. So I'm going to let you talk, Ian, about how you're doing it.
Yes.
And perhaps your learnings over the last year, because a lot of us aren't looking at the live stream, but Ian's really developed a new way of adding to the production value.
Well, thank you for that lovely introduction. This is big for me. I'm very much accustomed to being at home behind my computer, so seeing all these faces is overwhelming, to say the least. But yeah, I come at this from the user angle. I would call myself a freelance cloud production specialist, if I can call myself a specialist, that's fine. But what we've been doing is using both LiveView as our main infrastructure. We're LiveView integrators as well as sales partners. We're also a little bit into the drone public safety space as well, because they're trying to get into live streaming as well, but I'm not going to really dive into that too much today. What I wanted to show today was the actual LiveView Studio, which is our cloud production control room. So this is going to be a video that just kind of runs through. I'm going to walk through as best I can. If I miss stuff, sorry. I think this is playing now. Let me see if my mouse is going to move there. Try again. Oh, did I just go forward? Either way, I'll start talking. You guys can just, if it plays, great. If not, I'll just have to talk. But you're looking at the entry area first off. So this is where your control rooms are. You can go to be selecting your different control rooms. They all save your presets. We're looking at the calendar view right now, and that's gone. But that's where you're able to schedule all your streams. The beautiful thing about the technology is that anyone who has a login is logging in off of their browser to collaboratively edit the live stream. So everyone can remotely jump in and be running your event, which is great for what we were doing in the early days, which during COVID was esports. We started doing minor virtual sports. We were running hockey tournaments and soccer tournaments throughout COVID using NHL and FIFA and those kind of games. And when you're running a production where people literally can't get together, cloud was the only way. So we were running 8 simultaneous game systems coming into me from hodgepodged video encoders. This was pre-LiveView, but this was back when LiveView Studio was known as Easy Live, which brought us to RTDNA, which was great. Oh, my video's alive, sweet. So yeah, this is the calendar view here of where you're actually scheduling all your systems. So if you have multiple people around, you're able to jump in. Beauty, now we're in the control room, that's great. This is traditional for your switching. This is where you're managing all your content. You can see loosely in the middle there, I have all of my different assets. For an event like this, my life is actually fairly easy because I have this lovely in-house production team that's really doing the heavy lifting for me. So I have whatever they're creating running into a LiveView encoder unit and coming to me here, and I get to do whatever I want to it. I could have done it from home, but I'm here to talk to you fine folks. So with that, I'm just kind of clipping through here. There's different content where you're able to make presets. For me, it's all a keystroke, so I just have everything bound on my computer, my keyboard. There we go. And you're able to bring in any of your remote guests or pre-recorded content, images, graphics, just everything is right there. And you can create your looks fairly simply. I think I'm going to I'm going to rapidly clip through here. I'm a bit itchy fingered because when you have 8 live gaming streams going, you're twitchy. But yeah, so this is the actual presets themselves. You get in and you see the control room again where you're able to select your different looks, and then you're able to bind it to whatever keystroke you want it to be, just making your life that much easier, provided you can remember all of your hotkeys. Sometimes I lose track. But with that said, now we're back in the control room. It's classic, like preview on one side, program on the other. I have it auto switching, but you can turn that off so you can build looks so you don't just like accidentally run something stupid, which can also happen. Another powerful part of this tool is the actual production, the publishing side. So you can have 30 simultaneous publishing points going all at once, meaning that you can be hitting all of your social media platforms, which I know we can't do anymore for you guys, sorry about it. But you can also do all of your traditional acronymed streaming codes to be sending it to wherever it is that you want to do. For us, we've recently been using Dolby.io, who recently also acquired a company called Millicast, and their latency is just unparalleled when it comes to remote video streaming. So I'm actually going to cut to them in a little bit. They got a little segment that I have preloaded here, but I also wanted to just dive into showing you how you're adding inputs. So this is your basic side. This is your live editing or your remote guests. You can be bringing in, your pre-recorded content, your images, graphics, all that fun stuff. I know that a lot of people don't interface with this part of it, so I'll keep it brief. But yeah, going back to just your video encoders, that's your LiveView box. We have one over there. It's an LU300. I'm actually here tomorrow as well. Before the gala dinner, I'm going to have a bunch of my toys. I invite you to come down and play with them because they're kind of cool. I think so anyway. Another awesome part here that I'm going to dive into is the remote guest, which is the power to bring in anyone that has internet connection with a camera, i.e. your phone or your laptop. And I can text you or I can email you, and you click it and you're in. And you can see the content that I'm working on, and you could also interact with it, as well as when you're bringing in other guests, they're able to interact with each other. So it's a completely cloud-based, both conference room, presentation area, everything. I don't know. I say everything. I'm sure it can't do some things, but to me, it can do everything. So with that, I think I'm about to jump over to Braden Briggs from Dolby, who's going to do a little bit of a chat about Dolby. Yes, my timing's good. Cool. I'm going to shut up for a minute. Oh, audio.
Thanks, Ian. Hey everyone, how's it going? My name is Braden Riggs. I am a solutions engineer on the Dolby.io team. Now I'm sure a lot of people here are already familiar with Dolby, but this is Dolby.io. This is a new part of the company that you might not have heard of that focuses on the streaming space. Now what Dolby.io does is we provide a low delay, high quality streaming solution that can scale out to large audiences. So when we say low delay, we mean sub-second, right? And we're enabling this technology using something called WebRTC. And fundamentally what we do is we take these WebRTC streams and scale them out to large audiences. That's our solution. Now this can be used in a lot of different industries and in a lot of different ways, but I think a great one to briefly touch on is the sports space, right? You might have a sports game happening in one location, but your production team is in another location. And you might want to really quickly and easily stand up a high quality, low delay stream for the production team that's in a different location. So they can review footage, add commentary, splice in graphics, do all that really fun stuff. Now, of course, for this workflow, you don't want to be adding any delay and slowing down the production of the game. So you want to make sure that you have a very fast audio and video pipeline to support that. And that's one way our solution can be used. We can also deliver these streams out to the end user, so we can keep these delays really low whilst expanding it to large audiences. Now, to actually use our solution, there's a bunch of different ways you can plug into our network. As you can see on the diagram on screen, we integrate with a variety of different capture methods, whether it's drones or professional cameras or even game engines. We can then take those feeds and encode them. Because we're using WebRTC, it can be encoded in browser or via software solutions or even via hardware solutions, which can take that video and compress it and then add it to a transport protocol such as WebRTC, which we support, but also RTMP or SRT. We can then pass it through our network, which allows us to keep the delay really low, deliver it where it needs to be, and then play it back. We can decode it in browser, we can decode it on client-side applications, we can decode it on smart TVs. So really, kind of what we're bringing to the table is that WebRTC CDN right down the middle, and whatever workflows you're already using with your capture, broadcast, and your playback, we can hopefully integrate into that stuff really, really easily. So, in summary, this is, a solution for people that want very low delay, very high quality video. And it's what we specialize in. We do a lot of different things to make that work. And so if this is something that interests you, please chat with Ian, reach out to the Dolby.io team by going to the Dolby.io website, and come try it out for yourself. Play around with it a little bit. Anyway, I'm going to hand it back to Ian. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
So that's pretty much it for my presentation. I'm just trying to, oh, they got something going. All right, sweet. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much,
No
Ian,
problem.
from Let's Go. There's so much to process there. And thank you to the production team that has helped support Ian and this conference being streamed. So, questions?
I knew it.
Translations?
No, it's all good. I'm used to it. It's all right. I think I covered everything and confused everyone. It's great.
No, but what you're showing us the end product, and that is, it's the technical companies that do all the work behind the scenes are making it easier for us to do our jobs in every capacity. So,
Actually, as final mentions for me, I do want to mention that all of my production experience is completely cloud-based, and I started doing this in COVID. I am a traditionally trained glassblower outside of this. As old of a profession as you can possibly do, the world was going to blow up, so I decided to just jump right into the modern day. So you can learn this stuff quickly if you're willing to ask the right questions, work with the people who know things. Don't think you're smarter than anyone ever. Ask stupid questions forever. That's it. That's all I'll say.
we do have one question.
Oh, yes!
Off the stage
Where?
yet.
Hi there. I'm just curious, what's the makeup of your clientele and your customers? Is it like mostly large news organizations? Is it like
So I would
freelance creators and journalists, that sort of thing?
Yeah, it'd be, a good way to put it is independent production companies who are looking to do a remote hit where they don't have internet connectivity. We're supplying them with, we're live view integrators, so we're able to supply that technology in Canada. So that's a big part of our day-to-day. There's a lot of clients who can't afford to buy these units outright, so we're actually running a sublease for them. So we do a couple of the different UFC fights here in Canada. We don't actually do the production. We're just supplying them with the technology to do their own production. Outside of that, we've done a lot of charity events a lot like this one, conferences. But yeah, mostly, we're still just getting started, so it's kind of all over the place. Our main focus right now is actually public safety and live streaming drone footage, but that's a very long play, so I won't dive too deep into that one.
That's great. And Ian will be here, as he said, tomorrow. So if anyone wants to get a demo, you can show everyone how this actually works. So thank you. Thank you.
All right. I'm out.
Okay. Speaking of new industries, we touched on it this morning, AI. How's AI going to impact our jobs? And we've asked someone else from the U.S., Dan Benniam, to come to our conference today. Dan is with, he's the founder of Project Aeon. And it's an AI company, and it's quite new. So I'm going to hand it over to you so you can demonstrate.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Big green button, I guess, right? Okay. So my name is Dan Benjamin. I'm the founder of Aeon. We are pretty much brand new, I'd say 5 months old, a tech company from California. That's an inside joke from earlier. And so the name of this presentation is AI for Good. So I am an AI optimist. I always have been. I've been in technology forever. But I got to tell you, it's hard being an AI optimist. There's a lot of negativity around AI. And we've seen it for many, many years now. So you can all remember great movie Minority Report with Tom Cruise. And he's walking through a mall. And who wouldn't want to have personalized ads targeted based on your retinas as you walk through a mall? So we have our Guinness ad coming up, and then the American Express ad. And, it's sort of like a not very fun dystopian future, right? Excellent movie. Now, of course, this is fiction. So what if we talk about something that is fact? I'm going to switch gears to someone who is local, someone who's been credited as being the godfather of AI, Professor Geoffrey Hinton at the University of Toronto, and he had this to say just about 2 weeks ago.
Does humanity know what it's doing? No. I think we're moving into a period when, for the first time ever, we may have things more intelligent than us.
So, pretty scary stuff, right? And he's been at this a long time. So that's the future, okay? What if we sort of talk about what's happening now, right? So maybe we had this sort of sci-fi dystopian look. We have Jeff Hinton talking about the future. Let's see what tech companies are up to now, and hopefully it's a lot better. So I know everyone's a huge fan of Mark Zuckerberg and Meta right now in Canada. He loves doing all sorts of great things for humanity. So let's check in on Meta, see what they're up to. Let's check in on, I think this is Kendall Jenner, or is it?
Hey guys, it's Billy. I just want to introduce myself. I am here to chat whenever you want. Message me for any advice. I am ready to talk, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Okay, that is totally AI. That is not a film. That is an AI-generated Kendall Jenner lookalike that's put together by Meta. It's under the name like Billy or something like that. And people commenting, this is on Instagram. You can go on Instagram now and check her out. And people comment on this video. This is honestly scary with 160,000 likes on the comment. All right, what the actual frick is going on? So very, very confusing, but Meta's going to do what they're going to do. And they haven't really sort of stopped there. They're making this whole sort of persona around this character. So we have this picture, plate of cookies, and a candle. This is, of course, generative art. None of this is real. But your sis Billy, start of fall calls for baking and restarting Gilmore Girls. Again, hashtag imagine with AI. And they even have a little disclaimer in the corner, imagine with AI. So there's this whole sort of, if you remember the movie Her, this whole thing happening about people communicating with completely artificial things. And, they're going to push that envelope, right? I don't know if this is the future that everyone wants. I'm not like super jazzed about interacting with, your sis Billy on Instagram, and neither are a lot of other people. But as I said, I'm an AI optimist. I've been thinking about this a long time. My aunt was a journalist. from many, many moons ago, and I had always loved journalism. I've always loved the written word. And when I say I've been thinking about this a long time, I truly have. So 15 years ago, I did a patent for transforming web pages into TV series. And it wasn't really available to do that up until now, but I really, really put a lot of validity in the power of the written word. Years later, I built a social media company that was acquired by Condé Nast, where I ended up being the VP of data products. And again, at Condé, I saw the power of excellent journalism, excellent photojournalism, and it really sort of solidified that for me. But I knew there was an issue, and the issue is that this is a video-first world. TikTok is video only. Video is, pretty much sort of rules the roost here. So let's take a look at what we could do. What if we take all that great AI technology that you saw with, your sis Billy, and took a sort of more journalistic spin on it? So this is an article I just pulled the other day about food prices in Canada, and this article actually has a video at the top of this article, but the video is only tangentially about food prices in Canada. It's not actually about the content of the article. I don't know if people have seen that, and it's like super confusing. The article itself is great. It talks about climate change. What else? Supply disruption from COVID, war in Ukraine, high gas prices, decline in the dollar, price gouging, all sorts of really great information, right? Well, what's the problem with this? The problem is 18% of the people will see the article. 82% will just watch the video. And the video is not actually the article. It's just kind of about the topic. And all that great content, all that great journalism that went into the articles, never going to be seen. So, what can we do about it? Now, no one would have slated for a video to be made for that article. When I was at Condé, it was about 100-to-1 ratio between the written article and video content. So the 99% of stuff is just not going to be seen. But what if we could wave a magic wand and use all the sort of latest AI tricks to build a video, a personalized video, from that article? Now, this is a demo, this is a beta, and I'm going to put that disclaimer out there. I did not get clearance to do this or anything. But this is an example of what our software can do.
Good afternoon, Dan. The latest special report from CTV is about the root causes for rising food prices in Canada. Here's a brief summary. Tonight, we dissect the pressing issue of high food prices in Canada. Despite the potential plateau in food inflation, Canadian households are under financial strain as they spend more on groceries than ever before. Measures like budgeting and coupon use have become common, with a study by Dalhousie University's Agri-Food Analytics Lab revealing that about 15.5% of respondents are growing their own food to cope with the cost. Alarmingly, nearly half of those surveyed admit to prioritising price over nutrition. But what is driving the spike in grocery bills? Several factors, including climate change disrupting farming cycles, global supply chain issues due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The war in Ukraine is impacting agricultural output, high energy prices, weakness in the Canadian dollar against the United States dollar, and perceived price gouging practices in the grocery industry.
Okay, so everything there was done by software, right? So the voice was synthetic, the narrator is synthetic, the script was put together by software, all the clips were pulled together by software, and all the post-editing was done by software. Now, I'm not a very creative person, so I trained the software to do something that's sort of newsy, and it comes across as a little the way it does because I'm not really trained in it, but I trained the software. I told it how it should flow, what a sort of outline would be, a creative brief sort of thing. And the software very sort of dutifully went off and did it. The great thing about it, though, is that it's not just making stuff up, it's pulling all the information from the article. That chart was in the article, right? A lot of the other things were stock clips, but that chart was one of the things that was in that article. Article doesn't have a lot of pictures in it, so there's not a whole lot to put on the screen, but it tries its best, right? So can we go even further, right? Can we do even more than this? So what's great about this article is it has a gazillion links in it, right? And a handful of links link off to a bunch of other things that are also on CTV, some things that are not on CTV, but there's just a lot of learning that can happen, right? So let's say that I saw this, and then I was sort of given an offer by my little avatar here.
You can dive deeper into several additional stories, including government policy, climate change, and how the war in Ukraine affects food prices.
So now imagine, instead of a static video, but something that's actually interactive, right? Where I'm sort of like talking to the publication in this case, and it's done on the fly. And I want to know more about climate change and how that affects food prices.
In a turbulent year marked with climate crises, Canadian and global food prices have surged like never before, straining budgets. The hidden culprit, climate change. Statistics Canada reports of a hike in food inflation from a modest 1% to an alarming 5.2% throughout 2021. According to the United Nations, global food prices rose by a startling 28% in the same period. These increases were fueled by weather extremes and their impact on our global food system. Particularly hard hit was Canada's western province, British Columbia, scorched by wildfires and starved by droughts. Prices of meat and bakery items spiked, and later floods led to shortages and a significant economic toll. And this is not just a Canadian problem. Provinces far inland face the same challenges with poor crop yields due to dry spell-induced food price increases. Efforts to combat climate change, like carbon taxes, while crucial, could inadvertently push food prices further up, blending complexity into our future food affordability landscape. This state of affairs begs the question, how will climate change continue to influence our food prices, and what can we do about it? What strategies will help our farmers, and what policies could guide us through this issue? If you are intrigued and need more information, stick with us. We will keep exploring these pivotal issues.
Okay, so again, this is a world where, imagine a sort of interactive TV kind of situation where I can keep asking questions and it'll produce the video on the fly. And again, it could be customized to my taste. So that's just one sort of example. And I think kind of, the conclusion here is that, AI is here, right? Everything that you would imagine being impossible is totally possible. So that's totally a real thing. And ultimately, it's, what are you going to do with it? And that's my presentation.
Thank you very much. And if we had an hour, I'm sure there'd be enough questions. But please sit down and we'll take your questions. I was really pleased that you had Jeffrey Hinton in there. One of the pieces of advice he gave to another conference that I was at, the Collision Conference, was, to young people, that fear that, AI is going to replace their jobs. And he said, if you, make a cabinet or be a plumber, you're never going to lose your job.
Right.
You have to just make the shelves, then that's something that can be replaced by AI. But you can't actually create the craft.
Right.
And I took that away as, you can't create the craft of journalism. We can provide the tools to support the distribution of content, but the craft and the storytelling will always be done by journalists.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I totally see it as a tool. And at the end of the day, and I think like what's sort of interesting is that, I have my oldest son is 15. He's very media savvy. So I think there's a generation that's just so attuned to like what's real and what's not real. It doesn't matter if it was put together by software, if the information was real and it has a name attached to it that's a trustworthy brand, super important. No one cares that their Spotify end of the year thing was probably put by a piece of software. It's totally fun, and it's you, like it's grounded in you. So absolutely.
Any questions from the room? I can't believe it. Well, it segues. Thank you very much, Dan. And it segues really, really very well to our next and final two presentations, two companies that we all work with quite integrally. So I'd like to welcome Colleen Kimmett to the stage from Google News Labs. And Colleen is going to talk about the direction that Google News is doing to help support verification and just tools that Google is developing to help us do our jobs.
Yes, hi. Nice to be here. Nice to see everybody. My name's Colleen Kimmett. I am a teaching fellow with the Google News Initiative. So my job is to give trainings and workshops to journalists, journalism students, freelancers, and newsrooms across Canada. I'm going to show you today 3 tools among the many that I cover in the trainings to help journalists identify misinformation, so to analyze images and video that you may come across on social media. Obviously, misinformation, disinformation is a growing concern in journalism. And, you know, not just deep fakes, the kind of stuff that we see created with, you know, AI technology that we just saw, but also, you know, pictures, images shared with misleading captions that are altered in some way. So I'll show you 3 video demos of these tools. And I want to add as well that if you are interested in bringing these tools to your newsroom or your group or your classroom, please get in touch with me, reach out to me. I'd be happy to come do a training with you. So, can I get the first video? Do I hit play? Play, okay. So Google's Fact Check Explorer, this is Google's effort to index fact checks from around the world. What you're looking at here is the home page. So right below the search box, you see most recent fact checks. These blurbs summarize the claim, where it originated, the fact check source, the rating, and a link to the fact-checked article. So when you click on that link there, you go directly to the source of the fact check. The search function above allows you to search for fact checks by keyword or topic. So you can think of this as a first stop if you see something and want to see, has this already been fact checked before I get into investigating it? So here you see, you know, I just searched Justin Trudeau. You can see one of the results here. You can do some search refinements here. So for example, I can search for Justin Trudeau minus Russia. And you'll see here that the results exclude that article we saw about Putin name calling. I'm curious, has anyone seen this or used this before? A show of hands? Okay, good. So this is somewhat new for most of you. You can also search by country, for example. AFP fact check, by the way, you'll see it there, is a great source. And AFP is interesting because they really lay out their fact checking process. So if you're learning about fact checking, identifying misinformation, you know, you can see the steps that they take. I can also search by site. So I mentioned AFP. I can see all of the fact checks by a specific fact checking organization or news organization. And note here that they aren't always true or false. So you can see some fact checks, the rating is, okay, misleading or missing info, for example. And this is a new feature in beta. I can also fact check an image. So upload an image address and see if that image has been fact checked. So in this case, this was an image that was circulating around COVID during lockdown. It appeared on, you know, multiple social media networks. It was a huge rally, supposedly an anti-mask rally, but it was in fact a gun control rally. Yes. And you also see, like in this case, well, I'll get to that after. I have to keep up with my video here. But how does it work? So it's powered by claim review markup. This is structured data that you can add to the HTML of a page that classifies content so that Google can detect it and display it as a fact check. The markup tool is aimed at making that process easier for news organizations by submitting markup via a form without adding to the the article itself, to the HTML itself, so requiring less technical expertise. Publishers do have to meet certain guidelines to be included. And yeah, just going back to the point you made, it's, you know, looking through these fact checks, we see the same images or video often appear, resurface, you know, a couple years later. This photo of a huge crowd is this rally, etc. Okay. So maybe you come across an image or video and it doesn't show up on Fact Check Explorer yet. I'm going to talk about 2 tools you can use to see if it's appeared where an image or video has appeared elsewhere on the web, to get a sense of who first published it, or you know, has it been appeared in an actual news article. So here we have, okay. This is just Google's image search. So on the homepage of Google, you can copy any image address, click on the little camera there, search for the image. You'll see on the right there a number of articles coming up, so that's the same image. Immediately I can see this identical image appearing on multiple news articles indicating that it was a March for Our Lives. You can see here too with a little, I can sort of crop the image to crop out any text that might be confusing. And again, click through to the article, get details. I can look at the byline or the date line on an article to compare it to a social media post, for example. Find image source. This is just another way to identify where that exact matching image has appeared. Sometimes when I search an image, the first images that come up, particularly if it's something sort of generic, like an airplane, you'll see in this example, or of traffic or something, I get similar images, not necessarily matching images. So in this case, this image circulated in 2018, and again in 2021, this image of a UN plane on a rural runway with captions similar to what you saw, you know, cone of silence, media secrecy, migrant invasion. It was in fact just a regular maintenance stop in Newfoundland for this UN plane. So that first hit there, this is the Saltwire article where that photo originally appeared. And in the fact check that was done by AFP, you know, they actually called the photographer, got a comment from the photographer. I think that's important to note because even with these tools and technologies, you know, there's a lot of common sense reporting that goes into identifying misinformation and verifying misinformation as well. There are other image search engines. Bing, you can use Bing to do a reverse image search as well. TinEye, TINEYE.com is another image search engine that I know some photographers use to see if their work has been shown up in other places without copyright, without permission. And that's that video. I'll go into the next video. So Google image search, really handy tool. It's often used by AFP in these fact-checking sites. If you have a video, though, how do you see if a video has appeared elsewhere on the web? I'm going to show you next a tool to do that. This is called InVid. So this is a plugin for Chrome browsers. It was created to help journalists save time in fact-checking and debunking images and videos from social media. So I've got this downloaded on my browser already. I can go up to the little plugin option, click on InVid, open the toolbox, and as you can see, we've got a number of options for videos and images, data analysis as well. Just for the sake of time, I'm going to focus on videos. There are some interesting tools here to look at manipulated images as well. So if you're curious about getting more into that, I encourage you to check out InVid, and they've got tutorials and a classroom section where you can learn more about some of those more technical tools. But keyframes, this is the tool I would use to grab stills, to grab keyframes from a video. So in this case, this is a link to a Twitter video of a, you'll see it pop up in a minute. It was a very slippery, snowy day, and there's this sort of comical scene of all of these cars and buses sort of slowly, gliding into each other. But you can see here, I enter the image from a social media video, Facebook, YouTube. Twitter is not guaranteed anymore on this site, but this is a Twitter link that still works, so try it. And then from here, I've got a number of still frames at my fingertips. I can click on any one of those, reverse image search that still frame, and here I see a number of articles showing me what happened this day. So this obviously is not a hugely controversial video, but again, it's a way to sort of triangulate when it was taken, where it was taken, find news sources or other sources that link to that video and therefore have a still image, a keyframe from that video. And what are we looking at here? This is, oh yeah, just an example of the video analysis tool does a similar function in terms of extracting keyframes. In this case, the Twitter video didn't work, but it is possible also to upload into InVid a file. So you could potentially, download a Twitter video and then upload it as a file. But this is a YouTube video that we'll try in the video analysis tool in InVid. And what we get here, like I said, are keyframes, are stills from that video that you can reverse image search, but also contextual information about the video. How many views it got, the user it came from, the channel it came from, but also comments on the video, which can be useful in determining what people are saying about this. Hey, this looks fake, or hey, I saw this somewhere else. Again, giving you clues as to is this real or not. So in this case, this is a video of a snowboarder allegedly being followed by a bear. Again, I've got the thumbnails here that I can right-click on, search image with Google, and right there on the right-hand side, I see immediately news articles, trusted news articles that indicate, no, it was not a real video. So I'm going to stop it there. And yeah, happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Colleen. And for everyone that wasn't writing down copious notes to your presentation, I want to let everyone know that Google News is a conference sponsor of RTDNA, and we thank you for your support. And throughout the year, we'll be having Colleen host webinars and, tip and tool sessions for journalists through our website. So we really thank you for taking the time to do that.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions? I have one. You said that one of the first sites that you showed us said it was still in beta. When do you expect that would be available?
Well, it is available now. So this is the search Google's Fact Check Explorer by image instead of keyword. It is available now. In this case, I'm not entirely, I guess, in testing mode still.
Okay.
But it is available in Canada. And you might have noticed in the URL, it was sort of a long URL for the Google's Fact Check Explorer. You can go to g/co.factcheck to get there.
Okay. Question?
So with these tools, you kind of start with an image, you have an idea it might be fake, and then you find out where it really came from. Do you have a way of tracking how many people have falsely put it out?
Ooh, that's a great question. There are some. So I know there exists some open source tools where you can, for example, like they've done this for Twitter. I can't remember the name of it, but there are. I've seen open source tools where you can do this for Twitter. The problem is a lot of these cool open source tools for Twitter have deprecated, I guess is the word, because of the shift in Twitter to X. Right at the moment, Google does not have a tool like that.
So we can't identify where it came from, a Russian troll farm, or, you know, who was putting out all the misinformation?
I mean, that would be, there have been like investigations into that, and Bellingcat.org, I think, or if you just search for Bellingcat investigations, is a organization that does you know, really serious in-depth investigations, and they've got links to all kinds of different tools and techniques and articles on how to go deeper into this kind of question that you're asking. Yeah.
Something that AI can help us with in the near future. Thank you.
I was just curious if this is available to everyone, or.
Yep, it's out there on the web. It's available to anyone. The InVid tool that I mentioned, there are some of the tools you have to sign up to use, but they're all free to use. Yeah, Fact Check Explorer, Google Image Search is obviously just from the homepage, and InVid is free to download, and then you have to request access for some of the features on that tool. But it's made specifically for journalists, so journalists shouldn't have a problem getting that access.
That's great. Okay, we're going to have to wrap it there because you guys have all sat for a long time, and we don't want to give. Thank you, Colleen. And we don't want to give any short shift to our last guest. I want to call up, please, Stephanie Wilson-Chapin. And Stephanie manages news partnerships in Canada for YouTube, something that we're all very interested in. And Stephanie is going to give us, you know, some trends that, you know, are there now to maximize your content on the channel.
Well, first, hi, everybody. Thanks for hanging in. I think I'm standing between you and the cocktails. So thank you for hanging here. I really hope I make this worth it for you. I just happy to see a lot of my news partners in the room today. And just a little background on me. I actually worked at Bell Media for many years. Shout out to my CTV News and CP24 colleagues. But I guess my note is, for a long time, I was you. And I really feel like I still am at heart, that news junkie, work for a major broadcaster. And so coming to YouTube has actually been really interesting for me. I'm not going to pretend I know everything. I'm really a student of it, just like you guys. And I'm learning with all of my partners every day. So I'm going to dig into some trends that we're seeing on YouTube. Yes. Okay. So the first one is short form. I don't think this is going to be mind-blowing for anybody, but short form is really now, I'd say, the most popular format for sure for younger folks. So when we talk about building a strong civil community, it's going to be really important to figure out how to tell your stories, the important news stories, using short form. And I'm actually going to dig into that a little bit more. It looks like multi-format, from what we can tell, is the future of video storytelling. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that. But essentially, people are interested in all forms of video, short, long. It really just depends where they are and what they're doing. And finally, and it may surprise you, but for YouTube, our fastest growing platform is connected TV. So weirdly, YouTube is TV now too. So starting with short form, we have 2 billion folks every month logged in. So that's only people who've logged into YouTube watching our shorts product. That's our short form product, vertical video under a minute. In a recent survey that we did, almost 90% of people told us that they watched at least 4 of the content formats that we offer over the last year. And what do I mean by that? I mean short form, long form, live, and podcasts. People do watch podcasts and listen on YouTube, which is really interesting. And then connected TV. So here in Canada, the number we have is 17 million Canadians watching YouTube on connected TV. Now, being broadcasters, you guys are perfectly positioned to take advantage of this. I'm going to focus and drill down on short form storytelling because when I speak to my partners, this is often a hot topic of conversation. So what we're finding is that our shorts product, is helping news organizations build their audience. It really is so attractive to people who are in the middle of their day, looking for something to do, looking for a short break. And actually, we're seeing a lot of news organizations create shorts both as standalone content, so it stands on its own, as well as an entry point into their main channel and their long form. And the example that I'm showing you here, this is Sin Embargo. It's a Mexican news outlet, and they used shorts to promote a 12-episode documentary about Mexican politics. And they decided that in each short, they would introduce one of the main characters of the documentary who was a politician running in the election. Using shorts for them, they added almost 1 million subscribers to their channel. So we're finding that it's an amazing acquisitions tool. Young audience. So I mentioned a lot of people are watching shorts. We did a study last summer, and we asked Gen Z a lot about news, and almost 60% of them agreed that they use short form to figure out what they're going to watch in long form. So you can actually connect the two. They don't have to be disparate. And in fact, when you watch a short on YouTube, it is branded. So it's an opportunity for you to get your news brands in front of a younger audience. And here, this is an example. It's a museum in Rome. Shorts help them double their Gen Z audience. So imagine you're a museum of all things, and you really do want to reach out to a new generation. They were able to do it through this format. The other thing about shorts, and I alluded to it earlier, is that it really can complement your long form. So long form, people mostly view that on their connected TV, on the big screen. I don't think that would surprise anybody. And it's shorts that they watch on their mobile device, on their mobile phone. Interestingly, and this is a US stat, really tried to keep it to Canadian, but this is a US one. Over 60% of YouTube connected TV watch time is on content that is over 21 minutes long. That surprised me. I think a lot of folks think of YouTube as sort of a lightweight, a lot of young folks on it, probably with no attention span, and that's just simply not true. There's a ton of long-form viewing. I've always felt this. I think it's still true today. If you make something great to watch, people will watch it no matter how long it is. You know, you should make your content as long as it needs to be. That's often a question I get from my partners. Well, how long should I make content? Like, how long should the clip length be? I'm like, as long as you need to tell the story. Let the story dictate that. So I already mentioned short form, bite size. That's where people go when they need a break in their routine. Just some more stats here. So we find a combination of both long form and shorts leads to more watch time and more subscribers. So it's definitely something to consider as you're looking at YouTube and thinking about your YouTube strategy. So what are some best practices? Cadence is really important in general on YouTube. Consistency and sustainability. Sustainability is incredibly important. Of course, we all know not every newsroom is gigantic. Everybody doesn't have endless resources. So you need to figure out how often you can manage to upload. It can be a month, every month. It can be every week, every day. It doesn't matter, as long as you stay consistent. And definitely focus on quality over quantity. Really tell your best stories and put them up. Don't force everyone to churn out video just because you think volume is going to drive a ton of eyeballs. That's really not how it works. This is a really interesting shift in how viewers find content. So when we talk about long form, we often talk about, what does your thumbnail look like? What about your title? Well, with short form, it's a feed and swipe experience. It's not the same at all. So you really have to get them in the first 3 seconds. Because when someone gets to the video, it's playing. And if it's not compelling enough, they're just going to go to the next one. Show, don't tell. I think as broadcasters, you know this better than anyone. But even with shorts, the same is true. You really want to let the visuals tell the story. And just imagine that this is actually a moving video. It's incredibly important to put that compelling visual right up front. The other thing to do is to add some language for context. Let's look specifically at some other best practices when it comes to news and shorts. So first, if you can, include a date. I think this is incredibly important. Generally speaking, people see shorts when they're pretty recent, but there is the possibility someone may see something later, and it's just good practice to put a date on it. The other important practice is text over video. A lot of time, people are going to watch short form. Maybe they're commuting, maybe they're in class. They don't want a terrible, audio as they're sitting there supposed to be doing something else. Make sure they can actually see and read the story with no volume. It's incredibly important. And obviously, this isn't rocket science. Write a great title, write a great headline. You can see in the middle there, the CNN short is really an example of both. And then I think the other thing about shorts, and this may make folks a little bit uncomfortable, but you can have a little bit of fun. You can think about maybe using a different voice, experimenting with a different voice. So we find that leaning into graphics, trends, and even humor can engage an audience and get them watching more of your content. So now, specific things you can think about when it comes to shorts and short form. So highlights, I think that's obvious. If you've got a killer quote, if you've got a moment from video that you can pop up as a short, perfect. The news roundup. I thought this was a particularly clever headline. Poor Liz. Anywho, and you can see there's text over that too. Mini explainers. So these do incredibly well. This is Bloomberg Quick Takes. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Bloomberg Quick Takes, but they actually, and I remember this from being at Bell Media, of course, because we had been in Bloomberg, but they've created a whole channel focused on a younger generation, and it means they actually cover different topics, and they do it differently. So this is an example of some of the content that they're creating. And then experimental stuff, it makes a lot of newspaper journalists incredibly uncomfortable to do video. But it can be incredibly effective. And actually, some of the most successful shorts I've seen with news partners is a reporter standing in the moment, standing on the scene, doing a rant. That does incredibly well. Field reports, I mean, obviously right now, I think that one of the things that I've observed is that when there are big events, people really do want to try to understand what it feels like to be there. I also think that this generation is looking for authenticity. They want to see for themselves, and they are looking at shorts. Archival clips, here's a CTV News example. If you have an archive, I know that some of it may not be digitized, but you likely have a gold mine of content that you haven't thought about for a while, that you should think about and possibly put on YouTube. But these do very, very well. Most of the time, the ones that really come to the surface are in some way related to breaking news today. And then there you've got PBS NewsHour doing a behind the story. So again, a reporter on the scene, looks like she's doing some election, the GOP debate, talking about what it's like to be there, what she observed as she was standing there watching everything unfold. That's it. Almost time for drinks. Oh, here, I'll put this here. Any questions?
Okay, we've got one.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah, live. Well, I mean, I think that, and again, those partners in the room, a lot of you do stream live on YouTube, and from what I gather, it's actually our tools are really terrific for that. The interesting thing about live is that it displays a little differently when you go to YouTube. So if you go to your home screen on YouTube and there is something live, it'll have a little red dot icon, which may catch someone's eye differently. It also delivers a lot more watch time. So people watch live video a lot longer than they do any other video. So it can really drive up your engagement. Yeah.
Stuff. Okay.
All right.
That was a long
Thanks,
session,
everybody.
but so valuable. Thank you
Thanks,
very,
everybody.
very much. Come here. And I've been sitting up here shivering.
What a day. What a great day and so many great sessions. And I am here now to say that right outside the doors, there will be somebody waiting for a drink for you. You just have to pick up a ticket at the door. Take some time, chat around. We're going to please stay around. We're going to be handing out 2 very important awards within the next 5 minutes. But before, so I have said the name of the sponsors many times. So I want to check to see if you're listening. So, and you get a prize if you have been listening. CNN News Source has given us these great hats, which I love, and it says the world needs journalists. And so whoever can name one of our sponsors, now we're going to have to name all 7, okay? So CNN News Source, that's a hint, they gave us these, but whoever can name one of our sponsors will get a hat. Oh, well, very good. Okay, there you go. Do I throw it? No, I don't want to throw it. No, I don't want to hurt anybody. No, okay, Gina, yours. Okay, next one. Anybody else? Okay. Pardon me? City News, you got it. Okay. One for you. Next, Canadian Press. There you go. Come on. One for you, Janice. CBC. One for you. Live View. Hey, you're good. Are things up somewhere? No? Okay. There's still a couple. Oh, no yelling here. No yelling. No yelling. The Google. We've got the Google. Yes. Okay. There's still a couple. That I haven't heard. Thank you very much. Which one? No, not sponsored. But you know what? It was a good try. Okay. A for for effort. Anybody else have got 4 more hats? And there's 2 that have not been mentioned. I'm just saying. No, keep trying. Gina, didn't you just get one? Are you being greedy? No. Next, Ipsos, good for you. Good, 1 for you, Sarah. Okay, come on. There are two majors that have not been mentioned. I can't believe it. Yes. It's sort of cheating, but you know what? Okay, 2 more. Come on, there's 2. Like, in the whole. I'm not accepting any. City TV. Horse. We had City TV. Horse. You have to listen. Thank you. Here you go. Thank you. There you go. The last 2. It was much more entertaining than having me say it. So please, yes, we're going to hand out the award in about 5 minutes, but go get yourself a drink. There's tickets right at the table right beside, and we'll see you outside. Thank you very much.